I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody be clear. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, president, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring down. You be the Mugu, I be the master. When you won't pay what you never say that you style. When countryman do Igbo, you know the shots. Kill it, whatever you go back is greedy. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my telephone, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, president, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you must pay me some more money than I bring up. You know, when I came here earlier for sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound. I know the sound will come.
it is right there. So there it is right there, Agbado Ewa and all that. So Agbado Ewa and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. So it's one of those occasional midday streams that we do. So as the official the OGs, not the official, but the OGs for the as the original gangsters of this platform would know, the midday streams is roughly around about 2 hours thereabout, no longer. It's just a short little snapshot reaction to a trending sort of interview or event within the Nigerian political paradigm. So that's what's happening now. So we're reacting now. Of course, the language still the whole of the Nigerian political landscape is subsumed by narratives of our coalition, article in play at the moment. So that is where the conversation is at the moment. So we're looking at a particular nuance that relates to that particular sort of going on within the Nigerian space. So we're going to be reacting to the article coalition from Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed Prism. So Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, who a lot of you would know, of course, was the running mate for Peter Obi in the last cycle of elections. He has come out now in a media interview to give his reactions to the coalitions going on. So we'll be reacting to that and we'll pick it up from here. But before we even go to that, make sure you are subscribed. If you are not already subscribed, please do. Make sure you are liking the stream. Please do that. If you want to come and join me on the screen, I'll post a hyperlink in a moment saying StreamYard. But yes, I welcome the conversation. But really, this is more of me reacting to what Yusuf Dati is putting out there. So let me actually just put the link. I'll put the link for anybody that wants to share thoughts as well. But but really, this is just me documenting, reacting then to Yusuf Dati coming out to speak on the article coalition. So there's that. So make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you've liked the stream. If you want to super chat towards the stream, use the dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section. Use the stars in the Facebook space. We're not getting sufficient enough of donations from Facebook. So if you are following us on Facebook, please buy stars and all that. If you are following us on YouTube, use the super chat function. So like, share, subscribe, super chat towards the stream. Click on the hyperlink that says stream. You have to come and join us on the screen. So let's just get straight into it. So it's an interaction between Charles Ayagolu and Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. So we pick it up from here.
Each ladder and lay into the battlements of the APC. So how choppy are Nigeria's political waters likely to be going forward? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, who is part of the new opposition coalition. How nice to see you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Charles.
And you look very relaxed and very fresh.
Thank you.
So, sorry, I'll try not to pause it too often, but I want you to really look at the physiological. I'm circling around his face right there. I want you to really look at the physiological makeup of this guy and try and form an association between this physiological look and any of the ethnic groupings that we have within Nigeria. So look at this guy's face and see if it's in tandem, if it looks similar to any of the ethnic groups that we have in Nigeria. I have a reason for saying that, and we get to that in a moment. But look very clearly at this guy's physiological makeup. Look at his face and see if it's is similar to any of the ethnic groupings that we have in Nigeria.
So clearly, optimism in the new arrangements.
When you start your questions, I want to know the new.
Well, let me ask you this question first, because we need to establish very clearly what is going on. Both you and Peter Obi have now unquestionably left the Labour Party and are now avowedly in the ADC. Is that right?
I can't speak for His Excellency Peter Obi. I'll speak for myself.
Well, he issued a statement saying he had left.
Well, then take his word for it. As for me, I have not left Labour Party.
Okay.
I am considering the coalition who have adopted ADC.
Right.
Now, don't consume the excitement and don't be consumed by the excitement. I can't speak for His Excellency Peter Obi. I'll speak for myself.
Well, he issued a statement saying he had left.
Well, then take his word for it. As for me, I have not left Labour Party.
Okay.
So that already belies the opening statement then, because Charles Ayaguli, of course, he told us that now a member of the coalition group. Are we even calling them a party? There's still no verb. There's still no adjective that qualifies really what this coalition is. Is it a group? Is it a political party? Is it a movement? What is it? We're not still clear on what it is. But whatever it is, Yusuf Dati then directly contrasting then Charles Anyagolo saying that he's still very much within the Labour Party space and he has not yet crossed over to the coalition. But that's just then that little chasm then between the interviewer and the interviewee.
Okay.
I am considering the coalition who have adopted ADC.
Right.
Now, don't consume the excitement and don't be consumed by the excitement. Okay, manage the excitement. Right now, it's all about excitement. Understandably so, because Nigerians are depressed as much as they are oppressed. So this excitement can easily consume everyone.
Right.
And what I'm saying is hold back, think critically, think very well. And before you fire another question, let me just say the opposition is right in all that it's doing. I agree wholeheartedly in coming together. The principles behind it, the objectives of it are all correct. But you're also playing somebody else's game. This game is Tinubu's game. And I am not praising him in any way whatsoever. But everyone must understand the situation as it were. Please be patient. Let me, in summary, narrate everything. President Buhari, after losing the third time, cried to the world that he's done with politics. And that's when it began. There are internal issues with Buhari, but the external ones are, that is when Tinubu saw the opportunity, bring him back into the fold after the 07 Atiku and the 11 Ribadu. Add the Southwest and the Tinubu influences to his existing 12 million votes. It was easy to convince Buhari to come back in any way because he carries a lot of baggage, who only survive from political donations. I'm sorry to say that's the truth. So...
all right, so hold that as a thought. So he's talking that because it's going the long route round to land at where is to land at the contemporary space that we occupy now. So it's taking us through a history lesson to bring us to what's landed us where we are now. And what these guys talking about is that the journey of Buhari that has landed us now at Tinubu APC and then the going on coalition, etc., etc. But what he is saying is that Buhari, he had no other space to go other than to contest that 2015 election because he has no other purpose in life. You know, he has enough money to live a reasonable life, They say he lives a very Spartan life, but he has no real core purpose. And his followership, all these people that ended up in government, the last 8 years of Buhari, all of those people, they have no other purpose in life. They have no other skill set other than to live off the Nigerian largesse. That is what he's saying. So these people, they have nothing else other than to be politician, being fed off the Nigerian state, living off the Nigerian sovereign wealth. So that is how Yusuf Dati described Buhari. So take that description that Yusuf Dati just gave, extrapolate it, and then place it now firmly within that coalition now. The people within the coalition of Atiku Abubakar, they have no other enterprise in life. Their life has no other purpose other than to be living off the largesse of the Nigerian state. Take Rotimi Amechi as a good example. Take El Rufai as an example. If we can take either one of those, but I pick one, and the story is the same. Rotimi Amechi, he was, I think he was a councillor or something. It was maybe a local government chairman, whatever, in River State. Transmitted from that to the state assembly, became the leader of that state assembly, went from the leader of that state assembly to being the governor of that state, served 2 terms as the governor of that state, and then went from the governor of River State to being the minister of transportation under Buhari administration. So that is a 30, 35, 40-year journey of Rotimi Amechi being a functionary of state, always been in a government position. So now, for the last 2 years now, so you've been, let's say for instance, let's let's imagine government as hard drugs. Let's imagine governance as cocaine. You have been sniffing cocaine for 30 years solid, and then suddenly, at just one moment in time, you just suddenly have to stop cold turkey. Suddenly, your body that's not used to hard. No, let's not even use cocaine. Let's use drinks, because cocaine is too. Let's say you've been an alcoholic. You've been drinking whiskey every single day for the last 40 years, and then suddenly the day comes, you'd suddenly have to stop entirely. So imagine the withdrawal symptoms. So that is what we're seeing going on with Rotimi Amechi, who has been in governance 30, 35, 40 years. El Rufai the same. He was the SCT minister under Obasanjo. It was this, that, and the other under Buhari. Under Buhari, he was a 2-term governor of Kaduna State. So from Obasanjo all the way through virtually to the last 2 years now, this guy has been living off the largesse of the Nigerian Central Bank. And then suddenly Tinubu throws him in the dustbin, and then he has no other purpose in life. So essentially, what Yusuf Dati is saying about the Buhari journey is equally applicable to what is going on with the coalition now. So I'll give you just just a little remind of what Yusuf Dati said.
Tinubu saw the opportunity, bring him back into the fold after the 07 Atiku and 11 Ribadu. Add the Southwest and the Tinubu influences to his existing 12 million votes. It was easy to convince Buhari to come back in any way because he carries a lot of baggage, who only survive from political donations. I'm sorry to say that's the truth. So Buhari just has to contest every election. Ever since the PTF days after the passing of Abacha, Buhari was removed from head of state without any trade whatsoever. So he and his can only live off a political system. But I'm not hitting at Buhari. Tinubu saw this opportunity, saw the weakness in Buhari, pumped a lot of money, brought his party machinery, and then injected his own agenda. That you go now, I'll make the name of being a kingmaker. I have made from councillor to governors. Now I want to make a president. If I make a president, I'll make myself a president. That is what happened. Coalition now is playing the scripts of Tinubu. I believe in the coalition. Don't get me wrong.
And that is exactly what right. Actually, the coalition is essentially playing the script of Tinubu. What they are trying to repeat now, this coalition, was what Tinubu did to Goodluck Jonathan 2015. But the only missing link, the sprinkled dust of magic touch that made that Tinubu, Buhari thing work against Goodluck Jonathan, they sprinkled dust of magic touch that made Tinubu succeed in getting rid of Goodluck Jonathan and replacing him with Buhari was Tinubu. So they don't have that magic touch. They don't have the brains. So there are two. There's a Yoruba word called Orisha. Orisha is a sort of a demi deity, is a deity of some form. So there are two orishas within the Nigerian political paradigm as it sits now. The two orishas are Buhari and Tinubu. These people, these are two elements, Buhari and Tinubu. They have a particular sort of unfathomable, indefinable sort of factor within them that propels them always to a win. You say Buhari lost several times before he became a winner. He won eventually. Tinubu has never lost. He always wins. So there is an X factor. And now what we're seeing now actually is the strongest hand of Atiku now being played. So this is Atiku showing his hand now. So this is Atiku's strongest push now in play. And already we've seen how he's playing. We've seen the characters. Look at the characters making up the coalition. You have Rotimi Amechi, one of the worst governors that River State has ever had. He looted the entirety of that state, only to go on then to loot the transportation ministry for 8 years solid. We all remember that event at the House of Assembly when they were calling this guy to account for the billions of dollars that he was transacting with the Chinese. That was Rotimi Amechi, and they couldn't account to the point that Femi Gbadabiamila, who was the Speaker of the House of Representatives, then had to come and rescue him. So we know that Rotimi Amechi is one of the worst looters in Nigeria's history. We also know the history of El Rufai, who ran a Muslim ticket in Kaduna State, and he was caught actually in an audio-visual event speaking in Hausa language, telling them in Kaduna State that they will superimpose Islam as the preeminence, and everybody in Kaduna State must subjugate themselves to Islam. And we also saw a Rufai in a television video, in a television studio interview, telling us then that it was paying Fulani bandits that were killing the Christians in southern Kaduna. So we know the court of the jib of El Rufai. Nobody in Nigeria does not know the history of Atiku Abubakar, Harley Burton and all that. He has a court judgment against him in America and all that. So these are the characters. El Rufai, Rotimi Amechi, Aregbesola, who is a very lost. Aregbesola is probably more of a religious extremist than El Rufai. All of the things he did in Osun State. So these are the characters now that are coalescing around the narrative that they want to rescue Nigeria from Tinubu. So that's where we are. But let's carry on.
Right. But you don't have to play the game the way he did.
Yeah, but what is the script?
The script is what I just narrated to you, Charles. Exactly how.
Yeah, but how does that relate
now, what
to
they
the
think,
opposition coalition?
What opposition is saying, again, I repeat, I'm in support of this opposition.
Right.
Now, there are structural misgivings in the coalition as it were today. Buhari was the distant anointed from the ab initio. The convener, Tinubu, already had it, and whoever he enrolled was, understand that Buhari is going and after him I will come. And you have to buy into that. However, it won't stop you from contesting.
Yeah, but
let me finish.
we already got there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
okay.
just that we haven't got
Now,
all the time
I'm
in the
saying
world, so I need to get
Buhari
to,
was a distant anointed.
right. You made that point.
This opposition does not have a distant anointed. So there will be a very close gap, and so there will be a very tight struggle, possibly
Right.
a not so clean primaries struggle for it. Now the question.
I only wish Charles Ayagolu will allow this guy to speak a little bit. You've invited him to come to your studio to share his thoughts. So let us hear those thoughts. Because Yusuf Dati is actually walking us on a journey. It was telling us then that under the APC arrangement, Buhari was already the candidate. So he was already the candidate even before the formation of the APC. So it's telling, and because Buhari is such an enigmatic sort of a figure within the Nigerian paradigm, especially within the northern space. It's almost like a pious deity. It's a deified figure within the northern space. So Buhari becoming the presidential candidate of the APC was already a foregone conclusion even before the APC was formed. But what Yusuf Dati is inviting is that this now new coalition, there are no foregone conclusions there. Yes, Atiku Abubakar is the front runner, of course, but Rotimi Amechi has already come out in the media space to signal his intentions to run, and he's playing the card of the South having their 8-year complement, and he's also making the resolve to only serve one term. So that's Rotimi Amechi already saying power must stay in the South. He wants to contest, and he will only serve one term and then hand over to the North in 2031. So that's Rotimi Amechi's position. He's come out publicly. Uh, uh, um, Peter Obi, who is also a member somewhat of the coalition by association, he has also put out a mission statement, a plea deal that he will only serve one term, that he actually only needs 2 years to fix Nigeria and turn it into Dubai. So Peter Obi has also put his foot forward as well with a one-term presentation proposal. And then Atiku, of course, he knows that 2027 is his last chance to ever be the Nigerian president. So there are no foregone conclusions as to who will be the flag bearer of the coalition. Ultimately, when the dust settles, it will still be Atiku Abubakar because he always ends up in his hands, but it's not as clear cut as Buhari was under the APC. So that is what Yusuf Dati is trying to get across. But Charles Ayagolu, because he's such an obedient, he doesn't want to listen to anything that does not promote the Peter Obi narrative.
The question is, what will the aftermath be?
So that your real concern is that there isn't someone who is very clearly going to wear the mantle of, if you like, presidential leadership.
Yeah, exactly.
In that coalition.
Exactly. Atiku almost cuts it, but it's not exactly there because Buhari is what I would call an outlier, an unusually high observation in a data set. That's what he was. Now, come to the next point. Again, I have said that there isn't a Buhari in the coalition. There isn't a Tinubu in this coalition. You don't have one.
And just to pause it there for a moment, that's what I was saying earlier on, that the Buhari Tinubu, they have star quality. They have a certain je ne sais quoi, as they say in France. As je ne sais quoi is something that is viscerally visible and felt, but but not unquantifiable and unidentifiable. So you see that you see it visually and you feel it viscerally, but you cannot identify it visually or quantify it in words. So that's what they call an X factor. So Tinubu, Buhari, they have an X factor, but none of the characters in play, none of these new age, newfangled chancers, none of them have an X factor. Star quality.
Okay. Now, let me finish. Let me finish. Now, the question is, what will the aftermath be? So the your real concern is that there isn't a Buhari in the coalition. There isn't a Tinubu in this coalition. You don't have one.
So that your real concern is that there isn't a Buhari in the coalition. So it's a
individual.
free for all, basically, is what you're
Exactly.
saying. Right.
You have the proverbs better than I do.
Yeah,
Why
but,
are you asking the questions?
but let's try and take it
Yeah.
systematically.
Yeah.
Okay, so that we understand exactly where you're going.
Yeah.
You attended that meeting yesterday.
Yes.
You've been attending coalition meetings.
I attended 3.
Right. Okay, but that suggests that there was something that was bringing you back.
There is something to Yusuf Dati Baba Ali. There's something to his body language that presents that is not entirely convinced by this coalition going on. It will all fall apart fairly swiftly. That coalition, it will hemorrhage within 2 weeks.
Back.
Yes.
And something that you're not entirely satisfied with in the Labour Party that you're currently still in.
Not so. You can never be 100% satisfied wherever you are. There are misgivings. I really, really wanted to bring Peter Obi back on the negotiating table with the leadership. I wanted everything sorted out, him to remain. Right. And I still, if I have a chance, I'll still do it.
So you're disappointed because he's now said that he's left. In fact, the Labour Party gave him a 48-hour ultimatum. They issued a statement.
You need to be very sure about that if he has left. You need to be very sure.
Well, on his Twitter handle, he said he was now in the ADC coalition.
Yes. Now, technically speaking, being in the ADC coalition does not mean you have left your party. Refer to the meeting of Tuesday night and the communique issued after that meeting. It doesn't say that you have left your own political party. And this is a legal point.
No, I'm not even talking about the ADC, what they've said. I'm talking about what is happening in the Labour Party,
yes.
Who essentially, I mean, the leadership, although there is a divided leadership, but the leadership gave him an ultimatum of 48 hours to resign. And subsequently, he issued a statement saying he had actually left. But let's not get bogged down.
Let's get
yeah,
to the
I mean, what I need to understand, because there are a lot of people.
You know, there's something afoot here that I want to bring to your attention. So Peter Obi is romanticizing with the coalition, and the coalition is flirting with him as well. So there's a certain "I want you, I love you" sort of there's a "come to me," there's a beckoning from the coalition to Peter Obi, and Peter Obi is effusing sort of wants to go in that direction as well. So Peter Obi is fraternizing, flirting, and romanticizing with the coalition, and the Labour Party now has given him a 2-day ultimatum to either stay firm or get out completely. So Peter Obi then is put out now on his Twitter handle, according to Charles Anyagolo. I've not verified that, but I'm going off the pronouncement of the host of this interview that we're watching. So Peter Obi now has told us now that he has left the Labour Party. So if Peter Obi leaves the Labour Party, and then where does he go next? He can only really go to the coalition unless he goes to go and join El Rufai at the SDP. And El Rufai, of course, already virtually left the SDP as well. So now, if Peter Obi leaves the Labour Party, which he has done, and he ends up at the coalition, there is the chances of Peter Obi securing that coalition presidential ticket is between slim and none. So that's that, and I think you all know that. I don't think there's too much of an argument about that. The chances of Peter Obi getting the presidential, because the presidential ticket of that coalition belongs to Atiku Abubakar, I think we all know that. So now, even the chances of Peter Obi getting the vice presidential slot within that coalition is even slim, because Rotimi Amechi, who is one of the front runners of that coalition, he has presidential ambitions, and if he's ever going to surrender his presidential ambitions, he's never going to surrender the vice presidential slot, because he's after political relevance, and of course then he's not going to surrender those 2 slots. So there's a very good chance that Peter Obi would leave the Labour Party, which is telling us he has then done, he has already done. he will end up at the coalition, but then within that coalition, it will still end up with nothing because the ticket that the coalition is going to be presenting will be an Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi sort of a ticket. And I'm not sure that Atiku even wants Peter Obi as a vice president anyway, because it will be unmanageable because of the noise that surrounds him, all these wild animals that he has within his movement. So I'm not sure that Atiku wants that smoke. So Atiku is happy to settle for him being head and Rotimi Amechi. But if Peter Obi leaves the Labour Party, ends up at the coalition, it gets played at the coalition the same way he was played at the PDP 2014 thereabouts. If he gets played in the same way that he was played at the PDP, was he in the last cycle of yes, before he ran to the Labour Party? If he gets played in that similar manner, um, Peter Obi will end up in the middle of the creek without a paddle. So he will be out of a party. He cannot go back to Labour Party. He is within the coalition. He cannot leave it because the time slot does not allow anymore. The presidential slot and the vice presidential slot has been filled, and he's now left there with his 2, 3 million, 4 million followership, lacking direction. So where do they go next? Peter Obi, there's a very good chance that he will be the biggest loser in this three-dimensional chess play that is playing out now within this latest paradigm at the moment. So they will pull him out of the Labour Party, pull him into the coalition, abandon him in some back row seat somewhere, and then he has no political direction. So that is a possibility. I'm just theorizing, no, but if you look at the landscape, there's every possibility that is very much a possibility.
Who listen to you
Yes.
and want to know what your perspective is on this. And you said you had attended at least 3 meetings and you were there for that ADC sort of
Charles,
moment.
Labour Party deserves better than being walked away from.
Yeah, but the Labour Party
Party
seemed to be walking away from you, not you walking away from them.
No. Labour Party deserves better than being walked away from. Despite all misgivings, we know the hands that are playing each and every party. This is a party that scored, by our own count, over 10 million votes. This is a party that defeated APC and PDP together, irrespective of what the law courts said.
Yeah, but nobody was really taking the Labour Party seriously until you and Peter Obi turned up.
Yes, and equally,
so people are voting for Peter Obi, and they said that they would follow him. The obedient movement have said they'll follow him wherever he goes. So it doesn't really matter what it is.
All individuals in their own rights do have their followers in certain given measures. But in any way, you caught me right in my explanation. Maybe you can bring me back where I was.
Well, I mean, the point I'm trying to make and to understand is the fact that you're essentially saying that there is now a division between yourself and Peter Obi.
No.
Political division.
You guys are too good. Charles.
Well, I'm just trying to understand it. If I'm wrong, let me know.
Don't give the wrong information out there.
Right.
I am very, very much in sync with Peter Obi.
Because there are people who are looking forward.
Yes.
In fact, some people have already started saying on social media that the only ticket that is going to work with this new, I'm just trying to find where I actually made that note. They said the only chance this ADC coalition has of properly challenging and possibly removing President Tinubu from office in 2027 is 1, if they zone the presidency to a southerner, and 2, if Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed become the joint ADC ticket for 2027.
But that would make no sense. If Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti Yusuf the Mauritanian, this guy here, if Peter Obi and this Mauritanian guy, if they end up as the joint ticket of the ADC, it still has no meaning. It's a rinse and repeat of our 2023. It's no different from 2023 because that was the ticket that ran still in 2023. So if Atiku drops his ambition to back Peter Obi, where does Atiku's vote go? That's the thing. Because if they present a Yusuf Dati Peter Obi ticket under the ADC, under the coalition, then the only thing that changes then is that Atiku surrenders his ambition to back Peter Obi. But then where does Atiku's vote go? That's the thing. If Atiku is not in play, where does his vote go? I will pretend to surmise. I will pretend to surmise that Atiku Abubakar's votes largely will go to Tinubu because the affinity, the trust, the alignment of the instincts of whoever votes for Atiku Abubakar aligns more with somebody like Tinubu than Peter Obi. So if Atiku is not in play, they are more than reticent to place their trust with somebody like Tinubu than Peter Obi, which they have a visceral distrust for reasons of antecedent and for reasons of Peter Obi being an ethnic jingoist, and more to it for reasons of Peter Obi being a Southeasterner and an instinctual distrust of the Southeasterner by the Northerners. So if Atiku is not in play, Atiku's votes would not go to Peter Obi largely. It will go to Tinubu. But we carry on.
That's what people have already started saying. So they're going to be monstrously disappointed.
No. You have this power, Charles, of trying to.
Well, it's not a power. I don't have any power.
I can admit today you're somehow dominating this conversation.
No, please. And that's not the intention.
It's like I'm interviewing you. It's like I'm the one interviewing you.
No, we want to hear from you. Please go ahead.
Right. There's a great deal of excitement, which I think we should not be swept away by in this coalition. You have key players. Peter Obi, I'll call him first. Amechi, Atiku, and maybe Nasiru El-Rufai. And they've come together from diverse backgrounds with a variety of interests. And out of these three, you can imagine that.
So they've come together largely with a variety of interests. So understand what's being said there. It said I'm going to just tap it back just for about 30 seconds thereabout because hold on, where is it? I'm going to tap it back just about 30 seconds thereabout because I need you to hear again what he said. He said they've come together under a variety of interests. So what Yusuf Ali Baba, what Yusuf Dati, this Mauritanian guy on your screen, what is actually saying is that there is no ideological underpinning, there is no directional cohesion within that space, other than a visceral dislike, hatred for Tinubu. That's the one thing that aligns them, and a real blood-fanged thirst for power. So it's a hunger for power and a hatred for Tinubu. Those are the two underpinnings of this coalition. As Yusuf Dati already admits, then there is no ideological alignment amongst any of the elements. Peter Obi sells himself as a pro-people sort of a politician. Atiku Abubakar presents himself as a venture capitalist, oligarchical sort of a politician. El-Rufai is an ethnic, religious, jingoistic sort of a politician, as is Rauf Aregbesola, also a religious, jingoistic sort of a politician. So there is no alignment in terms of ideological thrust amongst all of the elements that are coalesced under this coalition, other than two things: hunger for power and a visceral dislike of our Tinubu
coalition. You have key players. Peter Obi, I'll call him first. Amechi, Atiku, and maybe Nasiru El-Rufai. And they've come together from diverse backgrounds with a variety of interests. And out of these three, you can imagine that Atiku, Obi, and Amechi clearly are front runners in this. It makes me think, how will the contest be?
That's a good point.
Because they are very close in the race, very, very close in the race. What will the aftermath of this contest be? That's why I made the analogy, the example with the Buhari case, who was a distant outlier very distant from the pack. All these three are very close together. Now, will two others still remain in the coalition if one takes it? Now, you're right. Let's come back to this on.
And that is the question right there. So the primaries of the coalition is going to be the bloodiest event yet politically that Nigeria has yet ever experienced. So whoever ends up with that ticket, a lot of people will live out of bitterness. If we end up with an Atiku Obi ticket, Rotimi Amechi is gone. If we end up with Obi El-Rufai ticket, Atiku and Rotimi Amechi, they are gone. They have nothing else to be interested. Atiku and Rotimi Amechi, they don't really care about Tinubu that much in terms of the level of hate. What they care more about is them becoming president. So if the window finally shuts against Atiku to ever become president, he's no longer interested. Off he pops back to Abu Dhabi. So he's away to Abu Dhabi. Rotimi Amechi will end up in the middle of wherever. I think he lives in Canada, really, because that's where he hides his money. He will end up with Canada, drawing sad faces with that sourpuss sort of face that he draws. He will end up in Canada pulling sad faces, but he'll not. So whoever gets that ticket in the coalition, there'll be a lot of hemorrhaging because a lot of these characters, they are more in it for the presidency than anything else. The only outlier within that coalition space is El-Rufai, who's just there for hatred and revenge against Tinubu. He knows he's not going to be president. He will try very hard for a vice presidential slot, but he's there more as an act of hatred for Tinubu. So Yusuf Datti speaking somewhat a little bit of sense.
Written understanding in Nigerian presidential politics, North 8, South 8, the rotation. I'm speaking from experience because I was directly involved, and it was part of my campaign speeches in 2022-23. Did you realize in 1819, from the two major parties, not a single Southerner even bought the INEC form for presidency? What does that say? Respect, brotherhood, gentlemanness, and all these things. And of course, Atiku contested in PDP and he won. It was not a question. Buhari was the candidate of APC and, Buhari took the day eventually. Come 2022-23, Atiku was still on the tickets. And now Peter Obi came out from the south and contested. Amechi contested and came second in APC, second to Tinubu, who is also from the south. So you see three leading candidates. 2027, the default position thinking also is that it should be from the south. So if Atiku takes it, how will Amechi and Peter Obi take it? Now, for the Peter...
So that's the question right there. Because Rotimi Amechi has come out to say that he intends to run for president. He only wants to serve one term, but he feels that the power rotation on written agreement should be adhered to, that the South has to serve 2 terms. So Tinubu serves 1 term, and either Tinubu completes his 2nd term or another southerner comes in to serve an additional 1 term. But however the mix is, the power has to stay in the South for 8 years. So that's Rotimi Amechi's position. That is also Peter Obi's position. Peter Obi has come out with a proposal to say that he's only going to serve 1 term if he gets that if he's elected president. So Peter Obi has said that as well. So 2 of the front elements of the coalition have come out to say that power must retain in the South and then go back to the North in 2031. So that's the Peter Obi position. That's the Rotimi Amechi position. So now, if the ticket then ends up in Atiku Abubakar's hand, how does Peter Obi then play that, and how does Rotimi Amechi play that? Because of course we know that Peter Obi, he has more bendy what is it, bendy vessels than a worm. It twists and turns like an eel, like an eel fish. He is always bending and twisting and turning and bending over and whatever. So how is he going to bend that one round is the question. If Atiku ends up with that coalition ticket, which almost certainly he will, how does Peter Obi and Rotimi Amechi then play that? That is the question being posited by this Mauritanian guy on your screen.
Obi and Atiku, together, they were either rigged out or defeated in 19. Apart, they were either rigged out or defeated in 2023. You come back together, hey guys, who are you playing with? Is this a joke? And the way I take Peter Obi, I think he is much, the position of VP is very big anyway. I wanted to be and I was rigged out. But I think Peter Obi should not be a VP, having gotten a disputed 10 million votes.
So now that was Yusuf Datti then speaking to his own personal ambitions right there. He's saying Peter Obi should not get the VP ticket because it's too big for the VP post. But Peter Obi is not too big for anything. No, Peter Obi just wants political power in whichever form and at the highest possible level that he can get it. Peter Obi, mentally, within his own mind, he has already subordinated himself to Atiku Abubakar because he knows that that is the only ticket that can really challenge the Tinubu space. He knows that as a standalone, he cannot challenge Tinubu. Atiku as a standalone cannot challenge Tinubu. But Atiku, with Peter Obi as his man Friday, they can challenge Tinubu. Peter Obi knows that. Atiku knows that. The whole of the Nigerian political landscape, they know that. So Peter Obi has already mentally subordinated himself to Atiku Abubakar. But how he's then able to sell that to his followership is the biggest hurdle he has to surmount. You know, because of course he has built his narrative around dismantling the structures of corruption, etc., etc. So if he subordinates himself now to Atiku Abubakar, that moral high ground that he has tried to build his narrative around, it falls completely. He has no moral authority anymore to speak to either ending corruption or bad governance or anything if he subordinates himself to Atiku Abubakar. So that's the real hurdle then that the political landscape of opposition has to surmount.
Now you're starting to understand what I mean.
But he has made it clear.
Now it is all about, listen, it is all about a narrative that was sold out to Nigeria very quickly. That to defeat Tinubu, it has to be our coalition. Coalition is good. But when in 2023 we defeated APC PDP, there was no coalition in Labour Party. The real coalition we need is in the ballot box.
Yeah, but that's
not a coalition. Not a coalition. Let's stop that. But please let me get to my my point. The real coalition is of votes at the ballot box, you protect them all the way to declaration. You present a coalition of politicians, you open the flanks for being attacked that they're geriatrics and everything that you said about this. And you open the flanks for APC to be talking their jargon. When APC has worse than what they're saying about ADC.
You know, this Yusuf Dati Ali is actually a lot more politically astute than I've ever given him credit for. He's a lot more politically because he's reading the landscape, and you can hear the undertone of quiverings, the hesitation and the worry that you're hearing in his quivering voice is to tell you then that this permutation does not permutate to removing Tinubu. So that is essentially that undercurrent of concern that you're hearing in his voice.
So in reality, what you need are the votes for a credible candidate, for a credible ticket.
Yeah, I think
there is no law
concedes that.
There is no law, there is no principle which says that it must be a coalition. Now, that is the narrative that I kept saying. If you are challenging this narrative, you need to be careful. And if you're invited to a coalition, like I was, no level of firmness should tell you that don't go into that. Go and at least listen, see what they're doing. If you agree, continue. If you don't, do what your alternatives are. That is the thing.
But you went there. You went there several times. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I mean it's a dialogue. It's not a sort of monologue. I mean, you went there several times.
Yes.
You went there 3 times. So something must have attracted you back to listen to them.
Attraction.
What I'm trying to understand is what is the guiding principle of this ADC opposition coalition beyond wanting President Tinubu to be removed from office? What is it about its philosophy that attracted you to it? And is there an overriding cause that kindles a sort of fire in your heart that you think is in the best interest of Nigeria?
There are 2 questions here. One is for David Mark, Senator David Mark. What the principles and everything, please let him explain those things to you.
But I thought you guys were discussing it at your meeting.
We are. That is typically a question for the party leaders to answer you. The second question you ask is what is the driving, attracting me? Yeah. The attraction in ADC, which I still believe in the coalition, I believe in and are very likely to work with them, is that coming together is good, especially to chase out APC.
Yeah, but you just said that you don't believe that the way to get rid of the president is through coalition.
No.
I mean, you said that a minute.
The narrative was that they have sold it out to Nigeria that the only way to defeat Tinubu or APC is coalition, and that is wrong. A clean political party fielding the right candidate will beat APC hands down, even in the presence of a coalition.
Well, let me make this point, okay? I mean, there is nothing...
Did you get me? Did you understand
I understand
me?
What you mean, but...
Let me say it again, please.
But no, I understood what you said. There is nothing stopping the Labour Party from fielding a presidential candidate.
Good.
There's nothing stopping the PDP. You're saying, I mean, nobody ever said they were going to be stopped.
Right, but I was talking to you about the narrative.
Yeah.
Which has gone on that is leading to the excitement we saw yesterday.
But that's okay. That's for them. They're the ADC.
Yes.
They are a coalition.
Yes.
And it is their job to promote their coalition.
Yes.
But I completely agree with you that that's a way. It's not the way. I mean, there are other ways. So I don't want to get bogged down in sort of that.
Yes, this conversation is going, it's becoming like a chitter chatter. But
but
do you know that, for example, if Wike were to finish destroying the PDP and leave,
right?
PDP could go and join this coalition. Do you know that's possible?
Well, it depends on if the coalition want the PDP to join.
Of course, they will welcome. Of course, they will. And later, if Labour Party decides they're inspired to join the coalition,
right?
They are very well welcome to join. That is why it's called a coalition. When they join the coalition, then they will say our platform is ADC. see.
Right. Okay. Well.
I hope this is very clear.
I understand that, but let me.
I hope this is very clear.
All right. We'll watch this on for another 10 minutes or so, and then if anybody wants to come in, we start to build conversations. We'll watch it for another 10 minutes. If anybody wants to come in, come in. If nobody comes in, we'll watch it for another 15, 20 more minutes, and then we'll call it a day.
And it even sounds better that you go about in your PDP, keep calm. This elephant in the China ware shop, let him finish destroying, go and move into APC, and then come and say, look, here we are for the coalition. That's PDP, go and take themselves. And Labour Party, for any reason, we don't want to take the risks of letting Tinubu win again. And we think it is safer to join this coalition. They are welcome.
Yeah. But
it's even more powerful.
Right. I agree. But
being in Labour Party or PDP now is really not anti-coalition.
But let me work on the premise of the point that you made earlier, which is that you are willing to work with the coalition.
Correct.
And that you are likely going to work with the coalition.
Correct.
Did you feel a bit strange being in the same room and professing to be in the same coalition with so many politicians who you were ranged against in 2023 and who you and Mr. Obi felt were a corrosive influence on this country?
Yes, it was simply unbelievable. Believe me, I'm still gasping for air. I mean, I remember, with due respect, I remember Nasiru El-Rufai dancing his eyes around and saying, if the heavens will come down to earth, Bola Ahmed Tinubu must be sworn in as president. I remember that clearly.
I remember that as well.
And I remember him walking out of the Senate. And I remember them saying that, look, the same APC he did, they said that there's a security file on him. He can't be a minister. I also remember in less than a year later, he wants to kick out.
No, let him finish that statement.
I remember everything that's between El-Rufai and so many other leaders that he now goes to kneel down and greet again. I'm gasping for air. I don't understand what is going on. There are people who have been in this government for 24 years. They've been out of it only 2 years, and they are crying and shouting, we must throw this.
And that is the coalition right there, from a voice from within making a confession. Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed, he's gasping for air at the incredulity of this same El-Rufai, who barely 2 years ago was telling us that he will burn Nigeria down if Tinubu is not sworn in as president, now telling us that he will burn Nigeria down if Tinubu gets re-elected. So what has changed? What has changed is that Tinubu abandoned him. He used him and dumped him like a side chick. So that's the El-Rufai narrative. This same, in fact, that's the narrative of all of them. Take Aregbe who tried to play Tinubu 2023, God played himself. He, so that's the narrative. It's a coalition, it's a convergence, it's an amalgamation of disgruntled politicians. I have to play you that. Hillary Clinton. I have to play you that Hillary Clinton clip again because it comes in here.
Donald Trump wasn't the only one making questionable statements tonight. Listen to Secretary Clinton at a fundraiser here in New York.
Be grossly generalistic. You can put half of Trump's supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
So there it is right there. So that's what Yusuf Datti was telling you then. A basket of this. Look at that. That's Iretiki Ngigbe right there. That's the Mauritanian Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed. That is the Sokoto man Tambuwal. That is the I am not desperate to be president from Oka, Peter Obi. That is Aregbe Shola, who has now trying to adopt the Yemsen Wike having a band following him around. And I'm not quite sure who these last two are, but essentially what you're looking at there, right on your screen, is a basket of the deplorables.
Government out. I have been in parliament only 4 years and 8 months, and I'm as happy as I can be. I believe I can defeat President Tinubu very, very comfortably. I have never been in the executive, and so many things. I have never issued any government contract, unless if they want to lie at me. There's nothing. I take people to EFCC. They don't take me to EFCC. Yeah, but we're in the same room with people that I never imagined will be. And I doubt what people can do for power. This underscores why I say we should not be misled, consumed by this excitement.
Yeah.
Because, as they say in English, when the chips are down and it's time to do primaries, what kind of primaries is Atiku going to do with an Amechi? You know how Atiku does primaries, mercilessly. I remember those dollars flying. Well, we're in the same coalition, but in Port Harcourt, I remember the dollars flying. Remember, I'm with Atiku. Atiku, I'm with you. Please, if you're hearing me, we're in the same coalition. And then what kind of primaries are they going to do? Am I going to deceive myself, okay, that all is going to be well in this ADC? The beginning of good governance if you run good primaries.
So what are you then hoping to get out of this new?
There is absolutely no chance of a good primaries being run by this coalition. If and when Peter Obi formally announces himself as a member of that coalition, it will be outplayed. You know, Rotimi Amechi is 10 times richer than Peter Obi, not through endeavor, but because he was able to loot more than Peter Obi was only able to loot from Anambra State. But Rotimi Amechi, he looted from the richest state in Nigeria, which is River State, and he looted from the one of the most juicy parastatals ministries in Nigeria, which is the transportation ministry. So he had access to more public money. So he was able to loot 10 times more than Peter Obi was able to loot in Anambra State. So Rotimi Amechi, and his looting is recent as well. So Rotimi Amechi is 10 times richer than Peter Obi. So when it comes to the primaries, it will outspend him. And it's always money that delivers the ticket at the primaries. Atiku is also quite wealthy. So if it comes to the coalition primaries, unless they agree to concede it, and they will not concede it, of course, because the egos within that coalition are so big that nobody wants to subordinate to the other. Atiku would never subordinate his ambition to Peter Obi. That would never happen. I think the most ardent, obedient even concedes that Atiku would never subordinate his ambition to Peter Obi. Rotimi Amechi would never subordinate his ambition to Peter Obi or Atiku Abubakar. So they will say they are throwing it open and let it play out. And if they throw it open to let it play out, it is the dollars that will make the decision. And if it is the dollars that will make the decisions, both Rotimi Amechi and Atiku Abubakar, they are 10 times richer than Peter Obi, because they were able to access money at the federal level, and Peter Obi was only able to steal from Anambra State.
Coalition in terms of political capital, because you are a politician. I mean, are you?
Can I stop you? Can I stop you?
Let me just make this.
No. I need to stop you.
Are you just going to sacrifice the millions of votes that you and Peter Obi got? I mean, to politicians who may not share your philosophy or that of the obedient movement?
Every 4 years, I save my leave allowances. At the end of those 4 years, I go to buy a certain nomination form. I am not a politician, and I'm saying it again in TV. I am not your typical Nigerian politician, but I do politics. For the sake of my country, I can go to war. What is there in doing politics? So I am not a politician. People have told me to stop saying it, but I'm saying it. I hate the lies that go around. I hate the deception and all those things that happen, because it is not me to do those kind of things. So your question, that's why I wanted to stop you. I am not a politician. Yeah, I do politics.
Right. But what I asked you is,
yeah,
I understand that. But when you go in to politics, which you're in, the assumption is that you're going in for a particular reason.
Yes.
And my question was, what are you hoping to get out of this new coalition in terms of political capital?
What I'm hoping to get is to get the leadership for Nigeria that will solve all our problems. Solve the problems of insecurity, be it anybody, I don't have to call names. I'm ready to support.
Right.
I'm ready to kill my ambition at any time. My ambition is Nigeria to be good.
But if the
I can go back to the classroom.
Right.
If Buhari had provided good governance since then, I would never have bothered myself. If there are signs that Tinubu will ever practice what is good governance, but there is no way. The political capital I'm looking for is good governance to emerge.
Right.
Peace, prosperity, and security for Nigeria. If that is done, life is easier where I am in the classroom.
But obviously there's a route to getting.
There is a route to getting it, and that route is terrible. That route is not good. That route cleans out any morality in most people that are not strong enough to protect themselves in it. You come out, go through terrible party process, terrible primaries, horrendously expensive general elections. Okay? At the end of it all, instead of you being able to transform the system has transformed you. Don't say that I'm attacking one individual, please. What happened to Buhari? That they became so corrupt? It's because they allowed the political system to consume them. And then they became the typical corrupt leaders. Insecurity was promoted, profligacy, complacency in everything that you know. And again, what we're suffering today in Nigeria is you have the practitioners of insecurity, and then those are out there in the underworld. Then you have the actual, real terrorists and bandits out speaking in public. Whoever comes out to say after the Benue killings that this government has fought insecurity is a terrorist.
Right.
Whoever is saying that the government has fought insecurity in the Northwest is a bandit. While those who are actually doing the banditry are only bandit practitioners. Those who are killing out there are terror practitioners. How can you kill 200 people and no one has been arrested?
Well, they said they've arrested some people.
Before that, how many people were killed?
Well,
the ones in Plateau, have they arrested anyone?
Right.
The ones in Kebbi, have they arrested anyone?
But I just want to return
hundreds and thousands. That
I understand that because a lot of people are aware of what you're talking about.
Yes.
The question is, how do you then hold that government to account and, if you like, get it out of office if you think they're not doing well? And that brings us back to the coalition.
Yes.
And my question is, in the circumstances that you find yourself in that coalition,
yes,
would you be supportive if Atiku Abubakar or Nasir El-Rufai or Rotimi Amechi or Peter Obi emerges as the presidential candidate? Or would you have some principles that you think some of them would violate and which you simply wouldn't support?
First of all, I need to see very clean, very transparent primaries taking place. I say two things. It needs to be clean, it needs to be transparent. Take place. Will that happen? I don't know. I'm a good team player. And at the end of the day, there's only so much you human can do. I was in Port Harcourt. I was the 12th aspirant in Port Harcourt. And I served as chairman of research and strategy in the PDP 2018-19. Credibly, I served. I was, because I didn't want a presidential contest coming from the North in 2023, I thought of contesting governorship until when I saw the kind of primaries that were to be held. And I pulled out. The next day, Peter Obi pulled out of PDP. That's what happened. So to answer your question, if I'm in the coalition and a candidate emerges, I will readily emerges based on the kind of acceptable practices that should happen to me. I will gladly work with that person. I will support that person.
And that person doesn't have to be Peter Obi, who you ran with in 2023.
It doesn't have to be. If Peter Obi is with me in Labour Party, or we all decide to go back and stay back in Labour Party and contest, I'm with him by default. By default. If he contests in coalition and he wins it, I'll give him the support. It's left for him. I told him way back in I gave him 3 names. One of which is Nasir El-Rufai. That if you want to take this guy, from all indications, this is where he's coming. 2 years ago, I had predicted El-Rufai was headed this way. And there are many correct calculations that I did that have come true. Which I don't
when
have
you say
enough
El-Rufai, you mean that Peter Obi is considering?
No.
running
I'm saying
so
he will
come
into some form of a coalition,
right,
and try to play the kind of role that he's playing today.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me. I mean, we're almost out of time, and we've gone beyond.
Yeah, I don't know how this conversation went.
We've gone beyond. I mean, we're almost at 40 minutes. Just very briefly, are you concerned that there are no serving governors from the PDP or Labour who have joined this coalition? I mean, Bala Mohammed or Sheyi Makinde or Peter Mba or Alex Oti, the governors of APGA or NNPP, none of them are in it. I mean, does that weaken that coalition?
It doesn't. What happened in 2022? First of all, what happened in 2022?
Just very briefly.
Yeah, very briefly.
There's another question I want to ask
all right.
before we have to
These things do happen spontaneously. 1998, after Abacha's passing away, the formation of PDP and all those. 2022, May, when Peter Obi left and joined and Labour Party, and it happened, and all the things that happened. About the same is likely to happen again. So you and I are speaking a bit too early.
All right. Okay. I think that's enough of that. I think we get the gist of what he has to say, and because we are under the pressure of time as well, I will end it there. I think that's probably the bulk of what he does have to say. But I've been referring to this character, this pig-nosed chancellor, this pig-nosed chancellor on the screen right there. I've been referring to him as a Mauritanian, and a lot of you may be questioning why I would say such a thing, somebody vying to be the vice president of Nigeria. This guy right here is not a Nigerian. He is from Mauritania. He's birthed in Nigeria. He was born in Nigeria, but his ancestral lineage is Mauritanian. So his father is a Mauritanian, by the way, by birth and lineage. And he was just by happenstance born in Nigeria, he and his siblings. So that doesn't make him a Nigerian. Any more than that makes me an Englishman. I was born in a place called Wallingford in Oxfordshire. That doesn't make me an Englishman. I'm an Oyo-Alafin man. That is my presentation. That is my progenation. As this guy is a Mauritanian. So this is his history. Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed stems from an influential familiar and tribal lineage. His ancestors hail from Hassaniya tribe in Mauritania. So the guy is a Mauritanian, not a Nigerian. So that's that. So, and another thing that I just wanted to highlight quickly is a sense of deja vu rather than a sense of novelty. This coalition going on is essentially a rinse and repeat. This was still a move made by Obasanjo back in the day. In 2018, Obasanjo-led coalition adopted ADC but collapsed before election. So there's a sense of deja vu to it all. What Atiku is playing out is essentially his daddy's script. We've seen Obasanjo play this move as well. So that's that. And then the other thing, let me send you this. Dupsy is coming back, and she's coming back with a bang. June the 4th. Is it June the 4th? Yes. Or July rather the 4th, the Independence Day of America. Dupsy baby comes out, and she's speaking to matters family related. So click on that link in the comment section there, bookmark it. Dupsy baby will be coming out later on today, ably assisted by the elegant Chioma. So click on that link and dial your senses then towards Dupsy baby's stream for later. So do that. So do make sure you click on that link. By the way, Dupsy wants you to be around. So there's that. Let me play the Kegite music, and then we'll see if a panel assembles, and then we'll see if we have somewhat of a session. But first, as always, the Kegites.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o.
All right, we're going to stop the Kegite music just halfway through, just really because of the pressure of time. Get the assembled in, start the conversation. Gentlemen, as you come in, we're a strict adherence to a 5-7 minutes monologue, really because of the pressure of time. Joining us, of course, the erudite voice of Soli. That's Soli right there. Awo is with us, always a delight when he's here. Solomon, almost been a year or so. That's Niger man right there. The elegance that is Baba T, and of course AY. So that's the assembled so far. So gentlemen, the politics now is hitting up quite aggressively at the moment, and alliance is taking shape, and the shape of our 2027 is starting to emerge. Yusuf Datti comes out to tell us what his nuance is of the political play. Your thoughts? We kick it off with our king, who joins us for the first time. Solomon, you're up first.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good
Salam
afternoon, everybody.
Alpha.
Walaikum salam. Yeah. Um. Already, the politics has already started in Nigeria, which I'm not really happy about it too. But this is like one of my favorite periods in Nigeria was the start to play the politics. Even though the president hasn't tried in the economy, the way he has just been going about the economy, the hardship in the country is too much. But it is what it is. So these things now that is going on about this correlation of the team is really it makes me laugh sometimes. But at the same time, it's still a good development. Only if some key people, there are people that needs to be in that correlation. That then for me to believe that yes, that correlation will be fruitful. Like it's going to bring out a really good result. But as it is now, I've not really seen those people apart from maybe like Obi. Yeah, even though he's not going to be the president, Obi is not going to be the flag bearer of that correlation. Take it to anywhere. Anybody can argue this, but that is just the fact. Obi cannot be the flag bearer of that correlation.
Only an idiot will think that if Atiku is there, how can Obi get this? Only an idiot will think that Obi will get the ticket.
So not just because Atiku is there, but because Obi can't. He has already the things he did in the last election. And you see, this is hypocrisy. Even if they are saying now that this is a correlation, that yes, is something that is that they were supposed to have done in the past election, but because of greed and personal, selfishness, they have to neglect this process now. This is just like medicine after death. But I just hope to see how they would be able to grab this to get into a show rock with the way they are going now. And when I talk about key people, yeah, people who have the number, because politics at the end of the day is the number. Even if we know that they are rigging and all that, but at least people who have that followership and very strategic followership, they are the likes of Kwankwaso. Is when for me to believe this correlation will work now is when somebody like Kwankwaso is part of that, fully part of this correlation, then I will say yes, and this correlation is going to really, really work. But for now, they are
Buhari
just joking.
Buhari as well. So those are two spaces that I'm looking to see where how they come out. How Buhari comes out, and of course where Kwakwanso goes is going to be two big factors.
Yeah, yeah. So if Kwakwaso still have people, because Kwakwaso to me is the real politician in Nigeria here. Let's let's just be honest with ourselves, because you see how grassrooted he is, like in Kano, how like the people are ready to do anything for him to make sure that he's there, because he has his people at heart, and he's very, very grassrooted in his own politics. So he has the support no matter what, and down to Jigawa, even like the north, then people that are with him like Buba Galadima. Even though Buba Galadima this morning had an interview with Arise, is it Arise or so, and he said the coalition is. I know those statements are just political statements. Tomorrow you can't say never. But Kwankwaso is not really pointing out the direction he's going to now, but he's I know that he's already, because he's a very smart man. People around him are very one man. They are smart people. To be honest with you, there are people I really respect, and I know how smart they are. So their permutation now, they're already doing their calculations, knowing the best move for them, because he will want to take it to the bank. This next after this 2027, if a Southerner should come out in this 2027, but like from 2031, Kwankwaso is likely, when the North want to bring out a candidate, Kwankwaso is likely going to be the president of Nigeria from the North, for real. So him, he's a very smart man. He's going to try to see how possible for him, how will he will really be in that federal space, not even fully as the president, but as the vice president. So that speculation of him being the vice president to Tinubu is a very welcoming development. It's something that if Tinubu should really take that move, this coalition, they are just wasting their time. To be honest with you, if Kwankwaso should be the vice president to Tinubu in this next election, you know that Tinubu is coming back again, and coming back, I would say maybe for good anyway. But for this correlation, for now, I just see them as jokers. Amechi, yes, look at the interview he had yesterday, and the way he was just talking. He was not even really, his mouth was not really strong. L5, these people, they are just there. They are just trying, you see, they are playing disgraceful politics. Politics that I just feel like their time is already up. To be honest with you, their time is already up.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Solomon. I want to move it fairly quickly because just because of the pressure of time, I want to get through every voice, and then I may just leave and let you guys carry on. But I want to be here for everybody to speak. We move it on next. We go to Solly, from Solly to Babati, and then we'll move it on AY, etc., etc. Solly, you're up next. So, are the politics starting to heat up? Your thoughts? Yusuf that it comes out.
One man, there's no heat. Everything is ice cold. In fact, Tinubu should not even campaign. He has won already. Bunch of clowns. They are so disappointing. All of them, they are just bringing their bowl like Bambiala. All of them thinking of only what they will benefit. Is that how to run things? What do they have to offer each other? Nothing. The jackals, the hyenas, they've come together to try and challenge very funny set of people, so disgraceful. So this is worse than 20. You know, they even tried in 2023. One man, Tinubu should not campaign just to show them how terrible they are. He should not campaign, but he will, sha. But I wish he won't, and he will still win because his grassroots structure. If he now adds it with Kwankwanso's grassroots structure, he's finished. Bunch of clowns. What disappoints me is Nigerians in Nigeria are not ready. It's very yes. And if you say something like this now, they will get angry at you. They will say, hey, what are we supposed to do? Look, it's your life. You are not supposed to be waiting for somebody to come and do something for you. You are supposed to stand up. If they shoot you with rubber bullets, then why? You know they are going to shoot you with rubber bullets. Why don't you have something to block the bullet? You know they are going to spray you with tear gas. Why don't you have face mask? These are things that you can produce yourself for cheap and give it to each other for the next protest. But they shoot you tear gas, you come again with no defense. They shoot you rubber bullets, you come again. I believe all these are excuses not to protest. If Nigerians are protesting every day, police come, because police cannot just be spraying them bullets every day, right? They will spray you rubber bullets and tear gas. That is not going to unalive you. You can defend those things. You frustrate them. When they are tired, they will leave you alone, and you continue your process. Even so, Oregon, maybe it's because of his age. It's kind of disappointing me. These people I think I have to come to Nigeria myself to show these people how it's done, because you know they just don't know how to frustrate people. Nigerians do not lust for power. Nigerians lust for money, and that is the problem. People like Amechi, people like Atiku, all your politicians are there because they want power. Power was what they were chasing. Money is what they found. Nigerians are chasing money and expecting power. Even if you make $100 million today, you will never enter their political class. That is not how you join their class. Never. If you like make 1 billion, you will not join them. That's what Nigerians don't understand. You have to be hungry for power. And all these ones, they are just looking for what they will eat. What does Peter Obi have to offer Atiku? What does Atiku have to offer Peter Obi? What does Rotimi have? They have nothing to offer each other. They are going to end up eating each other. In fact, I don't think they'll get to the final stages of the election. This ADC, I can bet that is going to crumble before 2027. That's my bet. Now, this Datti'S, why didn't he talk before? We all thought he was a mumu. You know, now that Peter Obi has allowed him to speak, because Peter Obi was probably the one tying his mouth, you know, or maybe he was trying to show respect, you know. We now see that he has some sense, but this is the end of his political career. So, very disappointing. Tinubu has won this election, unless something changes, you know. But I'll still push for my candidate. Sorry, you know, maybe after this election, me too, I'll go and contest, because these guys are just disappointing. This is just too disappointing. It's just too disappointing. It's disgraceful. I feel like I'm disgusted.
Oh, all right,
I'm
brilliant.
just disgusted.
All right, brilliant.
When we even talk about these people, I feel like we're wasting our time. We should just focus on APC, since those are the only ones that have common sense so far, and they are not even doing a good work, but they are better. Can you imagine?
All right, brilliant. So that's Solly expressing his disappointment, not especially impressed by the coalition. We're going from Solly to BT, who I think we have a more nuanced interpretation of this. So it's starting to take shape, BT, and necessarily if the government institution has to feel pressure, then this coalition necessarily has to take place. But what comes out in the wash, once they've had the wash and they had the rains, what emerges that will threaten the central space? BT.
Good morning, good evening, everyone, and everybody in the comment section. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay, so man, well, let me just start with Obi, because somehow we find ourselves talking about this guy again. Well, unless the presidency is zoned to the southeast, I don't see Obi surviving the primaries in the ADC. Now, somebody in the comment section mentioned earlier that perhaps Obi got some guarantees from some powerful forces in the ADC that he has the ticket in the bag, that's the reason why he joined. Now, if it's true that some powerful elements in the ADC that we assume are from the north promised Obi, and he fell for that trap, then he has to be the dumbest Nigerian politician ever. because that means he does not understand Nigeria's political landscape at the national stage. He's just a regional politician. We all remember what happened to Oshibajo in the APC primary trial of one man. Remember when some powerful elements in the North promised him the ticket in the APC primaries? How did that work out? So, for if it's true that he's joining because some people promised him the ticket, then he's politically naive. Number two, ADC, I believe, was set up for not the party, but the coalition. If anybody with a brain should this was set up for Atiku. And like what's the name of the guy from Kogi? Dino talked about yesterday. He said Wiki can keep his PDP. We've left PDP for him. And people that are there were mostly Atiku boys, friends, and associates. This is set up for Atiku. Now, Obi said he threw up an offer for a 4-year term. I mean, nobody's buying that. One man, nobody's buying that. I think he's campaigning for the VP slot, just like Amechi is also campaigning for the VP slot. So Obi kind of played himself.
If you were Atiku, who would you pick between the two of them as your VP?
Honestly, one man, I will go Amechi route if I'm not going to go because
Dito, I agree with you on that. But carry on. Let's hear your reasons.
Because the reason why is that there are political ideologues that are in the obedient space, and most of them, like I think Aisha came out yesterday saying that they will not vote for ADC if Obi doesn't get the ticket. Now, to remind the obedient out there, ADC and this coalition is not Labour. You cannot bully these guys. So the influence that the obedient had on the Labour will not be repeated with the ADC. I think we should make that very clear, one man. I think they're just delusional to think that they're going to just show up in this coalition and take it over. They are not Labour Party. So let's make that very, very, very clear. So I want to see how the obedient space react when Obi is eventually offered the VP ticket, because that is what's going to eventually happen. They will offer him the VP ticket. He can't go back to Labour at this point. He's trapped. Labour don't want him back. If he goes back to anywhere else, he won't have that much impact.
I'm not sure how much you heard of it, but that was what I was actually putting forward in the opening monologue. Obi is about to be played in a 3-dimensional.
It's already played. It's not for the trap.
Capacity. They will bring him in. It will leave Labour Party coming there. He will not even get that vice presidential slot, but then he will have nowhere else to go.
They want his vote, but not him. Now he has to then battle for the VP slot. That's what it is. So he's trapped. Labour does not want to continue to be like Showore we talk about. Doesn't want to continue to be the Airbnb of political parties in Nigeria, where you come and go as you please. They don't want to be that anymore. So that is said, he wants a transparent primaries. Like I said, in a transparent primary, or be against Atiku, he has no chance. Let's make that very, very clear. But what I'm looking forward to is I want to see the reaction of the ideologues in the obedient camp, because let's be honest, we come here talk about ethnic jingoists and tribalists in the obedient space. There are actually people that actually believe that Obi is delusional, that he is going to lead us to the promised land. They want a better Nigeria. They are devoid of tribalism. They want him, and they form part of that coalition. I want to see how they react to the news when Obi betrays them in the ADs and accept the VP ticket. I want to see their reaction. And secondly, if Obi accepts the VP ticket in ADC, we will still stick around.
BT, let me show you this. This is coming from Aisha, because their tonality is starting to pivot somewhat. This is from Aisha Yesufu. It says, we are not friends. We do not share the same values, but we have a common enemy, and your vindictiveness, anger, etc. will be useful. On the fight for a better Nigeria, it cannot, unfortunately, be a buffet. I do not kid myself that you have changed, but on my watch, you will defend Nigeria and Nigerians. So So that tone and texture is already preparing the mind for the pivoting to subordinate to Atiku Abubakar.
To my, let me do, you see, just to throw the question, just to round up. I know it's a very short session. It's how do you think the obedience will react when they finally realize that they don't have that much influence in the ADC, that they're just one of many in the coalition? I don't think that they will handle that very well. And I don't, once they realize that Obi just one of many, they will,
Sorry, BT, I didn't even intend to disrupt your flow,
sure,
but
sure.
on just where you are there, I think the calculation that Obi is doing now and has to do is a numbers game. So Obi, the moment he goes with the coalition, then that tells you then that he has subordinated to the vice presidential slot. So he's going to lose a lot of that obedient movement. But then it's going to gain the followership of Atiku Abubakar towards having political relevance, either as president or vice president. So the calculation he has to make is that is he going to gain more than he will lose? So it will hemorrhage the hardcore, but gain substantial from the north. And that's the calculation, isn't it?
Yeah, but that is calculated if you are in the AGC, but we are also forgetting that PDP is also going to field their own candidate as well. That creates an opening right there in the East. Let's not dismiss the PDP now. They might not win the elections, but they're also going to field candidates as well. So that's what I want to see. Obedience reaction, how we're changing the political landscape, and how we impact Obi's legacy, because it's not looking too good now. He's trapped, one man. He's trapped.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us just as long as you can, BT. You know the platform always delights anytime you're here. But we go on from BT, we go to AY, from AY to Awo, Awo to is that yes, that's a Simba. So AY, I mean, I don't even need to you know what's going on. I mean, it's unbelievable. But then of course it's predictable. We always knew it was going in this direction. So it's that. Give us 5 minutes.
Yeah, good morning. One more from here. Good morning, everyone from here. Yeah, it's actually a very interesting time for Nigeria politics. I think we are just starting. A lot is going to happen. So one thing I want us to know is that you can never underrate your opponent in politics. So I will say this with all honesty, that the opposition, they've actually scored a point right now. At least they'll be able to come together and organize. It's a point, actually. Even Tinubu will recognize that. But I know we're going to see a lot. So are they going to be able to work as a unit? That's a question mark, a big question mark. So I think individual ambition might still divide the party. So obviously, Atiku is not stepping down. I don't think Peter Obi is stepping down. I think the frontline candidates are Atiku and Peter Obi. I don't really see Rotimi Amechi in the race. Rotimi Amechi does not have political capital. That's just the honest truth. The only way I'm seeing Rotimi Amechi being the presidential candidate of ADC is Atiku decide to say, I want Rotimi Amechi, is going to support him with his war chest and everything, probably nominate a vice president for him. But again, I'm not seeing that happening. So I would just concentrate on Atiku and Peter Obi. I want to see what will happen. But if Atiku get the ticket and Peter Obi agreed to be vice president, like some people rightly said, then I think Peter Obi is going to lose at least half of obedient movement. This is the way I'm seeing it. And he's going to lose his the trust for the people too. So that is one thing we should be looking at. But for me personally, I think they should allow the South to complete their 4 years. I don't know who is going to complete that 4 years. I think it's fair, for fairness and equity, allow South to complete their 4 years. They did not can take back their 8 years. This is my position.
If,
So obviously,
if Atiku gets that coalition ticket, AY, and Peter Obi is not in play, how do you think the Southeast will vote?
yeah, that is what I'm saying, right? So when I'm saying obedient, I'm seeing the core southeastern state, the other Obi supporters along the Christian angle, the churches, the obedient across the country, basically. So you will see, except Obi can come up and be able to convince them why he agreed to that term as VP, then he's going to lose at least half of the obedient. They will not be interested because, in all honesty, I don't think Atiku should be contested for an election because one, Atiku is age. Two, he has been contested like forever. I can't even count. I don't think he should be contested. I don't know what he wants because it's not convincing enough to me. I mean, it's possible he can do something, but I'm gonna say this: Tinubu cannot ignore this coalition. I can tell you that for free. I know the APC will try to destabilize the coalition, especially I've seen maybe talk it off now. Of course, maybe he's only fighting for his pocket right now because the reason why you see him fighting, the way Nigeria politics go, he want APC to reach out to him. Of course, he wants settlement. If you give him settlement, he's gonna go ahead and destabilize and go to court and try to destabilize the ADC. That's one thing ADC should be aware of. I think they should try to call him maybe and have discussion with him. Probably offer him some things and say, listen, if we make it, we're gonna give you this. I think it's all about discussion. But one thing I'm also gonna say, Tinubu is not Goodluck Jonathan. This is the honest truth. You like him or you don't. You hate him, it doesn't matter.
Tinubu is not one to be bullied.
Yeah.
Tinubu is bullied, never by the person to be bullied.
Yeah.
So what to be bullied?
Yeah, so Tinubu will play. He knows how to play all kind of politics, dirty, good, ugly, anyone. So Tinubu is not Goodluck Jonathan. So we'll be discussing Konkoso. Tinubu, I think he will try to hijack, get Konkoso into APC. I strongly believe this. Except I don't know if ADC have the political conviction to convince somebody like Konkoso to come into ADC. I don't see that happening. I see Konkoso moving towards APC. If Konkoso join APC, it's also a game changer for Tinubu. So a lot is going to play out. I right now they don't have any governor, so that's a factor. A lot of defection has happened, moving from PDP to APC, Labour Party to APC. So it's going to be very interesting. So they should be able, right now, like yesterday, I was watching Rufai laughing seriously.
All right, AY, bring it up, then we'll move it around.
Okay, 1 minute. I was watching Rufai laughing. That's the way I was actually laughing personally because it's going to be very interesting. ADC need to really convince Nigeria because for me, looking at them, there is no difference between ADC and APC. There is no difference. It's just personal interests and alliances. Like, yeah, you could say Peter Obi. I don't know if Peter Obi belongs to the group too. I would just see Peter Obi probably is a lesser evil. But APC, ADC, I don't see any difference. I will be watching this and I would just love to see how this will play out. I also love Yusuf Datti interview. I think this is one of the best interview I've watched. He really spoke his mind. He was very apt. So we would love to watch how this will end, how this will play out. Thank you.
Let me just agree with you as well, AY. It's one of the better interviews I've heard. It's actually speaking the reality of politics. Rather than some ridiculous, I won the election, all this nonsense.
I really love it. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent AY. AY, stay with us just as long as you can spare the time. We go on from you to Awo, from Awo to Simba. So Awo, you're up next. The conversation, your contribution. Awo. all right, we go to Simba. I don't think
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, there. All right.
All right. So, good day, everybody. I think the person that benefit from all this political this thing, I think is Tinubu, honestly, and I strongly believe Peter Obi, really messed up himself, because I didn't see the difference between this the primary of this ADC. How is it going to be different from the one of PDP? The same player that destroy PDP, still come around. No matter what the resources he think he have, he cannot match the list of the person in that group. The list of them. Is he Rufai? Is he Rotimi Amechi? When it comes to primary, is it Tambua? Or we should not even talk about Atiku. He really, really messed up, because it really shows his political naive. I didn't know how he comes to conclusion that the best decision politically is to join these people. Because when the primary comes up, okay, even there's no need to, even though they agree the ticket to come to the south, Rotimi will spend him out. And if you look at the alignment of all this Atiku, Rotimi, Tambua, Dino Melaye, they will forever work for Atiku before Peter Obi. So, and at the end of the day, what is he going to fall back on? What is he going to fall back to? He will have messed himself up. There's no Labour Party to fall back to again. And he cannot start another he cannot even though he come to another political party, it will have been, in fact, it will have been too late. I think the person that advised him, and the problem with Peter Obi is that he's too desperate. His desperation is taking him out of thinking. Looking at, hearing what Datti'S Ahmed said with Arise TV, you definitely know that he's not consulted before he make that move. Before Peter Obi make that move, that I'm very, 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 very sure that guy is not consulted, because he just spoke the reality of what is on ground. I don't know who advised him to join those coalition. And let me talk about Rauf and David Mark. Where is the alignment? How does their politics relate? That is what I still don't get. You see, in this coalition, there's too much of conflict of interest. Ideology is not match. The antecedent doesn't even match. And the premises they started, which is individual ambition, will not even make them to go anywhere. I think the best political, the best politician among all of them is Kwankaso. The way he stay out of that I think is the best thing, because if he really work with Tinubu for this last lap, then definitely the future is promising for him, because the next election will definitely zone to the north, and he can fight it out then.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Awo. So stay with us, Awo. We go on from you, Awo, to Simba. So Simba, you're up next. The conversation, your contribution. Hank Steady Joel of Nashville. We've not heard from you in a moment, so we'd like to hear from you as well. On the way to Simba, can I invite people to like and subscribe? If you've not yet liked and subscribed, please do. Simba, you're up next.
Yeah. Good afternoon, woman.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, my own submission. I want to start by asking these questions: that who is actually behind this coalition? Who actually organized this last meeting of the so-called coalition or coalition of politicians in Abuja? If everybody will reason very well, we know that the brain behind all these things is actually Atiku. And then if we now know that it's Atiku, what is the reason why? Is it doing it for a fun, or is doing it for the benefit of every other person? We all know that since the inception, even from the Third Republic, 1993 he contested against Abiola primary. Except 1999 and 2003. That was the only time Atiku did not contest for the presidency of Nigeria. And since then, 2007, 2011, 2015, 2019, every cycle of election, Atiku has been contesting. And you always look for reason for him to contest. So for anybody to believe that if this coalition is just doing it so that Obi will be in the platform, we're all joking. Atiku is doing this coalition to give his final shot at presidency in Nigeria, because he knows that this is the last chance that he had. So the best Obi could get from this is to be a VP, if or being squeezed out of the coalition. And another question we're supposed to ask ourselves is that, okay, if you are saying you are having a coalition, are they going to have a consensus candidate? Or all these big shots that we are seeing in the coalition, are they going to go into primary? Those are the questions that are begging for answer. Then even the vehicle that they wanted to use, ADC, there are a lot of court ruling, a lot of this thing. The person that sold the party to them, Ralph Nwoshu, has been sacked as the chairman of this party since 2022. So they are not even on the vehicle that is carrying them is already even having problem. Then the next question that we're supposed to ask ourselves is, okay, now let's say they even have a vehicle that is carrying them. Can the reality on ground is that the only reason why Obi they needed Obi in this coalition is because of his supporters. And if Obi joined, I'm very sure all these things that we are saying that, okay, if Obi, the Oba Obi VP, he will lose his supporters. His supporters, if they offer him, they can do anything for him. And Obi, to me, he can even accept VP. Because what he will be thinking that maybe all of them, I saw a news, this thing, this morning that Amici is saying that, okay, he will only go for 4 years. So all of them are also are already saying that they are going to go for 4 years. Obi is saying going to go for 4 years. Amici is going to go for 4 years. So does Obi even have the latitude to even face all these people in the primaries? So if they are going to go for primary, that means that because after the primary, whoever emerges in this party, then what happened after? As this Datti'S said, after the primary, let's say Atiku won the election, or Amici or whoever, the other people, are they going to be in support of that particular person? So those are the questions that still begging for answer. Though we still have time, we will have like 19 months to the election, anything could still happen. But with the present state of this coalition, or to me I call it coalition of politicians. And the last thing I want to say is
Simba,
Nigerians.
what are you thinking of the fact that no sitting governor is actually, in fact, they are distancing themselves. Adeleke has come out, Oti has come out, everybody coming out to say, look, this nothing.
One man, apart from the so-called Aregbe, Amici, what's the name? Atiku, Obi, and probably this Sokoto man. Who are all the other big politicians that did you see in that coalition? Nobody, no sitting governor, no even other prominent strong politician. Saraki is not there. Saraki he spoke on Arise. He said no, they are going to be part of still in PDP. Even most of the people in the so-called coalition, have they resigned from their previous parties?
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellent Simba. So stay with us, Simba. We're going from you, Simba, to Talk Now. So Talk Now, the conversation, your contribution, this is like a 5 minutes opening statement.
Hi, one man. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
It's been a while. Yeah, about the coalition. I think people have spoken well. The truth is, the key person that is that coalition is Atiku Abubakar. He set up the coalition. He's the person that is the front line of the coalition. And how do we think that Atiku Abubakar himself will now give up on that presidential ticket and now allow some other persons to take it up? The truth is, it's going to be Atiku Abubakar. He's running the show, he's determining who is who that is there. Now, it's not impossible that Obi might be the VP. That's very possible because, they need the obedient movement there. And that is the game they need to play. They need the numbers, so they need to be there. Aside from that, I don't think they need to be there. It's just a northern hegemony coming together. And most of them are retirees. Check them out, most of them. Is it David Mark from Otukpo? Today, if he contests in Otukpo, he can't win. So most of the people are political retirees, if you really check it. Aregbesola in Osun State is not as relevant as you think. Even as at the day before yesterday, in Ejigbo, people in Ejigbo, some of them that are Aregbesola supporters, they're already moving into APC. They did a jamboree about all that stuff. So his political relevance is not there. But the truth is, there are two people that are key to that, the coalition. Is Atiku and is Obi. If they give Obi the VP, maybe that would work. But the truth is, you can't write them off. Whether we like it or not, this is a political point that would shake the APC. But however, it doesn't mean that they would win the election because they are not there. What is key is the APC's primaries, because whether you like it or not, the crowds are moving into APC. What will create resentment amongst them is the primaries. So once the primaries happen, every one of them have their personal ambition. And when that happens, a lot of the APC people will still move around. They will move into the ADC. And that would be the most challenging part of things, So it's going to be interesting. 2027 is heating up. I know the likes of Tinubu is not a baby politician. I know he's aware, he's ready. The truth is, things will start happening in the next couple of days. Changes would happen. I foresee Kwankwaso coming into APC. The handwriting is there. But how it will come in, I think the negotiations has not been completed. I feel like he needs to come in, but he's not getting what he needs. So, and I don't see.
No, there are two things that needs to happen for Kwankwaso to come into the APC. One of them has already happened. The second one, they're still navigating it. they need to get rid of Ganduje, which they have done, and then they need to negotiate Shetima, which I think that might also still be the sticking point. So, so the ticket goes to Kwakwanso 2031. So it's either that Shetima steps down now for Kwakwanso to run with Tinubu 2027, or he concedes that Kwakwanso will get the ticket. Well, Kwakwanso wants the ticket for 2031. That's
Yeah.
their negotiation.
So it's a banana peel. You know, you cannot remove Shetima and you have the Northeast vote too. And then you can't jettison Kwakwanso too. So it's a banana peel. It's a little tough. It's going to be a tough decision. You will need, if Tinubu pulls that off and is still able to get the Northeast vote and the Northwest vote, getting Kwakwanso in and also having Shetima block votes within that area, it's a done deal. So it's still not quite clear, and it's in the hand of the APC how they run their primaries, because the crowds that are coming in, of course, they are celebrating that the people are coming in, but the challenge is the primaries. When they have the primaries, it's going to be the determinant of how the ADC will swell. And one thing about the ADC is they also have their internal issue. Whether we like it or not, Ralph Nwosu tenure had already expired by the constitution of ADC. So the banana peel is also there. I mean, that's why they have the ADA. They're trying to form the ADA because they are looking at their options. But I mean, it's a good thing, so they can have good opposition, and let's see how it goes. But one thing is clear: Tinubu he understands politics and he knows how to play this game. He's not a baby politician, that is for sure. And how we will come up with this will determine how far this ADC goes. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Talk Now. So Talk Now, of course, it comes intermittently. We always delight when it comes. Up next is Joel of Nashville. After Joel of Nashville is Femi, then a Man of Prestige. So we go to Joel of Nashville, but within about 5 minutes or so, I may bail out and just leave you guys to your devices. Simba will supervise, well, not supervise, but moderate. But in about 5 minutes, I'll bail and leave you guys to your devices. But that's the running order. Joel of Nashville, Femi, and then Man of Prestige. Joel of Nashville.
Thank you very much, one man. So good to be back. By the way, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. One man has been, I've been listening from the background. I've been listening, and I've been seeing you doing what you know how to do best, giving out the news and also giving out the fake news as well. But you see, that is how we build a country. We should accommodate people like you and also accommodate people that have the facts. Having said that, one man, thank you, one man. The issue that we have today is about the ADC and ADA, whichever one you want to pick, and also the Obedient Movement Party, which is also in the offspring. One man, the difference between what is going on today between the APC and the ADC is Peter Obi. And I wouldn't want to dance around the bush. The South must be allowed to finish their 4 years. I think I should put my face to this. The South must be allowed to complete the 4 years that they've started already. And if for any reason in this coalition, Atiku'S should emerge, then it is useless. We're not going to do that. That power must be ceded, or that ticket must be ceded to the South. I do not care who initiated the creation of the party. That is not my business. My business is that if we are coming together, we are coming together in order to salvage the issue that has to do with Nigeria. And when we bring that to the South, Looking at those that are coming out, I saw Rotimi Amechi. I saw him playing his game, sneaky.
At the
Right? But even at the launching, we saw when Peter Obi was announced, he is the star boy. Make it easy. Make it easy for you. All you have to do is give Peter Obi the ticket. We are going to do the same thing we did in 2023. They didn't have to spend the money. We funded it, at least to a reasonable extent.
Comfort, you mean?
No, one man. That's the number INEC gave us. We won that election. And in 2027, we are going to win it again. We are going to win it again, one man. Look, let me tell you, the only problem we're going to have today is if Atiku tries to come out as the presidential candidate. If Atiku comes out as the presidential candidate, one man, I'm telling you from today, let Tinubu continue. I do not care if Obi is the vice president. Let Tinubu continue. Because we cannot like, so change ourselves all the time. If we are going to change, we're going to change for the right reasons. And Obi is that star guy. That's the difference between the both of them. Some of them that we saw yesterday was involved in the creation of APC in the first place. What is the political capital of Rotimi Amechi? What's the political capital of Rotimi Amechi? So one man, look, we can dance around the bush. We can see these guys, they start dancing, like acting like they are, like fireworks, sprinkling here and there. But we know them. We know those who have the numbers. So it is left for them to do the right thing. Now, one man, and let me go to Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso could also be making the wrong decision, joining APC. I heard they want to make him the VP, and they said they want to bring him in, and you forget that there are politicians in APC that have been working for APC up to date. So Kwankwaso will just come from nowhere and they just give him the ticket. It does not work that way. And having Kwankwaso in your group does not help you as well. It's like you're jumping from frying pan to fire. We are talking about the Muslim ticket you had in 2023. Again, you want to make it a Muslim ticket? No. That means you have other sinister plan on how you're going to win the election. But it's not going to be that easy this time around. Because one man, this time around, as long as Obi is on the ballot, one man is going to be one vote in one hand with your voter's card, the other hand with whatever thing you can defend yourself with. Because Nigeria is going through an existential threat. We cannot continue to allow people that collect 10,000, 15,000 on the day of election to disrupt our future. So it's the fight to finish, a tit for that. So 2027 is going to be interesting. But in order to have all this thing happen, we have to have the right person at the ballot, someone that we believe in, someone that we know if he goes in there, he's going to put us aright. That is the ginger. When you go to bring in Atiku, why should I vote on Atiku? Why should I vote in Rotimi Amechi? Why should I vote any of them? So I don't intend to take most of your time. I just said, let me come in and do a yeoman's job. And if there's anything I want to, on the issue of Datti, I love Datti. Very cerebral, very direct to the point. And I also see his fears. And I think we should be strategic too when it comes to this issue of ADC. I mean, if they're going to do the mago, at least we should be able to see it from afar. And when that time comes, it's better we do not engage the primaries, let them have their primaries. We can move to another party. We can set up anything we want to set up with, whether it's 3 months or 4 months or 5 months. It does not matter. We already did it before. We did it under 8 months the last time. So we already have something we're working on. So it's not like we're going back to the scratch. It might not be perfect, but we're going to do a very, very good job. Get muddled up in what they're doing in ADC. If they're not going to come together for the right reason, put up their best candidate from the South to ensure that they have that victory, then it means that it's just a child's play. I also see that Datti might also be wary or kind of might be having a mixed feeling about his own position. He may have to go down the pecking order. I get it. But for me, Ahmed is my candidate for 2031. Datti is my candidate for 2031. So whatever, even if he is made the chief of staff, I believe he's going to do a good job. When it's time for them to run in the next election that will go back to the north, then I would like to see him come out and throw the hat in. So my brothers and sisters, thank you very much for listening. I just said let me put it out there. Bye.
Mr. Jewel, don't go. How you don't go.
I'm here.
Yeah, I would like to say something to you. Like, if you want to, election is not about emotion. It's not that I like this person. This person is all about who will win the election. If Obi contest with Tinubu, Tinubu does not need to camp. He does not need to come out. Does not need to come out at all. He just has to sit in the house. You guys need Northern vote. That is just it.
Look, what see the problem.
Vote,
the problem is this.
The problem. You guys are still talking with this emotion. You have to take it out of it.
Okay,
election politics is not I supported Tinubu, but if you want to remove Tinubu, you can remove Tinubu with Atiku and Obi, and Atiku must be the head of the ticket. That is just it.
It's a lie. Femi.
I'm coming. I would like to tell you something. 2023 election, money involved was very, very minimal. 2027 election, Tinubu will spend a lot of money. That man move with bags. You have to look at this thing. I don't think you guys in 2023 election with money, Obi will have that vote. Obi cannot have it with money. With money, Obi can't have those votes. It's not possible. You guys have to see this thing.
That is subjective.
And people can spend money. He has it. Not that he has money with like Tinubu as a president, but he can spend. He has the bag also. But comparing Obi with Tinubu in a feed, bro, Obi will not come. By 12 o'clock, they will declare Tinubu winner of the election.
Femi, you are still talking like you see, you still belong to the past. Nigeria have let people like you.
No, listen. We have to see this. I know everybody wants to be the president.
Listen. Let me tell you, my brother. My brother, let me tell you something. Nigeria have let people like you. Nigeria have led those thinking that you possess right now, those thinking of, oh, we need all the billions. Listen, let me finish. We need all the billions and all that to do elections. Yeah, you need money in the election. But the thing there is that, you see, the core principle of our funding is shareism. And when we do what we do, right, we find out that if we as people transport ourselves, it is part of those funding that they give people like you to come stand in the rain. We do not need those monies. We show up ourselves.
Bro, you have to take this back. You people, you give money. Let me
No,
wait.
no, no,
Let me.
because
Moderator, can
I'm
we
using
move
my
I
on?
got
time,
We
okay.
bro.
cannot leave this
Let me continue
discussion between two
Let me
people.
continue my say, bro.
Like, that's what your opinion. Can we move on, please?
Yeah, I know. Let me continue, please.
You
Like
cannot hold
saying
somebody
that
to your own opinion.
they give you
Cannot impose your
money,
opinion on
you are
somebody else.
in the race. Not me, bro. But the way that means the way you see things is different, and you are just trying to be. You are just. I cannot. I
That's
have
why
a
it's
word for you,
politics
but
and
I have to
democracy.
keep it for now. What I can tell you is that, in my own view, let me say my own opinion. If someone want to win this election, in my own view, in ADC, they have to put the best foot outside, the best guy that
And
can win the
and
election.
that person is Obi.
The
Obi
person is
is the only
Atiku.
person.
For
Obi is
for
the
you
only
to
person that will
win,
make people
let me
get up
ask
from
you.
their
Let me
seat
ask you a
and go
question.
vote.
20,
Atiku will not do that. People will not do it for
wait,
William Echi.
2014. What is name? Buhari won the ticket. Buhari is not better than Tinubu now. Buhari is not better than Atiku now. But they gave the ticket to Buhari. They support Buhari because they
Because
will win the
Buhari
election
had
with
12
Buhari.
million votes
That is the
constantly.
certificate.
Listen now, Buhari had 12
Others
million
are
votes
waiting. We cannot leave this
constantly from the
discussion
north.
between two people.
Do you
No, okay,
understand?
let
So
me cut.
because of
We are
that,
not here to, we
okay,
are not looking for a winner of the argument here. I'm just discussing.
no, you are the one looking at it that from that way. If you can just, shut up a little bit, you can understand, and if you listen more, you will understand. Look, Femi, what I'm saying is this: constantly under CPC, Buhari was getting those votes, but he wasn't able to get that in the south. So it was easy for Tinubu to, give, because Tinubu already has control over the West. So it was easy for him to give him in the Southwest. And of course, you saw what happened with the new PDP and all that. So we saw what happened. So it was a whole lot of factor that it was this same coalition that brought APC together. So if they could do it to APC, why do you think that they cannot do it? If APC could do it, why do you think they cannot do it to APC?
Because
So
It
that's the
APC
is
thing.
very different.
APC has people that are
20,
smarter.
2014, APC have, I think, 14 or 13 governors before the election. This time around, you guys have nothing for now. I believe before the election, you have more than one or two. I know that one for sure.
They had nothing.
But
They got 6.something million. Well, we are not here to. The election is not today. We're just making our contribution. You guys have made your contribution. Let other people move on and make their own submission, please.
yes, I'm trying to make. I'm
You
making
cannot
mine
declare a
also
winner
now,
today.
bro.
The way you guys are going about it, you're making some people look politically invisible. No man is invisible. This is politics.
I
Okay,
know
nobody's
nobody is
making you
invisible.
invisible. He's
Nobody
just
is
making his
invisible.
point. If you
But
allow
we have,
him to
if we
make his
want to
point,
plan for the
let him
future,
make
we
his
have to
point.
look at the
Abba.
past. You plan for the future with what happened in the past. That is just it.
That was how you said two people were chatting in the room. At the end of the day, they got 6.something
Okay,
million.
hello
Bro,
guys, hello guys.
Femi,
Please let us
Femi,
structure this. Femi, sorry. Let's I think Comrade has not talked, so let's give him his own opportunity. Oh yeah, Comrade, you can make your own submission.
Hold on. Just calm down. You can't do that. The structure is after Femi is me before
Oh,
Amore. So
okay,
what are you talking
no
about?
problem.
Let
If you
Femi
are the
Yeah, you
conclude.
can
next,
go
if you are
ahead.
the
You
next,
can go ahead. I'm just
if you are
saying
the next, you
you
can
should
go
you should
ahead.
move on. It should flow. I'm not saying
Let
I
Femi
must talk
conclude,
now.
please.
Let it flow.
okay,
Why
let
don't
Let
me
you
it go,
just
just.
my
go
brother.
ahead?
Yes,
Femi,
in
let
my
it go.
own
Let it
view,
flow.
I
Let
will
other
just
people
like to talk
conclude.
about the.
Femi, sorry, because I can hear you talking with have you made your own submission?
No, I have not made everything. I'm
Okay,
just
so make your
trying.
own
I'm
submission
just
after
beginning,
you,
but
then man will proceed.
I will just round up
Man will
now. I will
proceed.
just want to speak about Kwankwaso. In my own view, Kwankwaso coming to APC, I think he's just like digging his grave because Tinubu will not allow him to be the president 2031. In my own view, because Tinubu likes someone that he can control. I believe when his time is up by 2031 or 2027, or I don't know when it is, he will prefer someone that can listen to him, that can answer, that can do his bidding. That is the way I see Tinubu, and I think that will be his game. He can use Kwankwaso to win 2027, But by 2031, I don't see this man will give the ticket to Congress. I don't see him as that kind of person that will do that. And about the coalition, I watch it. Is it on first or on second? I watch it and I can say that I'm not impressed with the gathering of people that were in the hall. I was very, very annoyed because these people does not have the capital of vote. Apart from Obi and the article, there is no one I can point up. Let me just say let me say Tambua of Sokoto. And right now I don't say Tambua also cannot deliver Sokoto when this guy Wamako, the governor, they are on the side of the power, right? I don't think he can do so much. Also, every one of these, every northerners that are going into ADC, they just want to use. They thought that the election will be the way Buhari, that out of the 19 states that APC clear like 15 or 16 states in 2015. Everyone wants to come to the party. They want to use the northerner agenda for them to be a governor, like Malami, like Abubakar Saidu of Bauchi, Bin Aisha Binani. Everybody wants to use the ADC for them to be able to be a governor or something, a minister, a senator or rep. But in my own view, and I have said it from the beginning, I believe if Atiku is given the opportunity to be the flag bearer of ADC and Obi being the vice president, I think they are good to go. They can compete with Tinubu. Apart from that joint ticket, I don't see them winning or having a chances at all in the election. Thank you very much. I'm very, very glad. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, man of prestige, can you?
Yeah, greeting everybody. It's nice to be on the platform. I'm very early here. It's morning here, about 7:30. Probably in the East Coast for about 10 something, maybe other people. But anyway, greetings. In my own opinion,
all that is not necessary, Mr. Prestige, but go on.
nice to see you, Joel, regardless of what you said, you're still my brother. But
Good
anyway,
to see you, brother.
yeah. So let's proceed. I'm going to start with, because of the shifting dynamic we have in Nigeria, which is not my cup of tea, about the sharing of presidency. The democracy is not right, but this is what we have in Nigeria, sharing of presidency. Having said that, I believe the presidency should remain in the South. And you all know who my candidate is. I believe Obi should be the flag bearer of this new ADC. If not, by default, let it go back to Tinubu. In as far as he's doing a dismal job, but just because of this, the way Nigeria is structured, let it default to Tinubu. That's all I'm going to say in regard to that. So, having said that, let me speak about the coalition that we're talking about. I think it's a welcome development with caveat, because we need a strong opposition. Most of the party we have right now is already been fragmented. Labour Party, I don't know where they stand. It's nowhere to be found. PDP, I don't even know if that's a party. Okay, I don't know how many fragmentation they have. 3 or 4 or 5. Wiki, I don't know. I don't even know where to begin. So if they remain that way, it's an automatic ticket for Tinubu, which is going to take Nigeria backwards. They've been taking Nigeria backwards. It's going to twice take Nigeria backwards, because whatever Tinubu wanted to achieve at this particular time in 2 years plus, he has already achieved. Plateau, in my own opinion, whether good or bad, because the next 2 years or less is going to be about politicking. There's nothing that is, he hasn't done that will better Nigeria economical wise. I mean, where is he right now? He's in St. Lucie. What is St. Lucie? I mean, the other African countries, you just give me time. I'm going to talk about the ADC, but let me talk about, the downfall of who APC is. I mean, other African countries are going, getting investment. And you in St. Lucie, a country of 180,000, They don't have a single investment to offer. The only thing they do is get other people investment. 60% of their GDP is from tourism. I mean, they have good beaches and some other things. What do they have to offer? We are the one offering them. Look at what Tinubu is going to offer: scholarship, and I think he's sending some people over there to some teachers and some healthcare worker over there. What are we getting?
MOP,
Give
don't
me my
have all the
time.
time. Some people, yes, no, we don't. You don't have all the time. So speak to the topic because some people are still waiting. That's what I'm telling you. This
Okay,
one
I
that
wanted to bash this
just
president before I continue, but anyway, okay, let me speak to the topic. So having said that, like I said, it's a welcome development, but with caveat if it's gonna work. Because I've been hearing from all angles, even I thought there's a guy that was listening that I listened about a week ago. I think his name is Kachi. He's very a renowned politician in Nigeria who have the in and out. And he said, what is going on right now, the so-called ADC, that's why I'm skeptical. And that Ahmed has said something about that, but he didn't really come out and say it the way I'm going to say it. Because that ADC is going to be structured, from what I'm hearing, I hope I'm wrong, around Atiku. Because if you look at the people there, everybody that's there, they are all Atiku henchmen. Where do I begin? David Mark, Rotimi Amechi, Abubakar Malami, APC before, Arebo Shela and some other ones. I mean, how can the party, the presidency cannot go back to the north? This is the agreement we have, which is nonsense in my own opinion. So it's dead on arrival. The only person that has the best political capital in that is Obi. And that's one. And secondly, power has to remain in the south. Which political capital that Rotimi have? Believe me, in my own opinion, if Obi challenge Rotimi, Obi can win River State, even Rotimi Amechi is there. We know what's going to happen if Rotimi Amechi become the president or whatever. He's going to be fighting with Wike. And if Obi contest just by contesting by with a Labour Party, Obi can win River State. I mean, what's in Rotimi doesn't even have any political capital in the south, let alone south. So that's a given. That's the downfall already for that. Why would Atiku run? Okay, maybe he can get North Central, with every fight there, maybe Northwest because of what's actually going. Because APC is very unpopular in the north. Let's call it, unless they use their machine to ring the election. But that's where this coalition come in, because this coalition has power. They have the power to checkmate them. If you look at if you look at the people in that coalition, financially, you know, financially they are, they have the potential, the political elite, the funding, even the unified message, we strongly checkmate APC with their ringing or something like that. Because what's going to happen in this coming election? APC thought they have it in the bag. There's a case study is what happened in those states. How they ring it. That's what they plan to do. So they need a strong opposition to challenge it. Whether they're gonna win, that I don't know. All I know is that I need a strong opposition to challenge it. But I'm not so sure right now. From what I'm hearing, and like I said earlier, it's all about Atiku. That's where this is going. So if that's the case,
MOP, let me ask you a question.
yeah.
Will you, if they didn't offer Obi the presidential candidate and the other VP, will you still go with that?
For what? That's nonsense. What is VP? VP is a lame dog position. What is VP? That's nonsense, because the obedience, which I'm not really obedient because I don't follow them S or whatever, but I'm a big supporter. No, definitely I will support. I mean, I don't have a vote.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So if they say, okay, Atiku, offer 4 years, I say, okay, after the 4 years, they are going to support Obi in 2031.
I don't believe that. The North, we just want to do
So
4 years.
So now with all this question I ask you now, what do you think Obi will benefit from this coalition? Do you think with all the resources and everything that Atiku can just hand it over to Obi?
That's you mean right now for 2027?
Yes,
That's where
with
I
this
have my
coalition, no.
because
Unless
of
if
the
you want to go
antecedent of
solo.
Atiku. I'm skeptical, and Baba Ahmed had, Dante has already expressed that. You can see he's skeptical when he was when he was interviewed, and I'm that, and I've heard it from other grapevine that all these things they're doing, they have a problem. They're not
If you look
united.
at that gathering, 80% of the people in that gathering are Atiku people.
Yes, that's what I was telling you.
You
I mean, my
understand?
former my former governor, Ihedior, all of them, they are Tiku. So,
So I
so that's
don't
why
know
I'm
why
skeptical
people
about.
should be excited. We should be
Well, I'm not.
excited with this
Look, I'm
solution.
not. When it comes to Nigerian politics, I'm never overly excited. I may come here and make a lot of noise, but I'm never over excited because you don't really know what happened. Because I'm hearing from other area that.
Man of Prestige. Sorry,
Yes.
guys. Did you listen to Rotimi Amechi yesterday on
No, I don't. I
Canada?
don't listen to him. He doesn't
Okay.
have anything to offer.
No,
Go
no.
ahead.
I took some time to listen to his chameleon ass. But anyway,
Is it the one that he said he's only going to run for one time?
yeah. So I'm seeing those. I can see some things that he's saying. I can see. I thought he's a chameleon, right? He just wants to dance his way into power. It's not going to
But
happen.
Jue,
But anyway,
with all of them not saying this, we know, all of us know that Atiku cannot be wasting resources, organizing this coalition, and at the end of the day, he will
he
not
doesn't
give
have a
it a shot.
choice because you see, Ruth Biamechi. Why I asked if anybody watched
The question.
or
Let me
listened to
finish
him
my
was
question, Jue. Let me finish my question. So, if all of them, if Amici has an ambition, Obi has an ambition, Atiku has an ambition, how do you think he's going to find out?
Atiku has to be out of the. Atiku is not considered
How realistic is what you are just talking now? How realistic?
because that's why I said. Let me tell you something now. I listened to Rotimi Amechi yesterday, and he said in the interview that the consensus is that it will be zoned to the south. That is what Amechi said, and he
But
said that
not with not with
if it
him.
wasn't, yeah, no, if it wasn't zoned to the south, then why is he there? Why is it in ADC? So you can see that even El-Rufai came out to say that the South should be allowed to finish up their 4 years. So we know where this is headed.
So
My
what
thing
will
is
be
just this.
the Atiku's benefit from this coalition?
Oh well,
Remy, that's the elephant in the room. Atiku.
I'm not Atiku. First and foremost, I'm not Atiku, and secondly, the thing there is that with the way he did this thing in 2023 and it destroyed PDP. So if he comes again to do this, then it means that he is an agent of Tinubu.
He is
If he
not
comes
an
to
agent of
ADC,
Tinubu. He's just
no,
a
no, no,
good,
no, he's the agent of
self-centered
Tinubu.
man.
No,
I'm being honest
I
with you
won't use
because
that word agent of Tinubu. It's just somebody who's obsessed
He's
about
a
being a presidency.
greedy, self-centered, selfish
Don't
man. How is
contest
that?
that
How
one.
is that hard for you to
They can link
understand?
anything to Tinubu.
Like,
Let him say what he wants to say.
how
Just
is it
leave
hard
him.
for you to understand that
no,
somebody is just naturally
you
like
know,
that?
you guys
Mr.
say he's
Simba,
he's the master strategist. So probably it's part of his strategy. My own thing is
No,
just
it
this,
doesn't.
right?
See, there are some. It's not everything that is strategy. Some people are just naturally foolish, and you just let them be naturally foolish. That is just
No,
Sorry,
no,
can
no,
I
no,
say
no.
something?
I think he's
You,
foolish.
you, if you look at that meeting,
Tinubu is the crook.
who is
No, see,
sitting at the center? Who do you think is even in charge? Even all of them, even Obi is calling Abdiku my Oga. Can you imagine such a thing? Oh, Atiku
yes,
did not see Obi
is it not his
as
organ?
a no, wait now. Atiku did not see Obi like a colleague. He see him like his boy. Can Atiku work for Obi
my
and
brother.
no, wait now? Can Atiku do all these things, spend his money and everything, and said, okay, Obi take?
Mr. Simba, I think you are the moderator, right?
That means let me
Yes.
finish my submission. So
Can you
Omore
Okay,
can
so
come in.
MOP can round up.
Okay.
Can I answer the question? I'll just be
MOP.
brief. Just 30 seconds.
Okay, just give.
Simba,
Okay, one sec.
Simba, this is the thing, right? I am not Atiku. I don't know what Atiku is going to do, right? But this is what I know. With the permutation, with the North-South agreement, Atiku is already out. Now he can do what he is doing as a statesman. He can come in and yeah, you can do it as a statesman. It's part of service. But if you're thinking that you're
Oh
coming there
boy,
to be the presidential
Joel,
candidate,
Okay,
then
we've heard you. Thank
Joel.
it's
you.
not possible. Go
When
ahead,
did
please.
you
MOP,
Joel? When
Yeah,
did you
round up.
let
find
me
out?
No,
conclude,
sorry,
please. A
sorry,
minute.
Wait
sorry.
now.
Let
When did
MOP.
you find out
Let
about
MOP.
Atiku? Because you don't know this man at all. You don't. You don't know
You want
him.
Slowly,
me to
slowly, calm
begin?
down.
MOP, can you round up?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, like I was saying, everything right now, we don't really know what's actually going to happen. Like I said, I welcome the ADC if they can actually, if they can have a coherent, party, where there's no division. But I'm still skeptical because this morning, let me speak to Pankwaso's space. Buba Galadima came to Arise News about an hour ago and said and refute the idea that Pankwaso is joining the APC, but that's his opinion because if you look at what's actually happened, Kwankwaso has never criticized Tinubu. Not after the election that he lost, not right now. So there could be some something going on in that regard. So let's see what
Kwakwaso
happened
and
because
Tinubu, Kwakwaso and Tinubu, they belong to the same group of
yeah. I mean, you may have a thought. I'm not disputing
and they
that
are
when it comes to
friends.
Nigeria. Hold on, when it comes to Nigerian politics, I mean, it's a lot of secrecy going on because I heard that 6 to 7 sitting APC governor have reportedly been secretly funding this coalition to oppose Tinubu. I don't know how factual that's, that has been reported. So, the coalition is anchored by heavyweight. There's no doubt about it. But can they come to a consensus? Say this is who is going to lead, and the way it's going right now, I'm skeptical. Like I said anyway, because of Atiku antecedent. I mean, the guy wants to be the president any means necessary, and he can be the president. Not right now. I mean, this is the only opportunity. The last opportunity he have, and he's very
Man of
ambitious to be the
prestige.
president, and that's going to fragment this opposition we have because Obi cannot deputize. Obi cannot deputize Atiku. Go take it to
Man
the
of
bank.
prestige.
If they do that, obedience, they're gonna drive
Okay,
obedience
thank
away.
you, MOP.
Man of
That
prestige. Man of
Comrades,
yeah.
prestige.
help.
How
No,
old
no, no,
will
I'm
solid,
done. I'm
solid,
Atiku be?
done.
solid, solid,
It's just a
solid, please.
question.
He has finished. Let comrades.
Remy,
After
I'm finished. So
comrades,
I'm finished. I can't answer you. Remy, I'm finished. Thank you.
I need to
okay.
ask this question now.
Comrade Omoru, are you there?
I'm here, sir.
Okay, you can go ahead.
So, but thank you for, for recognizing me.
Sorry again. I'm sorry. Omoye. Sorry for calling Simba Remy. Apology for that, please.
No problem. Comrade,
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, greetings to everybody on the panel. What I'm seeing here is interest. That's what politics is all about, which is okay. In as much as I see the coalition as a gathering of hawks and hyenas, I think it's also good for democracy. The way Nigeria was going towards a one-party state was neither good for the party in power nor the opposition. So opposition is necessary if we must have the best of democracy. Having said that, I don't also like the way people try to project or present individuals as though they are invisible. No man is invisible. This is politics. And 24 hours, they say, in politics is a long time. Tinubu is a strategist politically. I've known Tinubu since 1992. It's a political mafia, no doubt. And he has been able to transfer that political strategy into governance. It's a different ballgame altogether. That's a discussion for another day. So, Tinubu was still Tinubu, when he was defeated in Lagos. Tinubu was still Tinubu when he was defeated in Abuja. Tinubu was still Tinubu when he was almost defeated, if not for the division between Atiku and Obi. That's also a discussion for another day. So nobody should see any individual, any politician as invisible. You will be arrogating too much power as though as that individual is greater than Nigerians. No one individual, no politician can be stronger than 2 point something million, 200 and something million Nigerians. So that is a no-no for me. So talking about the coalition, who is new there? Who is new? Who is bringing in? Who is the breath of new air in that position? I have not seen any. Is it David Mark that was instrumental to the abortion of June 12th? They were part of the people that that IBB alleged that they were willing to kill him if he handed over to Abiola. So he came around again, became a Senate president, and he was there for more about how many years? 8 years. So,
Comrade, do you know that? Comrade, do you know that his daughter is in the House of Rep at APC?
Yeah, I think Nigerians are not learning anything. We don't even know what we want. We are just we are not pro. We react to every situation the way they come to us. We have no game plan of what we want and how we hope to get there. This is what we did in 2015 when everybody concluded that it could be any other person, but not Jonathan, and we got a Buhari. Now we are beginning to say a Buhari, is better than Tinubu. The next person we might get might be worse than Tinubu, the way we are going. We are just like a people that I don't know if we have, we're all sentimental, we're all emotional. Everybody, look at the coalition, for example. The greatest threat to the coalition today is not even Tinubu. He bringing all his tactics, all his strategies, all his political mafiaism, if there's any word like that, together. It's not the greatest threat to the coalition. The greatest threat to the coalition as it stands today is even their personal ambition, their greed, and their aggrandizement. Their individual ambition is what will destroy them, more than all the strategies known to a political mafia like Tinubu. He has a little game to play. He has a button to press. The coalition will be off. Now, on both sides, Atiku sees this as the last opportunity. If he doesn't get this, he sees it as a lifelong ambition, just like the way Tinubu, see the Nigeria presidency. Atiku does not want to joke with this opportunity because this is probably the last chance he has. So, I'm not saying I'm not sure Atiku is doing all this so that an Obi will emerge. And for the obedient, some obedient people will also go as far as saying, apart from allowing Obi to be the flag bearer, that Datti'S should also be allowed. I mean, do people really read politics, or they just talk? They just jump into talking to analyzing politics just because to suit their own their emotions or their sentiments. You're talking about coalition. You're talking of Obi getting the ticket. Apart from Obi getting the ticket, you're talking of Datti being the vice. Are we all right? Or we just want to talk so that people will, so that we'll be okay? We will feel comfortable.
And comrade,
sir,
comrade. I sorry to cut you short. Okay, I'm Joel of Nashville. I said I made that same statement this morning. I said it. I said they.
Yeah, let me. Can you let me so that I don't lose my line of thought? So if you have any question for me,
just 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds.
All right.
I'm just trying to say it's not all obedient that think that Ahmed will get that VP post, being that they're in ADC right now, and it could also be the reason why Ahmed is speaking the way he is speaking, because he knows that he's down the pecking order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy somebody like you, an intellectual like you, is here, so I have opportunity to speak to you. I want to say things that Obedient will not be comfortable this morning. Obi does not seem to know the risk the Nigerians are taking for him. Obi is a good guy, so the Obedient is a very good guy. He's one of the best we can find right now. He's not the best in Nigeria, but among those that are showing interest, they see him as their best, which is okay. But for me, Obi does not seem to know what he has behind him. 6.something million is not a joke. But I don't think he's making the best use of it since he lost the election till now. They don't believe he lost the election. They believe they won the election. He was not allowed to be sworn in, right? From that time till now, the way Obi is playing his politics, I think Obi is not even too different from the Obedient movement in terms of a strategy. I have my reasons. Number one, why does he always look for the easiest way out of every situation? For 7 months ago, maybe 8 months ago, I was talking about I was talking on a different fora. I was saying Obi should first of all have a formidable platform. Do you know where obedience were telling me? Intellectual, doctorate degree holders in politics or whatever, they were telling me they holding that one to their chest. I said, no. The platform is not something you hold to your chest. Your platform is something you want everybody to know. It's something that should be popular so that, you know, you want to go to every nook and cranny. You want to go to every ward. You want to go to every unit. It's not something you hold dear to your chest as if you play a romance game with your wife in the bedroom. There are strategies you hold to your chest. The key strategies. I mean, I don't think a platform is one of those. My opinion then was that if Obi has a formidable platform, either to settle the crisis in labor, when that one was getting out of hand, I said there is no point Obi waiting for the outcome in court. Obi should carve an inch for himself. A strong platform when it comes to a coalition like this, so that we'll be able to negotiate from a position of strength. They were busy telling me I cannot know more than Obi. The almost Obi, they feel Obi knows it all. They feel Obi, I don't know the people around him. I don't know you know, he's a very smart guy. But most of it, they feel Obi can never make mistakes. They see him as an island.
No. And comrade.
Can I finish what I want to? I have a lot of things I wanted to say. I know you guys will not be comfortable with this. I like Obi. I'm not against him.
I just wanted us to make it conversational. Let it not be
all
like.
All right, go ahead. You guys, I'm having someone like this here. I don't know how much more time I have. I want to maximize my time so that you can counter me later. If you
Okay. Go ahead.
So that for me has been a it has been a no-no for me. You holding your platform to your chest. It's not one person, not two, not three, not four. About 10, supposedly smart, obedient members. I'm like, this is not good. Today now, it's neither here nor there. Obi might not even be in the ballot. I will shock you right now. One leg in labor saying I'm still in labor. Another one leg in negotiating with the coalition. Now, the Labour Party is saying we're giving you ultimatum to declare your stand. You are neither here nor there. They don't want to be right now. They want him to decide where he belongs. At the end of the day, or Atiku will know. I mean, Atiku is very obvious to everybody, to the blind, and even audible to the deaf, that Atiku is trying to use David Mark just the way he used the Iyota AU in 2023. That is the game plan. If you're not getting it, if you don't get it, forget it. So at the end of the day, Obi will be struggling between trying to resolve the crisis in labor, which he has not been able to resolve for how many years. He has not been able to carve a party for himself. With 6.something million Nigerians behind you, with people dying for your cause, with people sustaining injury and still coming back to clean their blood to vote for you, you think that will remain forever? There's nothing permanent in this life. You know, if you feel you are an island, I mean, I think you will be making a very big mistake. Obi is making another political blunder right now. Now, if he has a formidable platform like a political party, just the way Omojele is in control of AAC, Obi will have been a better advantage right now. The big difference between what they are doing right now and what the Tinubu and Co did in 2015 it's a huge difference. Buhari had his CPC intact with about 12.something million votes intact. Tinubu, the political mafia of the West, has his own ACN intact. You know, they came before they now negotiated with those that came from Labour and from APD, APP, the Rotational faction, from other groups. Today, what we have is individuals of strange bedfellows romancing to form a coalition. The greatest threat, like I said before, is not even Tinubu. It's not even the party in power. It's not even APC. The greatest threat is among them because Atiku will dollar his dollar when the time comes for primaries. That Obi might get angry again and leave just the way he did before, the way he left PDP. I don't know why a man like that with such a popularity will always looking for the easiest way out. Does he know what politics is? The Tinubu you are seeing today, Tinubu had a platform, a formidable one at that. But what did he do? He tried the template with Ribadu at one time. He also gave his platform to Atiku at one time. You think he was being foolish? No. He was building his political future. He didn't just jump into it. If he wanted it then, as at the time he gave it to Ribadu, nobody would have argued with Tinubu. But he knew the time was not right for that. If he had wanted it when he gave it to Atiku, nobody would have been able to struggle with him. But he knew the time was not right for that. But what did he do? He used them to consolidate his chance. When the chance came, he took advantage of it, and nobody, not even a Buhari, not even a sitting president could defeat him. That is who a political strategist is. I'm not for him, but the way things are going, and like I said, I wish he could deploy more of this political sagacity into governance. I think he will have been my best candidate. So, having said that, I don't want to take all the. I think one or two persons has a question for me because I said things that they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear. They see me as as somebody that can never make mistake. You guys are not helping that guy. You don't know what you have behind you. Thank you,
comrade. Thank you very much, comrade. Comrade, are you listening? Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so let me just answer just a few questions, and I won't take much of the time, please. Between Abure telling and giving Peter B 48, Abure first and foremost has been sent out by the Supreme Court. Yes, he's still there, like a nagging headache, but we're going to take care of that, right? Then Usman also, put out a statement saying that nobody is giving Peter B any 48 hours in Labour Party. So that is one. Now,
yeah, beside what you have just said, in the eyes of the law today, in the eyes of the law, in the eyes of INEC, who is in charge of Labour Party, if I'm asking?
No, even inside of INEC, nobody is seeing Abure too. So, but,
in the eyes of the law.
Yeah, in the eyes of the law, Abure is not even. Abure is not.
But Labour Party too is neither here nor there.
Listen. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. I think you're missing. You're right in some of the things you said, but you're missing the point.
Where am I missing it, sir?
Where you're missing it is this, right? It is only in Nigeria where a Supreme Court will give a judgment, and the people will have a different interpretation of it. That is the failure of institution. It is not Obi's fault. Over here, I don't know which country you stay, but you see what happens. Supreme Court gives a judgment. It is clear. You follow it. But today, Supreme Court gives a judgment, and we do not follow Supreme Court judgment. That is not an OB problem. Secondly, you made mention of a party. Yes, we had opened up a party in the offing. Since the last election, had there been any new registration of political parties? No. Is that Obi's fault? No. Now, when you look at all these parties and you see what is going on in these parties, don't you see the hand of the government in it? Are you telling me that?
Let me just jump in here because of this one you brought.
Hold on.
Let me jump in here, please. Just give me 1 second to jump in here. You see, you're accusing Tinubu again. This was the same thing. The last
who is in charge of the court? Who is in charge of the court? You see what is going on?
I know. I want to take you up on this. Now you're blaming the Ikuben government, blaming Tinubu APC for the division in the parties. Are you saying if Obi becomes the president, people will not sponsor problem for him? This was one problem that No, wait, please. 1 minute. This was what got me angry. Obi was in a town hall meeting. They said he wasn't there for people that are comfortable with whatever he does. They wanted somebody from, a dissenting voice. They brought out one in Mecca, one Igbo guy. They said, everybody shut here, they Mecca. The guy came up. He said, Obi, I'm not happy. You are not able, you want to manage Nigeria, you're not able to manage the crisis in labor. Do you know what Obi did there? My respect for Obi that they diminished. It's not as if he's not still a credible guy, he's a credible guy. Instead of addressing that issue, Obi was giving excuses, just the way you are giving excuses right now. You know the answer to that question. You know what Obi said? No, listen to me first, please. Listen to me first. Let me land. You know what Obi told that guy? Obi said the problem is coming from APC, from the government in power. That was not the answer that guy wanted. The guy wanted his ability to resolve crisis, not who is sponsoring the crisis for you. If you are a president of Nigeria, people will sponsor Boko Haram for you. People will sponsor ISIS for you. People will sponsor Al-Qaeda for you. People will sponsor all manners of nonsense for you. Are you coming to tell us, you'll be telling us that it's being sponsored by Fulani or Hausa or Yoruba?
No, because you are the chief executive.
This is the message you give me right now.
You are the chief executive
Ended up
officer.
not answering that guy.
My brother, you are the chief executive officer. So you cannot run to anybody. When you have issues of institutions, you cannot blame the individuals for the defects of institutions.
Bro, if he's the president tomorrow, will there not be people sponsoring crisis for him? Will if Obi becomes the president of Nigeria tomorrow, you think there will be no people, the people sponsoring crisis right now for Labour Party, you think they will go into oblivion? You think they will no longer sponsor
when
problem?
Tinubu was in opposition, was crisis not sponsored for him? When it was
so that's my question to them. They don't answer it. You give excuse for everything just because you are emotional towards somebody.
Say, can I just say something? I mean, you have made your point. Can I respond? This is the thing.
Yeah.
Now you have to look at the philosophy behind him. You see, we have gone through the military regime. We believe that grabbing a party, saying what is happening in a party makes you a strong man. But that is not how you build strong institutions. Now, if Tinubu is no more there, what happens to all these structures? They become headless monsters everywhere. We also have in the past Adedibu, the strong man of Oyo. When that one happened too, we saw things like this. We should have a change of mentality. You live in the West. Tell me one party. I don't know if you stay in the United States. Maybe.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm discussing on Nigeria, not where I stay.
Okay, you're in Nigeria. Okay, probably that's why you're staying.
I'm a Nigerian. I'm discussing like a Nigerian.
I'm not. I'm saying, where do you live? Where do you stay?
Wherever I live does not take away the opinion I have.
It does because it should change. No, it does because it should change. No, it does because if you have traveled wherever you will stay, I don't care if it's in the West, if it's in Europe, or if it's in the United States.
I was 16 years when I started fighting against the junta in Nigeria.
Hold on now.
Can I just talk? To know that Abacha or IBB were put for Nigerians.
Can I just talk, please? Let me just talk, my brother. Let's make it conversational. When you look at where we stay in the West, there is no party one individual will say, "Oh, I own it." Even Obama does not have control over what happens in the Democratic Party. Yes, he might have some strong hand here and there, but Obama does not own the Democratic Party the way Tinubu owns. Even in Chicago, Obama does not dictate. Those are institutions. And if you want Nigeria to work, you must build strong institutions. Because what happens when you build strong individuals? You start seeing what is happening in Tinubu's government. You see corruption at the highest order. You see misplaced priorities. So the man, Peter B, has a philosophy behind him. It is not like he cannot go there and say, pick up boys and say, go there, destroy everything in a label LP headquarters. No. He is saying to you, that is a philosophy. If you like it, you take it. If you don't like it, you leave it. Deal with the animals you're dealing with. If you are going to be called an excellency, the process that brings you in must be excellent. Let me finish.
How does that lead to a solution to the problem?
No, it does, because the thing there is that we have been doing the good things the wrong way.
Taking boys to LP headquarters to destroy it. How does that lead to? So how does that resolve the problem?
Oh no, because that is the kind of things you would want to see. That
no. I'm talking about leadership, real leadership. Talking about crisis resolution. True leadership quality.
No, Obi has done a lot. He's not the one that comes to the.
What is the result, sir? What is the result?
Well, if the result is not being a result by the courts,
He should live there and form his own party or take another party. And what must he wait for other people? I mean,
What do you mean? What do you mean take another party? Okay, he took ADC. So what is your problem?
The Showore people, you people, see as a paperweight, as a, you brand him as every.
Forget
I think
Showore, let Showore go and veer for local government chairman.
He's ahead of
He's
ahead of all of you guys. He's ahead of all of you guys. You accuse him of being the chairman and candidate of a. He has no problem there.
Is that the right thing to do? Is that the right thing to do?
In 2023, let me even take you up on this again. Let me take you up on this again.
Hold on.
You guys don't listen. You guys don't listen. This is why we're not going anywhere. You guys don't learn. You don't learn.
Candidate. Is that the right thing?
Can I answer you? Can I answer you on this one?
Or no?
Okay, let me answer you now. You ask a question. Let me answer you.
Gentlemen,
you guys wanted Omoyele to join Obi by either by who?
We don't need him. We don't need him. Please, we don't need him. I'm just telling you, we don't need him.
Can you hear me? We're enjoying back and forth, but one voice at a time, so it's not cascading over each other. Two Nigeria is here, Simba as well. So I'll step to the background. Back.
Can I answer him quickly?
No, you were the one that asked that through some question. Let me answer you.
No, you threw a question to me.
Okay,
and let me answer you. I will be done. I'll be done. Thank you, Woman. A lot of people wanted Showore to join Obi in 2023, either by hook, line, or they wanted Obi to Showore to accept everything for him, hook, line, and sinker. My question: if Omoyele Showore has abandoned his home to join a tenant in the boys' quarter, by now what would have been the fate of Omoyele? Those people that were accusing Omoyele Showore of not joining forces to dislodge the incumbent today, they are either in APC or they are partyless, or they are running to form another coalition. But today he still has his party. Whether he wins or not, at least he's able to manage it based on their ideological inclination. So I'm not seeing that from Obi is always looking for the easiest way out. He's not going to help him. Very soon, he said he's not going to play politics beyond the 70, he said, or something. I think he's already approaching that. See, I don't want the effort of Nigerians to be wasted. The way he's going, I don't see him as a formidable force to challenge any meaningful incumbent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. This is the
thing. He's
wasting
the effort of Nigerians.
Okay. This is the thing. Don't worry about the effort. The effort is ours, right? So he's not wasting any of our efforts. But the thing there is that if we
were not the one, you didn't belong to that woman that was injured in Lagos.
We obedient, we know what we are doing, right? And we learn every day. Right? So this is the issue. The issue about Obi and the presidential ticket in ADC, it's not the easy way out. It's not the easy way out. Look, by calculation, right? In the South, Obi won in the South. Right? In the North, Obi got 15% of the votes. When you look at what is going on today, Tinubu already has problem in the North. And that is why he is trying to move. Everyone is trying to move, he's trying to make everybody move in the South. But I got a surprise for him. The governors does not move an inch. Well, let me say they move an inch or two. But we are going to beat Tinubu, at least in the South and in the Southeast, convincingly. So we know the game we are playing.
What if Obi is on the ballot?
You say?
What if Obi is on the ballot? Or Obi is on one side and I think it's on the other side. A repetition of 2023 will happen again, and that will be an easy ride for Tinubu.
Can I just say
you
something?
Guys don't learn. You don't learn anything, man.
If Atiku, right? If Atiku by any means, takes out Obi in this election, and Atiku is the person to stand against Tinubu, then Tinubu wins. I'll campaign for Tinubu.
What if Obi is on one side and Atiku is on another side? Just a repetition of what happened in 2023.
I don't care. If Obi,
which means you guys have not learned anything from your previous mistake.
What
it's okay. I don't want
to. Let me just add quickly to this. If Atiku runs separately from Obi, Tinubu wins. If P2B is not the flag bearer, Tinubu wins. And if P2B is the flag bearer and Kwankwaso doesn't join APC, and P2B has a running mate of someone like Erofai that has recognition in the North, anyone like that, P2B wins.
Good permutation. Good permutation.
Yeah, anything else gives advantage to the current incumbent.
Obidien don't want to hear anything from the way they see it.
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know where you're who you're listening to. I have said it on this show. I have said it that Atiku is the tone of the South. And the consensus is that
if Atiku refuses to,
South, if it does not go, comrade, can I just talk, please? See, if he goes to the South, if he doesn't go to the South, there is nothing they're doing. If Atiku is there, Tinubu will beat Atiku in the South. At least I know that for sure. Yeah,
so if Atiku is running, they will lose.
They will lose.
Yeah, my question to
if Amechi is running, they will lose.
Yeah, my question to you, Mr. Joel.
Two ways about it. So
yeah, if Atiku becomes the flag bearer of the coalition, right?
They will lose.
What will be the fate of Obi and Obedience?
They will all lose.
No. Let him answer. What do we do? Where do we go next? Where does Obedience go next?
Go solo? See. According to the law, according to electoral law, if you participate in one presidential primary, you won't be able to participate in another party's primary. So that is what I am saying.
What if he gets angry and leave before primary?
That's what I'm saying. If he leaves before primary, that's what I'm saying. That we are going to look at the situation. We can smell it. If it is not what we discussed, we'll pull out before the primary and commences. That's the thing. But if at the end of the day,
politics is not done this way. It does not give you formidable result the way you go about it. You be reactive instead of being proactive. This is where Tinubu becomes a better strategist. You waiting for what will happen to the commission before you decide what you want to do. You guys are wasting Nigerians.
I don't know what the argument is. Hold on. I don't know what the argument is about because P2B has already said he's part of the coalition and he's already said he's going to run for one term. You see, that's another advantage he has given again. If he's going to run for one term, it makes him extremely attractive to the North. And at the same time, we all know Tinubu has fractured some relationships in the North with key figures. And again, one other permutation you have to watch out for is Kwankwaso. Because if Kwankwaso goes with APC, that gives Tinubu Lagos. Kanu. That is a big state. And you watch Kwankwaso. If Kwankwaso doesn't move and the current permutation remains as it is, P2B in ADC, P2B is going to get the ticket. Let's face it. Who else has won 6 million votes apart from Atiku? And I don't think Atiku is going to run. I don't think Atiku is going to run because he knows he's going to lose because it's not the turn of the North.
That would have been the best permutation if you don't think Atiku is going to run. But I can assure you today, most of them
what makes you say that?
This is the last opportunity for Atiku. Atiku is putting everything on the line, even his life on the line to get this ticket.
Atiku
just the way he has been doing it.
Even try to get the ticket. He would be a fool to try to get it. It's a
exactly.
What are you talking about? Atiku has always been a fool when it comes to politics.
I hope he will be a fool forever.
So it's not going to change this time. That's my opinion now. I hope I'm wrong.
I don't think so because one, he has already consumed the ticket that could have taken.
Exactly the way you using your child to destroy PDP. Exactly the same right now.
Did you drink kankai? That's why you're talking.
Look at this one. Look at this one. He has left his chicken.
Atiku is putting everything into this contest. Everything. His money, his life, his business, his family into this contest. This is the last chance he has.
I think P2B is playing it very smart by saying he's going to run for one time.
Atiku is a nice guy, but he's not a good political strategist. I rest it there, please. Thank you.
Comrade, let me even say this. You think that Atiku is a Father Christmas? Is that what you are thinking?
They don't know Atiku. They don't look at
ADC will not let him. If ADC, if there have been
who is ADC? No,
hold on now.
Who's ADC?
To Niger, can I give you? Can I give
said
you?
it himself that he was willing to give way. He said it himself. I think if P2B thought Atiku was going to be the main flag bearer, P2B would not want to move to ADC.
I think to Niger, can I give
you?
you?
Doing the thinking for Peter Obi, Abi. You are the one thinking.
No, I'm doing the thinking because he knows how furious his supporters will be. In short, if he had 6 million votes before, if he does that, he's not even going to get
to
2.
his vice? Do you listen to his vice? What he said?
I didn't listen to him. All I'm telling you is that if he goes into that ADC wanting to be like a running mate after he's already got 6 million votes, that will never happen.
I don't know if time will permit me to give you. Can I give you a brief historical perspective of Atiku'S political trajectory since 1992, so that you will know who Atiku is?
No. I know about him, but you see, sooner or later,
now they're blaming wicked for destroying PDP. The real destruction of PDP started with Atiku in 20. I mean, so what are we? You guys don't know that guy, man. You don't know that guy.
But
see, Obi and his obedient movement, either Obi don't listen to them, or Obi or the obedient people are not advising Obi. They are not advising Obi.
Who is the
no strategy? All the emotion and noise everywhere.
Comrade, sorry, let me ask you, Niger. You say it doesn't control ADC. Who is ADC? Who are the people in ADC?
There are various groups from different angles. Even El-Rufai that was against this in Atiku is part of this in ADC. There are various people. I'm telling you that the decision making for ADC is going to be similar to what they did for
okay,
Tinubu.
Look at the.
They are going to strategically choose a southern candidate.
Wait now. Even the ADC that they are using as a platform is defective ab initio, you know that. Then who sold ADC to them? The former structure of ADC. How did they eliminate them? By now having chairman and secretary.
See, it's very simple. If Atiku wants to be flag bearer, P2B is not going to be there, then they will be divided and Tinubu is going to win, period. Anybody that does their maths will know that.
He just needed the obedient, the obese supporters. That's what he needs. He doesn't need Obi.
Yeah, but he's not going to get the supporters now. You have to understand the calculation that all of them understand. No, ask yourself now. No, ask yourself this question. No.
You are just one. You are just one.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Everybody knows. I think somebody's echoing there. Everybody knows once you go into the permutations, if Atiku runs and Obi goes on his own, Tinubu wins. If Atiku runs and Obi stays there, Tinubu wins. Everybody knows that. So even El-Rufai was saying that if you want to defeat Tinubu, you have to have somebody that has very low negatives. And P2B has very low negative. Yeah, people may not like him, they may not want to vote for him, but they don't hate him. They don't, not like the way people hate Tinubu. And Atiku, people hate Atiku. He's made so many enemies in the country. Not like P2B. In terms of credibility, in terms of getting votes, P2B has gotten the votes already, and we know he's going to sweep the South if he's the flag bearer. So anybody with common sense, if they go and choose Atiku, they are crazy.
Can I ask you a question?
So for your mind now, you believe El-Rufai will leave Atiku and work for Peter Obi? You don't really know Nigerian politics.
That's my thing. I might be mistaken, but that's
just being emotional.
If El-Rufai does that, El-Rufai will lose. El-Rufai doesn't want to lose. If El-Rufai knows that if he does that, he's going to lose. He knows that. He's not stupid.
Yeah, El-Rufai is even better than Atiku when it comes to that, because the game he played for Tinubu was very instrumental.
El-Rufai is a smart man. El-Rufai is a smart man. He's not going to back Atiku knowing that Atiku is going to lose.
Can we have an organized?
Let somebody else talk. You guys talk too much. So let me say something, right? Please, guys. So I've been listening to Omoriye. Omoriye is making very valid points. You see, the problem I'm seeing with the obedient, the core obedient, there are core obedience. There are those that just support Peter Obi. They just want the country to be good. Core obedient, they are dogmatic followers. They are like Buhari supporters. Then. So the problem is they are not able to analyze the situation with facts. They talk based on emotion. There's a lot of emotion. I will employ everyone to really listen to Omori. Omori is making some valid point.
He's not making no valid point.
Hold on.
Yeah,
It's
this
not,
is
it's not, it's not, it's not, it's not making no valid point.
Hold on.
He's not making no valid point.
Hold on.
That's the person you want to listen to.
No,
He's saying what you want.
No. That's not the point. That's not the point. You see, when I was speaking earlier, I said you cannot underrate ADC as well as you can't underrate Tinubu. Tinubu, he's a core politician. ADC have a chance here. In my own understanding, the opinion is I think Atiku need to drop his ambition. But I hear people say, "Oh, Atiku is not going to contest." They will
well, thank you very much. I wish that was possible.
Contest. If you want to bet $10,000, Atiku is contesting this election. Atiku will not.
And I have said it that Amechi said it yesterday that the power it has been zoned to the south. In the interview, Amechi said it.
Okay. If
you guys are just making this thing like you are the ones spinning it.
You're the
one spinning it. We're just wasting our time spinning stories that are not.
Yeah, you guys are not comfortable with the truth.
If you are a student,
I think it's just Atiku's history. That's why people are concerned.
A student of Nigeria politics, Abubakar Atiku is going to contest. If you are a student of Nigeria politics, you will understand. So, okay, let's assume Atiku is not contesting. Amechi will not be able to match Peter Obi. This is the honest truth in the primary. Except Atiku collapsed his structure and said, I want Amechi to go. Then he's going to fight against Obi coming up as the flag bearer. But otherwise, Peter Obi is going to defeat Amechi 100%. So Amechi is overrated politician. I like Amechi in some ways. But to be honest, he's an overrated politician. So right now, the two people that have the political capital in ADC, they are just two. Peter Obi and Atiku. You can't, even though I don't want Atiku to be on the ballot, you need Atiku. You can't rule Atiku out. Atiku will terrify, they can really destroy votes in the north. They can talk to people, they have supporters, they can really destabilize the Tinubu in the north. So a lot is going to happen before this year end by early next year.
And it's going to require Kwankwaso not to join APC.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that
join APC, then this coalition has a big chance to knock APC out.
A lot is going to happen. Just be watching.
If the coalition is formidable, they can dislodge Tinubu easily. But the problem will come from within. You know, we come from within. What will destroy the coalition? It's not even coming from Ikube.
Let me tell you how Tinubu can win this election, no matter what they do.
Sorry, make that point. And then we've got two new people joining us, Mr. D and Beware of Spinner. So after you made that point, maybe give them 2-3 minutes just to give a monologue to establish themselves in the conversation. Back to you. Sorry.
Yeah. I didn't even get 2-3 minutes. Okay, so the one of the ways Tinubu could win this, that's almost cause confusion in this election. First, no matter what, let's say they get P2B for ADC and Aerofy or some other heavyweight in the north as running mate, which is very, very powerful. But if P2B goes with Tinubu goes with someone like Kwankwaso, takes Shetima out and gets Kwankwaso. If he can get Kwankwaso as running mate, then towards the election, releasing Nnamdi Kanu, oh my God, the chaos that guy is going to cause. You guys are not going to believe what's going to happen, especially if you offer something to Nnamdi Kanu that makes Nnamdi Kanu sound like a little bit not too friendly to P2B. Then all hell will break loose. So this is not, which always factor that in. He could release Nnamdi Kanu during the election. This guy, when he knows his back is against the wall, he could do that, and he could seek help for Kwankwaso, and people are making noise about Kwankwaso already. So you watch out for that. But without those two, I assure you, if P2B gets the ticket of ADC and gets someone like Aerofy as running mate, it's over for this president.
And Tunaja, and to that question of Nnamdi Kanu, right? We are not fools. Even as Igbo people, we are not fools. If they release Nnamdi Kanu, we know he's buying vote. Why is he not released right now? Why they've not released him? If he had the intention to release them Nnamdi Kanu, if he had good intention, it would have been immediately he came into power.
People
But
don't
Nnamdi
care.
Kanu has been
Once
there.
they release him,
He has been there.
they don't care. They will just follow. And if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, people don't care. Especially if like 3 months towards the election or 6 months before the election.
That's what I'm saying. That we are not going to give in to that. That's what I'm saying. In the southeast,
sure?
we are not. I'm just telling. I'm being honest with you.
You don't know how the
Your fellow
Southeast vote.
Southeasterners.
You don't know how the Southeasterners vote. That's why you're saying this. We don't do that.
See, Nnamdi Kanu, let me tell you something. They reading Nnamdi Kanu now for him pocket. Let him not come and do anything. That they will be, we will put him join because he's not suffering what we're suffering. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. So I mean,
I'm just saying that a lot of people feel very strongly about Nnamdi Kanu. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah. Okay, forefather. I mean, okay, that's your own narration. That's what you think. There's no way they can release Nnamdi Kanu just to reward Tinubu maybe 2 or 3 weeks before election. Then the whole Southeasterners, with
6 months.
Wait a minute, it doesn't matter.
The
they won't divorce Obi no matter what. Because they're ruling Nnamdi Kanu. Even I thought the condition is for Nnamdi Kanu to say, I want you all to vote for Tinubu. That's the only way we're going to release you. And then Nnamdi Kanu come out and start that rhetoric. The Southeasterners are not going to buy that.
No, it's not. He doesn't have to do that. All he has to do is badmouth Peter Obi.
You need to have the case study of the Southeastern method of voting.
See, hear what I'm telling you. He's not going to say vote for Tinubu. He's going to say, just like what's his name, Omoye Sowore is doing. He's going to badmouth Peter Obi. He's going to say Peter Obi is like one of them.
It's not going to work. There's nothing you're going to do to badmouth Peter Obi. Believe me. You don't know the followers. That's not going to work. They will know that.
I'm sure Nnamdi Kanu doesn't think very highly of Peter Obi already. He doesn't think highly of Peter Obi already.
I don't know what he think like, but it doesn't matter what he said at that particular time.
I don't care what he thinks like. I don't care if he likes Obi or not. We are talking about Nigeria. We're talking about the future of Nigeria. Not Nnamdi Kanu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome.
Yeah, well done, bros. Yeah. I just want to, I don't know, I would like to, I hear all your arguments. Everyone is just thinking, Obi, yeah, I'm obedient and I believe, and I think for all of us, we have the same goals, which is, first of all, the power comes to South. Second of all, we're hanging with Obi because, to make sure that, it still comes to South. But listening to Amechi's, Amechi's interview yesterday. What if it comes up to this ADC party where it is Obi and Amechi? How is that going to end?
Like how?
To get the
the Southern candidate. Obi will be a better
candidate.
It's not even a contest.
It's not a contest.
If they go into the South and say let it be Obi or Amechi, it's not a contest. Amechi doesn't have that much political capital.
Man of prestige.
Man of prestige. Don't mistake a primary for a general election.
Okay, man of prestige.
The interest. I've been a delegate to primaries.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, let me answer you. I've been playing this game since 1990. See, in primaries, it's not what you expect in Western.
I know, bros. But
no. I agree with you.
I agree. I just want to say something. I want to say something. Okay, now if Obi goes in the primaries with Amechi, how will the split of the obedient? So now, if Obi now don't win, what will happen to obedient?
Obedience will not caucus with them. I'm telling you.
Why do you think
this
so?
Is the way the obedience reason. It's neither Obi or nothing. I'm just telling you. That's how they are. I'm Obi supporter, but I'm not.
Listen. How far can you go with that?
Now, man of prestige. Wait, now listen. Now take it easy, small. Now, who do you think supports Obi? Which people supports Obi? Which tribe supports Obi?
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you from the data that I have. Last election, we have to go with the antecedent. What
Not
happened
last election.
Hold on, let me talk. Now, you ask me a question.
Yeah.
33% of the obedience are from the southeast.
Okay.
Go and find out 33% of the obedience. Does
Okay.
obedience still have that? Does obedience still have still have that platform? Of the people supporting him? Yes, all over the country. Whether it has diminished, it has grown. That remains to be seen. So he's gonna get the whole southeast. That's a go.
So
South
okay.
might split.
Yes, good.
South
Okay,
might.
so 33%. So you still say 66% point something still is not southeast. Now,
No, it's
if
not.
Amechi, listen, if Amechi, because some of all those kind of calculations that we need to start calculating and understanding, if Amechi comes up to say he is with, he comes up against Obi and he wins, so does it mean that the 33% or the obedience will not go and vote for Tinubu?
They may not vote.
No,
I know.
Because I need
we
to.
might sit it out. We might sit it out. My
Yes.
brother, see, this is the thing. The only way Root to me will win will be is through fraudulent means. And that's the reason why, based on that, we are going to pull out.
No, so when
The
you
only
pull out, what are
way-
you going to
the
do?
only
Are you going to vote for Tinubu or you're
we
going to
sit
vote
it
for
out.
Amechi?
My brother will sit it out. If we don't know what we do, we sit it out.
Okay.
We cannot be part of that charade. How can
but
Root to me beat Obi? It's only corruption that will make Root to me beat Obi. And if that happens, we are pulling out. If not for anything, let Obi stay at home.
Yeah,
We buy
and that
Root
is
to
true because clearly Peter Obi has shown that he can win votes.
But let's ask one question. See, let's be
Yeah.
serious and be real, because at the end of the day, I'm a big supporter. But now, we need to re-ask all of them the questions of how to move forward. Tinubu has done some 5 policies that we think will move forward. How do we think Obi would do? What is he going to do to move Nigeria forward? I think, in my own view, as an Obi supporter, because I need to still ask him, like, okay, Oga, do you really know what you're doing? Do you know what we want? Because at the end of the day, we all can be like Obi, and he's still playing. Maybe they're all the same politicians.
I think from what I've seen of Obi's
Do you understand? So we need to, but 1 second. We need to say, ask him, say, okay, you know what would you do to do this and do that? And realistically, can he answer the question? Is he able to do those things? Would he be? I didn't want to do things because I know.
Hold on, Mr. D. Hold on, please.
Can I comment?
If you look at current Tinubu, we're going to come in 1 minute, please. If you look at current Tinubu, the way he governed as a governor is the way he's governing as a leader. And if you look at P2B, the way he has governed as a governor, you can see that he finds ways to find efficiency and find new ways to solve problems that were unsolvable before. And he tends to be more more pro transparency in terms of the way he does things. So there are so many, and he's very, very civil the way he tries to conduct himself. So those are the kind of things that keeps nations functioning better. And I think if he brings that as into the country is going to benefit from it.
So it's not really a bad thing if Amechi comes to do like a what's it called with Obi, then Obi will prove himself better, isn't it? Because to be honest, and I'm speaking from my side, and I think one other brother was saying that they go do mago, which it can't be one kind is true. Not true. They fit do mago for primaries against Obi if he's
primary is not about who's more popular. Primary election is not about popularity.
We have not allowed Simba to speak.
It's about interest. It's about interest.
Sorry. Beware of Sinners hasn't spoken, and Simba hasn't spoken. Simba, how are you? Welcome.
Simba has been talking since yesterday.
But I haven't finished now.
You haven't finished. Okay,
yes, now.
Use 1 minute to round up.
Let me just round up. So I just think.
Hold on, let the man finish now. Tuna, just structure the whole thing.
Okay, let's structure it. Beware spinners. Wait, let Mr. D round up in 1 minute. Then you go ahead.
No, I don't want him to round up because I want to throw a question to him. It's because he started something. He said, "How could we get Obi to be able to win the primaries?"
Yeah,
because Obi is pitching himself against some wolves, people like Amechi, who are more of crooks. They play crookery kind of politics. He can't play that kind of politics. I think for me, it's a position I want to push to this friend that is asking the question. you see, the problem, one of the problem that Obi did while with Labour Party is like it's going to repeat the same problem. It's going to repeat the same thing with this ADC if he's not careful. And that what the problem is that for the fact that he has his people wrapped around his finger, I mean the obedience, he doesn't seem to understand the internal workings of party politics. You know, he just jumped from PDP into Labour, and he was just given the candidacy of Labour without going through some kind of party theatrics of internal politics. Maybe that's why he doesn't feel he doesn't like look like he's savvy when it comes to that. What I expected him to have done is, having learned, was they keep saying that he has learned his lessons from Labour, but I don't think he has learned any lesson yet. And what is that lesson? Is that since he has his obedience wrapped around his fingers, why can't he? I mean, I've seen forums where this is a northern guy, that guy that usually go with him. He said they want to register obedience. They have their portals where they ask people to come and register. Why don't you overrun Labour Party? Let all your people, I mean, massively register themselves into Labour Party. Let them hijack that party that way, so that they will hijack the structures of that party. Likes of Abure will be pushed out. If people call for some kind of
may I know who, sorry,
hold on,
may I know who is talking, please? May I know who is talking?
Hold on, make a land. Now, rational mind.
I just want to know you, guy. I want to know you.
Now, rational mind, they talk.
Yeah, you are very rational. God bless you, man. If only you go be with you.
So my point is this. It seems like he has not learned that lesson. I know maybe it's still early to talk about ADC right now. But what I expect him to be doing right now is bring in your own structure. But when I mean you're obedient, encourage them to register massively into ADC. So when it comes to that primaries, they will feel overwhelmed the system, and they will feel push you to victory. So it's like Obi is still naive when it comes to this internal party politics.
Yeah.
Don't think that because you
another thing might not be open primary. No matter how many obedient register, if you don't open primary,
okay,
they will not be able to participate.
Thank you. And this is what I'm saying. Because at this point in time, yeah, there's not been that drive of, okay, obedience. If you go to your ward, go and register in your ward. Do you understand? So you push all your obedience to go and register in the ward, so that when it comes down to that thing, then you can have a say. And at this time,
we have started a drive. We have started a
Obi
drive.
has not been maximizing the support of obedience. He doesn't know what he has behind him.
In the ADC, not in obedience, though.
No, obedience have been. We've been encouraging obedience to register under ADC.
Yeah, because
I mean,
that's the only way. And because he has to be, we cannot give. Don't get me wrong, go. Me, I'm not saying if it's Tinubu and Obi, is Obi I'm choosing. Do you understand? But if it's Amechi, and maybe we look at even from Amechi's interview, yes, he's a bad guy. He's been there. Realistically, if you look on the other side, he's going to win you the election. Amechi will probably dust Tinubu, because they go fight and 1-to-1. And if we get support of some of the obedience, it will win them. Make we be real. Do you understand? Now, which bad do you want to choose?
Mr. D, let me give you an update about your narration. The latest update is that the strong grassroots appeal, especially among the youth and urban population, will be supporters in the Southeast have already folded their structure to ADC, including some states like Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Sokoto,
that will not count in the primaries.
This is the mistake some of you make here.
That will not count in the primaries. He has to be a candidate before all those grassroots support can count.
I mean, they hope it's going to work.
Prestige. You see, sometimes I hear the news first from people like you and maybe our friend from Tennessee that they would. I mean, how are we sure that really they've collapsed those structures like you're saying?
Because you don't know what's happening within the grassroots. I'm not saying it's going to stick, but as of right now, they are collapsing their structure to ADC.
What's the certainty that this is really happening, like you're saying?
Rational mind. Ask me how.
Go on, please.
See,
Do you follow the space in Nigeria or what's happening? I'm telling you what's happening. I'm on the grassroots.
I mean, you're right. If they can do that, then that's fine. But if they're not doing anything, and somebody's saying and thinking that, oh, when it comes to that time, Obi no go, you could just come and say,
I think
they don't choose that, then you
the
just come out.
anticipation is that they're going to give it to Obi. But if they don't,
But if he
then
has these people inside, remember when even Dino, when they were trying to remove some of their delegates, they can't put Dino shouted that they're removing their delegate to that they replace them with these people. Follow it up. Man, like people will be real, then people know that you're doing it. And like as Rational Mind said, the internal politics, he has to follow that up. No one's going to give him on a plate of gold, even if among the obedient.
Nobody said that, my brother. But what we're just saying is just this, right? You see, if you're going into a match, right? You put out your best players. Right
Boss,
now,
I think you're misconcepting something. But let me give you one thing here. I want to say something, boss. I get what you're saying, but let me give you. Sorry, before you conclude your stuff.
Let me just
I know, boss. I want to say something. If you have the concept that you think that is only everybody that is saying obedient, and you think is one Southeast people, or maybe just some people who like Obi so much that is supporting him, please, you're wrong. 100 right now. We're supporting Obi because Tinubu is not there. Okay, we're supporting Obi because hello?
Oh shit. We can hear you. You're breaking.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Yeah. So yeah, we're supporting Obi because Tinubu is, you understand, and like he's the less devil among all of them. But realistically, if it comes to that something, it is not what you think. That's what I'm trying to say. You can say, but it is not 100% say Obi then go come from one side, or everybody go believe say it must be Obi. If he no really can they do the things that he has to do.
No, definitely. If we see that he's messing up at some point, we can change course. But for now, we just believe that, you see, what happened. Many people can blame him for what happened in a Labour Party, but the issue there is that, you see, you have to look at the philosophy behind him, right? The philosophy. Yeah, he might be doing the good things in a wrong environment, but at some point, we have to start doing the right things. So he cannot go and hijack the party the way the court had to talk. And if you can remember the way he came into the party, right? Now, the Supreme Court, my thing is just this. The case went to the Supreme Court, and what came out of it? So let's just leave this issue, right? It's so easy to sit out there and blame anybody. But if Abure says I'm the chairman after the Supreme Court judgment, what do you want him to do? Beat him up?
Yeah, no, sir, we understand those ones. Those ones is past tense. But in this time, look, I put them time. Labour Party will not win Nigeria. Yeah, but this coalition is the only coalition that can remove Tinubu.
We are going into the coalition. Is anyone hearing me?
We can hear you. Go on. We can hear you.
Yeah. So we are going into the coalition. What we are going to do is this: we are moving into ADC. There is no questions about it. I mean, it is free entry, free exit.
Joel, how involved are you in this whole thing? Because the way you talk, sometimes you talk like as if you are in the know.
No, because because I'm in the process of registering into ADC. Okay. And I've not done that before, but this time around I want to do it. Right? So I'm registering with ADC very, very soon. It's in the process. And let's take it from there.
Okay, I want to ask a simple question here. Are you guys coming together just to remove Tinubu for sake, or you are trying to grow Nigeria economy and improve security? Is that the purpose, or the purpose of this coalition was, okay, let's remove Tinubu? That's just the purpose of this. Let's come together.
No.
Can I answer that? Can I make a comment on that?
That's not the purpose. No. Let me answer it, okay?
Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Joel can answer that question. Then after that, Rational Mind has the floor. So he'll have the floor for about 5 minutes. He can take or reject the interjection, but don't try and overwhelm him. After Rational Mind, Nigeria first. So let's be a bit structured. Make that response. Joel, Rational Mind takes the floor for about 5 minutes. Then from him on to Nigeria first.
Thank you very much, one man. I don't know the name of the guy that asked the question, but it's not about taking out Tinubu. It's about changing the course of the nation, the course of the economy, the course of governance.
Okay. How are you going to do that?
Setting up. Hold on now, please. Setting us on the right path.
Okay.
The idea where our judiciary is this corrupt. We cannot continue to have it that way. We cannot have foreign investors come into our country if we have a judiciary like that. Look at our National Assembly. They're not making laws that really impact us.
Okay, how are you going to change this thing?
It starts with you, the president.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on.
Please hold on. Let me ask first. Where do you live? Do you live in Nigeria or you live outside Nigeria?
Listen, can I just say something, please?
Yeah,
can I just say something? If you are the president, it's a lot of things that you can change just from changing your attitude. If you are a government that is good on spending, you're going to see people that will help you spend. If you're an extravagant one, you're going to see people that will help you do it. If you are about putting Nigerian straight, you're going to see people that will help you do it. So it's the mindset. And that's the reason why we're following Obi. It's not because that we want billions from Obi. We don't want no money from Obi.
Nobody said to follow Obi. What I'm saying is that what are they going to do differently from the current economic policy that this current president is?
No. It's a whole lot. So see, our priorities have to be right. Yeah. See, listen. Our priorities: education, agriculture, power. We have to set our priorities right. If we are declaring state of emergency, we are not declaring state of emergency to take out somebody because we feel like he's against. He will be
you are our conversation. You are not
right. Can I just please? You see.
Are you answering my question or you?
Listen. That's my problem. With the Abados. It's always Rational Mind. You can just go ahead and go. I mean, these guys. I don't know. Go ahead, Rational Mind.
They're not going to let it go. Now at this point now, what they want to know is they want to know what Obi or the coalition. Can I say something?
Yeah.
Somebody's talking at the same time.
Yeah. You have the floor, but you have to moderate the interjection. So if you don't want to accept it, then stop it so that there's some sort of cohesion so it's coherent somewhat. So 5-7 minutes, Rational Mind.
Noted. Thank you, woman. So yeah, they want to ask you what is it going to do differently? Even when you tell them and you refer them to what Obi has said, they still, I mean, I don't know, maybe they're not convinced or they just want something. I don't just know what they're looking for. So for me, I just don't dignify them anymore with all this kind of their crap that they do every time. They like to stall conversation with such arguments that makes no sense. But at this point, for me, what I want to debate, I want to talk about is how to concretize this their coalition. Because I know, for me, I have some misgiving or some second thoughts about the whole coalition thing. Well, like I said, I've always maintained a position that I don't mind when people do little evil to accomplish some good or accomplish much good. The evil here is that I know the likes of Erufai and the rest of them are the people that I just detest in that they are coalition. I don't want to see people like that. But the one that is currently there right now that has turned that country to his own fiefdom, like his own kind of dynasty, like the one he had in Lagos. He's overtaking the whole thing. He has captured the whole thing. And it's making it look like we're all just powerless. Nothing we can do. Just look at the National Assembly. It's a rubber stamp. There's no opposition. They don't allow opposition talk. They'll shut you down. I mean, you wonder what many things he does without even going through due process. Look at the Lagos highway that he awarded without no due process. And you have some people that will come here and they'll be asking you what will be do differently. When you don't follow due process. I mean, there's so many shenanigans with this guy from Lagos that I can't just even imagine my life. Well, don't as if I can imagine my lifestyle, but you know, I'm seeing something being done here in America like that too. But you cannot have a so powerful a man like that, whereby nobody can check him. You know, one thing is, I remember there's this history in old or your empire. You know, there used to be the Alafi, and then we have Pashonga. That is a very powerful man, and he's a kingmaker, but he became a king. But what happened after he became a king? He became ruthless. He became so powerful that nobody can he even made the Allah even prostrate for him. But that's as the story goes. That's what I heard. So what am I trying to say here is this? I'm just trying to use that analogy to show that when a kingmaker himself become a king, oh my goodness, you guys better believe it. You're going to have a system that probably will become so I don't know what's that word I'm looking for. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to. I mean, you can never have a system that really will work in that kind of in that regard. And that's what I'm saying with this guy that is currently there. So if we can change that trajectory, because the way the guy is just running the country, just running like anything I say, anything I do goes. And if you question me, I'll say my attack does it on you, or maybe you find yourself locked up, or you'll be shut down. We cannot allow something like that. So for me, anything that will take him out of that place, I'm for it. Not because I feel that this congregation of what's it called, of this wolves of their own too, because they are not a place. They are looking for how to make their own money or how to even rip the system too. But the point I'm trying to say here is this: if Obi can clinch that ticket, which I don't think,
You have done more than 5 minutes, sir.
Is that?
You have done more than 5 minutes now.
What's going on here?
He's still at 7 minutes. Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
He was given 5 minutes to speak.
It's 5 to 7 minutes. 5 to 7 minutes. Go ahead.
Have I spoken for 5 minutes?
It's not even up to 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah.
It's not up to 5 minutes.
What time are you using that you're telling me I'm spoken for 5 minutes?
You have.
Mexican time.
Come on. What's going on?
Okay, land so that so I can speak.
No, dude, don't interrupt my thought, please, because I don't know where you're coming from. But with this your kind of something. Anyways, so for me,
disagree with me. That's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Let me talk, please. I don't
want to let him talk now.
So for me, I just look at this coalition. I'm still kind of looking at it. I don't know how Obi is going to navigate it, because he's pitching himself. He's pitching tent with this bunch of people like Tinubu, who knows how to play the internal politics. I just don't know how that's going to work for him. But I'm still watching. I'm just still watching. I don't want to make some comments right now, besides saying that just need to watch out. I think there was this interview that former President Goodluck Jonathan granted, which he insinuated so many things in that interview about the North, and some of the southern people that they use in stabbing their fellow southern people. So you see, right now it's still very early, but I know the APC, they are planning something in their own just to make sure that their coalition doesn't work. Because one thing I know is this: if it ever happens that Obi becomes that flag bearer and everybody goes ahead and support him from that ADC, Tinubu should be ready. But will Tinubu allow that to happen? That's why I believe Tinubu will never allow that to happen, because he knows that Obi has what it takes to counter him, to slug it out with him. And if he has the full support of some of those northern big wigs, Tinubu should be ready. But that's why Tinubu will not allow it to happen. But if it's Amechi, it's easy. Tinubu will destroy him. If it's Amechi, because I know at that point, like some obedient will pull out. And if it's just Atiku, the only way I think it might work with Atiku is if Atiku cleans the ticket and it makes Obi his vice, which I know some obedience, they have some reservation as to that, which means I have some reservation as to, but I think that's the only combination that will really solidify Tinubu's fate in this coming election. But because of the pronouncement of the Obi has made in the past that I know I don't want to be spare tire. I want to be this. I want to be the one leading the charge or whatever. It might make some obedient want to like withdraw, maybe even abstain entirely from that election, 2027 election, not even want to vote. But I'm trying to see if they can spin the narratives. If ever Obi becomes a deputy or vice president to Atiku, you just need to hire some big publicists, people that will reshape the whole thing, like the APC they do very well, so that they will use them, they will match them propaganda for propaganda. That's the only way I feel they can defeat Tinubu. I leave it at that.
Okay, I think it's my turn now to speak. Good. See, we have to be realistic here. Yes, the coalition coming together is a good thing. But what I'm waiting for is that are their policy going to different for what? Because, for example, the three of them, the three candidates of last year who are still in the game now, they said they were going to remove subsidy and unite the currency, and Tinubu came in and did that. Good. So when they formed this coalition, what's this discussion? Are they going to retract bring back what they call it subsidy, repeg the currency? So what is this thing? What's this thing they are going to do? What's the difference between what the current president is doing now and what they are going to do? Are they going to do it? So those will be very, very important. I'll be here to listen. I'll give them a listening ear. But if they don't come up with a superior argument, I'm sorry. No, we are not kidding here. The current president, I need to say it today, it will win re-election. Yes. Except the economy did not at least change a little bit for now till the next election. If inflation drop and the economy issue in the country, the economy pay dues, it is easy win for him. Even if all the coalition come together, the current president will remain the president. And I'm ready. If anybody here, I'm ready to bet my money. This has nothing to do with emotion. I'm just telling you now. I called it last time that I was going to win. I'm calling it again now that it's going to win re-election early. I'm doing it early now, not this thing. The only thing that will make him
the only way he's going to win is through rigging, and that's what
the only thing that will make him not win that election next year, 2027, if the economy continues to remain bad and the people are going through pain and the inflation keep on going up, then he will face a lot of problems.
Did you just admit that the economy is bad at the moment?
Who was the last speaker? Who was the last speaker before Nigeria?
Did you just admit that the economy is bad at the moment?
Sorry, who was the last speaker before
you?
The
inflation is still high. The inflation has not come down.
Oh, it was Joel of Nashville?
So, okay, I want to pass this question.
Okay,
I want to pass this question to you now. Are you now all of a sudden now friend of El-Rufai because you were always against El-Rufai? Have you changed that view now?
What do you mean I have changed the view? I hate the supremacy stance.
I'm just asking you because you were saying he's terrorist. I was trying to tell you, no, the guy was not a terrorist.
I never said anything about him being a terrorist. I don't never said anything.
Yeah, you did.
Why would I never called any Nigerian politician a terrorist.
Hello, this guy.
I'm not ready for your nonsense today, man. I'm not ready.
You had a very terrible.
Did you just say that I called El-Rufai a terrorist?
Yes, you did.
And you're out of your mind. I've never called any Nigerian politician
a terrorist. Both of us had a very serious disagreement.
This guy is just annoying. Why would I call any Nigerian politician a terrorist?
Tunaya don't make such statement. Tunaya, hold on. The way I was asking about the last speaker, right? Beware of spinner. He made very good submission. I really love. I wanted to just add something to what he said. There is one point he said that is very important. ADC, they have a good spokesman now, Abdullah, the man from Kwara, but they need to look for Lai Mohammed. if you know like Mohammed as opposition spokesman under in 2015 when
Hey, why
APC
you don't
was
come
coming
again
up.
with your line, Mohammed?
Yeah, they need another line, Mohammed. Actually, what
Another propaganda. Another propaganda machine.
you need somebody, because to be honest, APC they have very good spokespeople. Like you have the last of Festus Keyamo is gonna come up with the energy. You have Felix Moka. You have what's this guy, the spokesman to Tinubu that was working with Atiku before. APC have good people, but ADC they need to look for Lai Mohammed anywhere in Nigeria. And the other thing I needed to point out, right? This thing, to be honest, nobody knows where it's going for now. But I need to caution most people from the Southeast. They need to stop making this as Southeast project. Peter Obi is not Southeast project. They need to drop that tune.
You are the only one
Peter
making a
Obi
Southeast
is Nigeria.
project.
Not only you, even
You
Man
are
of
the one
Prestige
making a
was
Southeast
speaking.
project.
Even
You are
Man
the
of
one making a
Prestige was
Southeast
speaking
project.
along that line. No. We need, Peter Obi is Nigeria project.
Listening
It's
to
not.
what AY is saying, not you
It's
disagree
very
with it.
dangerous. It's
Speaking
very
facts.
dangerous when we try to do that. But this thing is gonna be interesting. Trust me, before end of the year next year, it's gonna be very, very interesting. APC will not sleep. Oh, they will try to destabilize ADC. Watch that. It's gonna be very
I
interesting.
agree with
I'm
you,
really watching. I'm really watching.
Mr. M. I agree with
Yes,
you that our brothers from the southeast should stop making
yeah,
it
they need
look like
to
it's the
drop the
southeast.
tune a little
They
bit.
don't even care to listen sometimes. Even when you're trying to advise them, they don't listen to you because
Yeah, it's a problem.
But hold on.
Rational mind.
Hold on.
Rational
Let me say
mind.
this.
Has anyone
You
look?
speak. You will speak. Hold on.
Rational
Make I
mind.
just land this point. I don't make you get a wrong view.
I don't know. I don't know
Of what I
why.
just
I don't
said.
know where they're getting it from, but it's okay.
Hold on. You will talk. I don't want you to just conclude that what I said meant maybe I'm attacking our Southeast brothers. But besides, even the Tinubu does his own too. They make it a Yoruba project now. Is that not what they have been doing up to this moment? You know, when he went to Abeokuta and the rest and all the crap they've been saying. But some of them that come on this platform here, don't they speak like make it like look like it's a Yoruba project. But what my point is this is just that I just want our Southeastern brothers, because that's one thing they want to use. You know, this is a propaganda machine, this APC propaganda machine. And when they start this crap of yes, they're making it a Southeast project, which will make our own Southeast make it Southwest project. That Mawani, those kind of a crap that they always like to talk. So let them, so that you not give them reason for them to start making it that way. And then they start drawing their northern brothers too, making it look like it's more religious. Two Muslims is better than Christian, this kind of a crap. So I just want our Southeast brothers to refrain from doing that, even though that is what it's supposed to be, because Tinubu is also doing his own too. He's making the whole thing look like it's a Southwest project, a Yoruba thing. You people don't take that bait. It's a bait. So
Okay,
our Igbo brothers
thank you.
to just take a neutral
bro.
ground on that, so that way this APC idiots they will not start using that, and they want to start this ethnic race in the Southwest, and they want to stop them from even, because I've been hearing stories now. I was on a platform a few days ago. Some traditional leaders, when I mean traditional leaders like Bales and like I think some village heads, I think they said they attended one another party kind of, I don't know, maybe this is this same ADC or some other party meeting, and they were humiliated in front of other people, other village heads. That is how it has gotten. That you cannot have a second, even when Awolowo was the head of Western region, there were people like Ladoke, Sakitola, and the rest of them that were in opposition to him. There were so many people like the whole Alafia for all those kind of people. They were not part of the what's it called, action group.
Don't
So what are we doing?
Don't change
Just because of this guy, we don't even know his mama, we don't know his papa. We don't make it like as if it's no Yoruba people can talk in Yoruba land again. Go to my state, go to Ondo State. Hold on, let me talk.
No, I don't want a situation whereby you be telling wrong story to people.
So what is the long story?
When Akintola was in opposition to Awolowo, what did you get? What happened? Tell us what happened.
What happened? Well, they tell
He
us
even broke away. Now let's go Operation Wet here.
Don't mind him. He will come here and be spinning story and then be talking as if he's making sense.
Let's not go into that.
Which politician will allow opposition to thrive? Why are you talking? And you think you are making sense?
We should allow opposition to thrive. Yeah.
Our Lord that you are citing example did not even allow the voice of opposition.
Can we focus on the current political dynamics,
No,
not
you will not.
not begin to travel
He will not speak to the topic. He will just start talking on talking about Tinubu. If he doesn't talk about Tinubu, he will not be satisfied. Is that the topic you said?
I know you want to spin it that way, and you're telling me I'm the one spinning it. If I have the time,
don't change narration.
I will engage
people
you.
here, some people here might not know the history, but don't be giving them wrong
don't give
impression.
me that. People don't know the history here. Well, I know the history. I know how it happened.
So why did they have wet here then? So example that you are giving, is it a good example? Is that I will not allow opposition? So you allow opposition that
nobody care about what you're talking about. That's not what we want to hear. We are not alive at that time. We don't know. Please.
No.
It's not Rational Mind that started it.
Can I the host of the
do you want me to elaborate on that?
No, don't.
That's not what I want to do. I just want to say that in passing that yes,
so
people should be allowed to have their own opinion. Not because somebody so-called Yoruba man is there, everybody should just fall in line.
Don't bring ethnic
mind.
here. If Obi has his own way, everybody play their politics. Don't save Yoruba.
Okay, let me leave it at that because already I'm sounding like maybe
people on this platform.
Let me
Can we start the topic, please? Can we start the topic, please?
Why are you doing that? What do you get by doing all this rubbish that you do?
No, hold on. So stay on the topic.
Okay, let me respond. Let me respond.
Leave it at that.
Hold on. Don't respond. Because otherwise you will. Let Rational Mind bring it home. Let BT come in a little bit. Then we'll circle it around. Just manage the conversation amongst yourselves. But whoever has the floor should coordinate it. So you have the floor now, Rational Mind. From you, it goes on to BT.
I really want to engage our friend Simba because of what he brought up, but because of time, I don't want this topic to become to be part of that. But my point is just that we as Yorubas, we are free thinkers. In fact, the national anthem says the way a son was born, that's how a slave was born. So you cannot say because I'm a son of a royal, then I being a slave, I'm lesser than you. No, Yoruba people does not have that. Even though we know we have respect, that we know who is who, but then we do have respect for each other. We allow divergent opinion, but not because of this guy. We don't even know where he's from. Who claims to be Lagosian? Who claims to be one party? I don't know where.
If you want to talk about Tinubu, talk about Tinubu. But don't bring
we saw in Lagos during the election when they were.
Let him land. We cannot be talking on each other, please.
No. I will not allow him to be talking that.
Let him land. When he land, you can counter him, please.
He's fond of doing that. You can't be
bringing your tribe
just because whether you are Yoruba or not. I don't care. But you can't come here and be spinning just because you want to please some few.
He's entitled to his opinion, please. When you have your chance, you can counter him.
Allow him to be doing such rubbish.
No, hold on. Well, you can say it's rubbish, but my point is that our Igbo brothers should refrain from using that, taking that bait, because they want to make this. At some point they want to make this an ethnic thing. So I leave it at that. That's all I have to say.
Yes. So just give me
I think let's refrain from the personal attack and focus on the issue. This is what same thing they did with Buhari. Buhari is a Jubri, all this kind of BS.
Okay, can you just give me 1 minute, please? Just wanted to make a few points. I'll leave about 30 seconds. Somebody said earlier that if ADC moves the primaries and just zones into the south between Amechi and Obi, and that and somebody said, Amechi doesn't have a chance, Obi all the way. Let me remind you, Amechi came second in the APC primaries to Tinubu. He went ahead of the sitting VP. Just to remind you, it was number 2 ahead of Osibajo in the APC primaries. And to explain to you guys, it's a primaries. Okay, these are delegates voting, not you.
Yeah, primary is not the popularity contest.
Yeah. Hold on, please. So this emotional response to when you got to think critically. So how would Peter Obi do with cutting delegates? You have to pay, right? And somebody said, the only way Amity can win if if it's corrupt or if they bribe it. That is the whole point. You are hanging out with Atiku Amechi and you're shocked that they're going to bribe somebody. Oh, hello. That's the whole point in the first place. That's what they do. So I am shocked he's even hanging out with them. If his own supporters say that they are for him because he's against corruption, he's against things like that, then if you hang out with them, don't be surprised if they bribe their way through the primaries and they defeat your guy. So the shock is what I don't understand. Number two, my friend Joel of Nashville is here. Good to see you again, buddy. It's been a long time. 2 years ago or more on this platform, Joel told me, because he was trying to sell OB to me. He said, but I know you don't really support.
They're not telling you no shit. That's the reason why they cut you off.
Hold on. What is he talking about? I don't know what Joel is talking about, but he told me that OB can be, I should see OB as the bridge from the past into the future, because I said that they had a huge youth following, and Joel told me, yeah, just look at OB as the bridge from the old to the new, to we the youth, and it was so I am not surprised that the bridge is now taking you back to the old, Joel. I thought the bridge was supposed to take us forward. Why is that? Why is bridge OB now? Why are we going back on that bridge? It goes
because in building a nation, it must still comprise of the old and the young. So the issue there is no, I'm being honest with you.
The bridge was away from because I was very specific. I said the old meaning corrupt, because I was saying that it was part of the old, and you said no, that even though you might have hung out with them, that it could be a bridge from that old God that are corrupt into the future. So why
and he still is? He still is.
So why is that bridge taking us backwards? We're supposed to move forward.
It's not taking us backward. The issue there is this. The reality on ground is that you need certain structures in the north, because he has already conquered the south. So he needs certain structures in the north. And in order to do that, see, it's just politics. It's just the way it is. But the issue there is this.
My friend, you know my friend. You told me you are the structure. Remember that we are the structure. We don't need the structure.
Our structure was not good enough, and our structure was not good enough in 2023. There is nothing wrong in trying out something and you admit failure. We could not, at the end of the day, the name of the game was winning. We did not win, even though on paper, or even though in reality we won. On paper, we did not. What made us not to win is something that we have to work on. And again, where Tinubu had most of his gains in the last election, over 65% of his vote was from the north. Today he cannot say that. So, and Obi on the other hand won the south in the last election.
So you don't believe?
Can I answer Babati? Can I come in, please? Give me a minute.
No, before you answer, please. So you don't believe in the people? Remember?
No. That's still the people. What you're doing is this, right? Remember, when the British came into Nigeria, when they came to the north, they used their indirect rule. When they came to the south, it was a different ball game. So you cannot apply the same principle or the same tactics to every part of Nigeria. Wherever you need to bend a little bit, you bend a little bit. We learned from the last election, and moving forward, we have to do things differently.
Before MOP goes on, so let me before MOP goes on, just give me 10 seconds. So basically, what Joel is telling me is that a new Nigeria is possible with a party filled with same old corrupt creatures jumping from one party to another, right? That's what you're telling me. That is not possible for a man that got 6 million votes to build on that momentum and go into that north using the same people and expand his base. Those people believe you. People died for your guy.
No,
remember
because this is the thing. You don't have all the time in the world to do that. Right? You don't have all the time in the world to do that. So the issue there is this, right? We are already in 2025. We have 2 years to an election, right? Obi has done what he could do, right? right? He has his own stuff. He has his own base. Now, to beat Tinubu, you don't need the score to be marginal. You have to beat him silly. So making it too big, too weak is the idea. But the thing there is that those in ADC has to be sensible enough to know who their star boy is. And it comes with many advantages, including the amount of money they can spend in the election. They won't spend that much. It's going to be organic.
But
So but the person we see that is going to take us, that is going to be that bridge, is Obi.
Okay,
and
okay.
that is the
I
truth.
get the point.
Can I contribute to this particular subject?
Yes,
Please.
you will in a second. But I'm saying that you, as an obedient, don't be politically naive enough to believe that Obi is guaranteed the primaries. It is delegate. Does he have what it takes to bribe? He has to spend money. Joel, that's the honest truth. If there's an
Don't
open
worry.
primary,
When we get to that
yeah,
bridge,
okay, fine.
we
I'll
shall
be back
cross
to
it.
ask you, but the bridge is over now. So let's move on from the bridge link from that one.
Okay, let me come in and contribute to that.
The bridge is still
Hold on, Joel.
it's still
You
being
already
built.
stayed. Let somebody else talk now. I mean, I have an
Go ahead now. Go ahead. Go
obedient
ahead.
viewpoint. So the
Go ahead.
point right now, where we are right now, according to what I heard, they're going to let it open for people to contest. But I don't know how realistic, because everything we are hearing right now is pretty much fatal. Nobody knows exactly what's, we're all speculating. So whatever we're hearing, we don't know what is true and what is fact. So the question here is that if it is zoned to the south, which it should be zoned to by any means necessary, because not have no right to, to run to contest for the next 4 years. If not, by default, let it be Tinubu. So having said that, let's talk about Amechi and Obi, because they are the two giants in the in the south. It's not even comparable. The political capital for both, it's uncomparable. It should be Obi. I don't even know what they're doing. Hold on, let me land, and I'll give you the reason for my narration.
Delegate, guy.
Let me. No. I'm just saying we are just politicking here. If it is not by delegate, what they
Yeah,
should have done.
The point is,
Can you let me
the
land?
I'm making. Forget you. The delegate is the one that vote, not you.
Right. So let me talk about what should have been right. What should have been the right thing, in my own opinion, because of the political capital between Amechi and Obi.
In
It's not
terms of
even
what?
close.
Be specific. Be
Hold
specific.
on.
In terms of what?
In terms of massive grassroots flowing across the youth, middle class, urban voter, and professional, Obi is way more than that. Obi has a political capital of 6.1 million voters already, and he won in 12 states, including the FCC. Obi have the strong social media, even the diaspora backing. It should be the face of the reform by any means necessary. So there's nothing even close for Amechi. Amechi may have some. In my own opinion, Amechi is from River State, but he has recently, his stability in terms of political capital in the South Side is not even anything to write about. So why are we debating about that? The fact is the fact. Whether it's going to happen, we don't know. But if you want to talk
We are
about political
asking,
capital,
do you understand what we call primary election?
Can Obi
no,
lobby
I'm
to
saying
delegate?
if they know what is right for them. I know what is primary election.
It's not
That may
After
take them the way they want to go, but they don't
NOP,
have
I
to do
think it's
that
my
if they
turn.
want to have a chance of
You
challenging
know the
Tinubu.
problem, man of prestige. Wait, if Obi should go to primary, he should not even attempt to go to primary with anybody in that ADC.
He has no
Right, that's what I'm saying.
He should just run
hand
away
it
the
to
way he
him.
ran away
They should
from
not do that
PDP.
nonsense primary. It's not necessary.
Exactly. He should just
Hand
run
it to
away and
somebody
go
who
and
has
look
a
for
more
another
political
party to
capital.
run
But
like
you mean
Labour Party. If
man
not,
of
he will
pursuit,
not be
that
on the
means you don't
ballot.
want democracy to take its course. You
Don't
just
want
want it to have
democracy.
What democracy? Did
Can I
democracy
finish,
took
please?
it cut during
Oh,
APC time?
Consensus is
I
also
say.
part of
Tinubu by his way.
democracy.
What democracy? Do Nigeria have democracy? Come on now, first.
So
Nigeria
you
first. Don't come here out like
so
Nigeria
you
has
don't want
democracy.
legit. You don't
Consensus is
want
also part of
legit
democracy.
primary.
Simba, can
You
I
don't
come
want.
in?
I said
You don't want
consensus
legit
is also
primary.
part of is also part of democracy.
Yeah,
Can I have my
but
turn, Mr.
Thank
Simba?
you,
Part of
Joel.
it.
Okay, let us
So
allow
do that fine.
comrade, can you talk?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being you're acting like Arawola today. You're very fair today. Please, I want to believe they have I want to assume they have given Obi some guarantee, some assurance. Because what I saw of Obi the last time, after a very long time, he was able to gather obedience together to tell them that he was comfortable with the 1 term with 4 years. So I don't know what transpired before that meeting. Politicians, they don't just speak like that. When they speak, something is like they say there is no smoke without fire. So I want to assume that either they are genuine or that they are tricking him or not. They're giving him some assurances just to rebuild the coalition, rebuild the opposition. Like MOP said, he has a huge political mileage. But whether he has been able to maximize that to his advantage is what I'm not comfortable with. He doesn't know what he has behind him. Like I said before, I hope they will not trick him again. My greatest concern is this. Don't forget how I think Joe is here, my friend from Nashville, Tennessee. You remember what transpired? You remember the series of political issues that led to Obi leaving the PDP. When they came with their financial super muscles, nobody forced Obi out. Nobody spoke to Obi. He had no option than to leave. I hope he's not towing the same line a second time, because that will be tantamount to a political suicide. I don't know what they're telling him, but I want to believe before he came to speak to obedience, the last time, he's getting something positive from the coalition. That thing could be genuine. It could also be tricky. It could also be a banana peel. I'm coming, sir.
Comrade, between Tinubu, if it is Tinubu versus Obi, who you voting?
Oh, in the last dispensation. Let me first of all.
We're not talking about.
No, I'm just asking.
Let me answer you straight. Let me answer you straight. Let me answer you straight. Yeah, let me answer you straight. Yeah, I'm a Shogore man by ideology. But I was one of the people that were always saying, since the message from Shogore was not resonating with Nigerians, if you put Obi in the middle of Atiku and Tinubu, I told people that cared to listen to me that it was like Jesus Christ in the midst of Barabbas and other criminal. I don't know if that has answered your question.
Sorry.
So,
you took it so far.
I'm a Shogore man to the core, but Shogore message is not resonating with Nigerians. That's why when I'm talking sometimes, they don't even listen to me before you castigate me, because you don't want to. You people don't want. See, a lot of this I'm saying will help the obedient cause, right? It will help the obedient movement, but it's the truth. It's the bitter truth that people are not comfortable with. If you listen to me for like a minute or two,
Amori, leave that matter. Go to what you're talking. You were talking about the internal politics. That is
yes.
Because this side talk we're always doing doesn't make any. Talk about internal politics. How come?
He asked me a question. He took me off balance.
Amori, Joel, please. You said consensus is also democracy, right?
I didn't talk about consensus. I didn't say anything about that. That wasn't me.
I did.
But it's part of primaries.
Hold on, please. So what if that consensus pick Atiku? Then what would you do as an obedient? Shouldn't you support the consensus of democracy?
No, because it goes against the natural law in Nigeria.
I think the question is
origin law in Nigeria, which is between the north and south. The south was complete. The south was complete their town.
Now, your own logic. You said consensus is democracy. So what if that consensus pick Atiku?
No. See. Look, before we do the final pick, right? The foundation must be right, and the foundation is that the candidate must come from the south. That is the foundation. Then we can now start talking about these other things. But if the foundation, if you have
agreement in the age,
you guys are taking my time. It was between you and this guy before I came in. Now you are going back to.
Comrade.
He asked me the question. Let me answer the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I might not be a popular player in Nigeria, but I've been in this game since before I turned 16. In primaries, we have direct, indirect, and consensus. They are all allowed, constitutionally. But somebody was talking about the needful. So you are not dealing with a moral game. Politics is not a moral game. You know, that was the game between Atiku and Wike the last time. That was how they took you off balance. Wike was trying to be smart by thinking that if it was not to the south, he would overwhelm Obi. And Atiku'S, Atiku he played the fast one on him by telling him if he must go to the south, he must go to southeast. Atiku wasn't, neither Atiku was serious nor Wike. They were all playing games that would favor their interest. So you guys are falling for the same thing. You are about falling for the same trick again. This is the banana peel I'm trying to tell you now. My friend from Nashville, Tennessee, politics is not a moral game. Those people don't know morality. Okay, having said that, I think I've answered that question.
Comrade, let me just add something to what you just said. In terms of falling for the same thing again, I think they probably gave serious assurance that has some level of credibility. The reason why I say that is because if they didn't and they backstab him, then they would just repeat the same cycle and they would just have wasted their time. And
exactly, that's what I'm going to learn.
And Tinubu will win again. It doesn't make
you guys are taking my time, man.
Because if they do that again, Tinubu will win again. It doesn't make any
sense.
He
has already won if they do that again. But let me land quickly because of others. For want of time. I don't just talk out of emotion. Gone are the days of talking out of emotion. Showore must be this, Showore is this, Showore is my man. It's not winning. The message is not resonating. But I can't force it on Nigerians. That would have been the best message. Now, I'm for reality. I'm not playing politics here. I'm telling you the way it is. So if you listen to me, whether obedient, whether Agbados, whether there will be some elements of benefits, not based on my selfish interests, on the general interest of Nigeria. Because we have to have a country before we think of whether we are Igbo, Yoruba, or wherever we're from. And there is no special market for Yoruba, Hausa, or Yoruba, Igbos. Everybody is suffering. If it is good, it's good for everybody. If it's bad for everybody. So this is my disposition. I'm not speaking with bias mind. So my caution, before Obi came to obedience, something was in the office, something was cooking. And he did not just stop there. After, assuaging the obedience, after getting their mind and their support, he took the same message back to the coalition. Are you guys following the trajectory? He took it back to them that he wanted to come and see, okay, look at what they are telling me in the opposition, what he was doing indirectly. Obedient, my members, I know you have been there for me. Look at what they are assuring me. Is it one time okay for you? He has already agreed. He just came to tell Obedient movement, like, look at what I've agreed to. And Obedient overwhelmingly accepted. And Obedient don't stop there. He took the same thing from Obedient back to the coalition. Which is a positive omen. It's a plus. But my concern here again, I ask, it could be genuinely, and it could be a banana peel. I rest it at that point for others to speak. Thank you. That's why you have to be very careful.
Comrade, you spoke well.
So for Father's point that perhaps Obi got some guarantees, I need to remind you once again that it's the same way Osibajo got guarantees and he didn't get the APC ticket. So I'm just saying.
Yeah. So
no, that is slightly different in terms of when you are in the same party and somebody in the party favors you and then some other person goes and wins. But this one is about
it's not too different. It's not too different.
Hold on. Let me. I'm trying to talk about the difference. This one is about removing the current president in office. And they know they have a slim chance.
So it's not about Nigeria. It's about removing Tinubu.
Of course, that's what their main purpose is. In other words, so I can be able to transform the country.
Let me ask you.
Hold on, no. Let me finish my point, please.
Go ahead.
So the point was about removing the difference this time is that these people want to remove the current president from office so that they can be able to transform the country. But to do that, they have to do the best they can to have a united front because they know if they are divided, they will fail. And the moment they do that, they betray P2B, they will just repeat history. So I don't think they will just be wasting their own time if they go and betray each other at this moment. That's why I got it.
For further, let me see. Amorie is making very good submission. Even beware of spinner, they make a lot of good points. So party primaries is actually different from election in Nigeria. If you ever follow what is going on in party primary, you understand. It's not going to be easy for Peter Obi to get the ticket of ADC. This is the absolute truth. The only
considering the people he's dealing with.
Yeah, the only way it can be easy is there is a consensus. They say Peter Obi, you take the ticket.
God bless you, man.
Now, even though we are saying that Amechi don't have political capital, trust me, a lot of things can change. One, Atiku, if he's not contested, he is a factor in the primary. Who is Atiku going to support? Is he going to support Amechi? Is he going to support Peter Obi? That is one. The other thing that can make big change in that election is if, assuming they are saying South, the ticket belongs to the South, then you have Amechi competing with Peter Obi. Then who is Amechi choosing as the vice president? Who is Peter Obi choosing as the vice president in the North? This is also a factor. If, for example, Amechi go ahead and said, I'm forming alliance with El-Rufai, El-Rufai will bring the delegate from the North. It become a difficult thing. Is Peter Obi will say, oh, I'm going to go back to Datti. Datti does not have that power in the North to get a vote. So a lot of money will be involved. Amechi, even though he pretends he does not have money, Amechi has people around him that will cover the money. Trust me, Amechi have money. Peter Obi have money. Peter Obi will not have the mind to spend that money because he works hard for his money. So it's a lot. To be honest, it's out of place for anybody to be so sure that, oh, Peter Obi will get the ticket. Primary is different from the actual election. This is one thing we need to know. But one thing I think that is also very important is ADC must do things that will make the primary credible so that the people will believe in them. Maybe that would convince the obedient Atiku followers and Amechi followers if there is any. So maybe that will convince them to say, okay, the primary
But
was fair.
You have not exercised. You keep talking about primaries as a machine. You are not looking at the bigger machine that these people.
The primary is even more important. Eternal democracy lies in the primary.
I know. I'm trying to say something. He's not looking at the bigger logic of the entire process itself.
What is that?
The entire process is to unseat the current government. And in other words, many of these people came from desperate parties, different parties, to come together. If they come together and they try to do shenanigans against each other, they failed immediately.
That is what I'm just saying.
I think the moment they are coming together, they're already reaching the agreement. They've already reached the agreement before they came together.
To Naja, we have a precedent in Nigeria. APC primaries. That was why you see after APC primary in 2014, the party did not disintegrate. Even though they spent money, there was some level of peace, like, okay, Buhari won the primary. So you need similarity to repeat
But
itself.
also because they've already agreed that Buhari was going to be the candidate. That's the whole point. They decided he had the agreement with Tinubu.
No. I will tell you, I know a lot about that primary. I can tell you. Atiku actually
dollarized. No. Buhari was already the guy.
Let's not pretend. Tinubu asked Buhari to come and run.
Exactly.
Tinubu is not God now.
They've already had the agreement before they came together because Buhari had given up.
You guys are almost saying the same thing. You're almost saying the same thing from different angles.
Let me break it down for you, right? 2015 primary APC, it was
Buhari. Buhari was not, for example, Buhari have not been in power in the.
Let me quickly break this down for two Naija. 2015, here is what happened, right? Tinubu was calculating. He wanted to give support to Buhari. Don't forget, before that election, Tinubu gave support to Atiku himself in ACN. He gave support to Ribado. Tinubu plan was
that was
okay.
Hold on. Tinubu is not part of 2014 agenda. 2007, 2011. That's what I'm talking about. For me,
I'm talking about 2014 now. Tinubu gave support to Buhari, having the plan that, okay, after Buhari, you give power back to me. Not only that, Tinubu was looking to be on that ticket. But the Saraki group said, no, it can't be Muslim ticket. Amechi was looking to be vice president too. Amechi and Tinubu, that was why they spent a lot of money to counter Atiku, because Atiku was not looking on their side. So that was the policy of 2015. In this election, the vice president will also determine where the whole thing is going. So if you are not doing, if there is no, if Peter Obi group, for example, you push them out, they are not seeing you doing justice to them, they might be forced to go back to Labour Party and say, hey, you must contest this election. If you do that, then it's going to be walkover for Tinubu. But they need to really come together and have a candidate that at least Nigeria will trust, people will believe.
I
then
think
you might see
I
the
think we are
difference.
over analyzing this. When
Okay.
these kind of people come together, if I was them, because I like someone like P2B will leave Labour Party without any critical assurances that this project we are about to endeavor on, this is the direction we are going to go. It's like saying that the
I don't even
Bolsheviks.
know why.
See, hold on. It's like saying that the
Why?
Bolsheviks. No, you can't go
Are
and form
you
a
his
political
personal?
party for an agenda if you don't have an agreement of what is going to, the outcome is going to be. It's not
Yeah,
going
if
to
you are
work.
desperate, if you are desperate, you can do it. If you are desperate.
You will have
Let
an
me ask,
agenda for what the
wait now.
outcome is
So
going to be.
why is Amechi coming out to say that he's ready to take 4 years if they have an agreement?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
he's saying that you see, that's my point. If that is
That
the
is the
case,
condition coming from the north.
if that is the case, then they are so stupid to even bother
So
with
you've
that.
not heard that? You have not heard that?
No, Tunaja, they are right.
That, people,
Amechi
that's a
said it.
very good question that
No,
Simbad asked.
it's a
It's a
fair
very
point
good
that
question
Simba
now.
made. It's a very
Very
good
good
question.
question.
My point is that
Can I
if
answer? Can I answer Simba?
that is the case, then they are so stupid to even bother coming together. It's never going to work.
Let me reiterate what Moruyi said. Let me leave it. He said there is no morality in politics. You need to understand that politicians don't think like us. It's not the way we are thinking here. They think about personal interest.
They have
It's just the
agreements.
truth.
You know they have agreements. Did they not have agreement with Tinubu? What are you talking about? They have. I don't like this thing that you see. Why you do this shifty thing that you do? Tinubu had an agreement with this Buhari, and he fulfilled it. As a matter of fact,
Why is Amechi saying he's going to
hold
do
on now.
4 years?
Let me just say my piece now. Let me say my piece. I've not spoken for a while. Tinubu had an agreement with Tinubu had an agreement with Buhari, and
that's not correct.
With fellow Northerners. Hold on. He fulfilled it with the fellow Northerners. He gave Buhari the support of the Southwest, and Buhari became this president. And one of the only reason El-Rufai supported Tinubu in this last election, he said it was to fulfill their promise to him.
Hey, it's not like that. He didn't say that. He
literally said that. I don't know what you want me to do. He literally said it.
Don't lie. That's a lie.
There are videos of him saying it.
Saying is that son of the South.
Hold on. He said so. I agree with
Let me tell you what
literally said it.
Let me tell you what
that's what he said.
Hold on. El-Rufai was calculating. He was on the side of Amechi. El-Rufai said he's not a fan or he's not a friend to Tinubu, that after the primaries, they don't have option that to support their party, their candidate. That was what El-Rufai said, actually.
Oh my God.
Because they needed to win election. Can I come in? Can I have 1 minute? Can I have 1 minute? Tonight, let me answer your question. Can I answer your question in 1 minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Somebody asked why Obi is coming with the notion of 1 term, and Amechi is coming with the notion of 1 term. It's coming from both directions, from north to south and from south to north, because it's a very strong point. They're trying to let them know, they're trying to caution them, like, don't make the same mistake you made in 2023. They are talking to Atiku indirectly and others. And people like El-Rufai are more reasonable when it comes to taking decisions like that. They are not like Atiku. You know, El-Rufai is one person that is so courageous and bold that can talk to Atiku privately and openly that enough is enough. We have given you enough opportunity. He did it for Tinubu to everybody's aware of what he did. There was a lacuna along the line. Nobody could really read the mind of Buhari at a point. He took the lines of El-Rufai to penetrate, to break the lacuna, to reveal the true mind of at a point. Even Buhari was teaching towards Lawa at the 11th hour. He took the lines of El-Rufai to break that jinx. So he can still do it again. So the message is, Obi coming to talk to obedience, he's taking it to coalition. Oh, I'm ready to do 1 term so that power can return to you guys. And it will also be the message.
Comrade, let me say this. El-Rufai did not actually agree for the Southerners to win that election. Or let me tell you what happened.
Initially, wasn't for, but for the primaries. He assisted.
When Buhari was scheming, because Buhari was not ready to hand over to Tinubu. When Buhari was scheming,
Buhari wasn't for
and he
Tinubu.
was looking for a northern candidate, he was not carry El-Rufai along. So
Yes.
El-Rufai, out of grievances,
They were
that
in the
was
dark.
what he was. Yes, it's not as if he actually wanted it to be seated to the south. So don't make that mistake.
It took somebody close to Buhari to be able to penetrate his mind.
It was out of anger that I was not actually one of those people that Buhari was considering for that position. That was why he was doing that. El-Rufai will be, let me tell you today, you people should take it to bank. He will be one of the people that will destroy this ADC alliance, coalition or coalition.
But you have no counter my DC. What he did for Buhari, for Tinubu, assisted Tinubu to get the northern support. True or false?
Exactly. And
which
he also
northern support? I don't even understand. How?
Okay, I come again. When they were in that political wilderness, as per where to, they were not short of the body language of Buhari. Because Buhari is not the typical politician like Obasanjo and Tinubu that will stand for something and say this is where we belong and it must be done. So he was neither here nor there. At a point, there was the allegation that, there was some permutation that he was Osibajo. Later, he was sitting towards Amechi. Later, people at the 11th hour, people wanted to impose the law on him. I say he took the likes of, not even the like, he took an El-Rufai to break the mind, to penetrate the mind of their demigod Buhari. It was worried that told El-Rufai, go and support whoever you like.
That is fact.
Let me tell you this.
We cannot argue everything. Let me just land. I will use the floor. For somebody in the comment section, these are the people that will destroy Obi and his obedient movement. Edo was the capital city, even stronger than Anambra in the last dispensation in terms of obedient movement. You are there in the comment section saying Edo by God. If I want to go by God tree, you guys will not even have a way the way you guys are going about it. You are the one that will destroy yourselves by yourselves and to yourselves. Thank you, Mr. Sportman, for the comment section.
Comrade, see, let me tell you something, right? You see, it's either you're in or you're out. I hate it when people come out and say, oh, this Igbo person say what? I mean, you have too many other Igbo people not saying any shit. Why is it that every time it is one person coming out?
I'm talking to people like that guy. He said we are by God. If you want to beat him. We defeated our governor, and a city governor could not challenge us. We are so politically sophisticated.
Comrade. The issue there is this. Every tribe have this kind of people. Ignore them. Look, you have to start looking at those people.
Caution them. They're not happy to be. Maybe they are
Listen. How many people are you going to question? You're going to talk to a madman.
The way I'm really biased. Am I tribal in my information so far?
No, see.
Every tribe has the same people. I mean, people that are bigotry. I don't know why you pay attention to that.
We see this thing even in the Yoruba race, right? That was what I wanted to tell Rational Mind. That some of these things you see, some of these topics that you see. Have you heard about Igbo owning Lagos now? You're not going to hear about it. Wait till the election comes in. So if we keep falling for the same thing, then the joke is on us as a people. We cannot keep living this lie all the time. Every time during the election, we have all this tribal sentiment pop up.
Even the city government could not stop Edo people in the last dispensation for Obi. Obi was the heart of the obedient movement was Edo State. We are here talking rubbish there.
Who doesn't know that? See.
And the BTM, who is not in a position to be by God.
Calm down,
guys.
See. You are so confused that you don't even know what to do for yourself. And that's
can I say something? Hold on. When after the election, there was this Yoruba guy who speaks Igbo very well. He's always on Twitter. And this guy will disguise like, especially when this issue of that girl that was it from Anambra?
Otosha, or whatever they call it.
I don't know the guy's name.
The one from Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, so the guy will go on major platform. I will be pretending to be an Igbo guy. And he's a Yoruba guy. And they'll be spewing just to cause dissension, just to cause discord between people, just butt people head. So some of these people in the comment section, Omori, I'm just trying to make you understand. Some of them, they could be some Agbado, Ronukus them that are there. That
he
likes
has
to
started
pretend.
again.
So don't, you see,
He has
that's
started
comment
again.
section.
You can see now.
No,
So the
that's
people
not
that are doing
the case. That's not the case. You are the one assuming now. You are saying they are Agbado.
They change their names. They change their names. Make this post, and you think, oh, it's an Igbo person. No, it's a Yoruba person making it. They're Romans, not the Yorubas. They're Romans.
Joel, don't be noise.
No, now the Romans. You have to call them out. The Romans. We have them in every tribe.
It's okay. It's okay. We understand that in every tribe.
Most of the people are actually
don't fall for that. Don't fall for that. In fact, ignore people in the comment section when they
I'm not angry. Just a word of caution. Just a word of caution. In the last dispensation, when my message with when our ideological message was not resonating with Nigerians, I was actually supporting Obi until one obedient attacked me like this. I made it publicly open that I wasn't going to support Obi.
Guy, forget that thing. If you don't support Obi, you don't support Obi. You look at Obi as a person. You cannot say because of supporter. Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about? Is he responsible? Is he responsible? He cannot be responsible for everyone on the street.
I find that to be misguided.
Even Obama is not responsible for every Democrat. Neither is Trump. What are we talking about? When we come to Obi, we want him to be like I'm saying. No, now, come on now.
It's just a word of caution, though. I'm not angry. Just a word of caution.
No, I mean, I'm just saying now.
I think both things can be correct at the same time. Both things can be correct at the same time, where you have some obedience robbing people off the wrong way to the point whereby they feel very sensitive about it, and sometimes it's even against fellow obedience. But like me now, they've said so many things about me. Even if I support Peter Obi, I will not call myself obedient, but I support Peter Obi's this thing compared to the other candidates. But does that when they come after me, I just try to brush it off. But other people won't brush it off. Like someone like Omoro will feel personal, take it personal about it, and quite a lot of people do. And I think that some of all those people too, they are not helping people be cause.
But too, when you listen to my submission, is there element of tribalism or bigotry in my submission, or I'm trying to? I'm talking generally.
It's about obedience, and I think because I saw a video of you when you were cross with obedience when you were insulting Showore and all that. So you've had this part with obedience before, so I can understand that it's not about tribe; it's about the people.
Most of the things I'm even saying we help Obi only if they will listen. Only if they will listen.
I always remind obedience that you have to remember.
Obi is a human being. He needs people around him.
Everybody has one vote. If you go and keep annoying people, whereby if they were wavering and 60% chance that they were going to vote P2B, you go and annoy them and push them to 49%, you're not going to get those people. And that's how people are. Some people are more passionate than the other. You don't want to always enrage the other group, because when you enrage them, what is going to happen is that they're going to make sure they come out to vote against your candidate. You want to reduce the negative.
It's okay. And we're coming out. And Tuna, just see. Enough of this. Every tribe, even if you go to the APC, they do it. We don't come out and say, "Oh, it's Tinubu." We attack the people that's attacking us. So don't make it. Don't say it's the Yoruba. If I say Yoruba,
I'm misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm saying as a political strategy. Don't just keep attacking people because you don't even know what
I am saying is this: you don't have control over those people, and there are also people that could be disguising. So
on those people, I know that, but this is an advice for those people that are doing it. If they are actual obedient, they have to know that they are not doing P2B and this is any good. They are just alienating people even further and making it more likely that those people are going to vote against P2B, and that's not good. P2B is not like that.
And one of that thing,
no, then you have to look at P2B. If you know that P2B is not like that, you look at P2B. Look at what he has to deliver, because you know that he does not represent those people. He has never for one day, even all these people cussing him, all these criminal Reno and all these guys, when they come at him, he has never gone against any one of them. Okay. So you keep your eye on the goal, set your eye on the goal, and forget these people. This is that we see on the street.
Nashville. Let me say this. The problem is that they don't know how to disagree with people and walk away without defaulting to insult. For example, me and Tunaja have engaged many times. I've never insulted him once. We would disagree, normal. We will go our separate way. Next time we'll come back again, we will discuss. Even why people disagree with me here, I don't
No, because
insult them, I don't default to
because
insult. The
it's
thing is
ready to
that they
listen to your
normally just
BS.
default to.
No, because it's ready to listen to your BS. You know, I mean, it's just because it's ready to listen to your BS. It's not everybody can accommodate that. Sometimes I get sick of it too. I want to just say what I want to say.
Nashville.
So you cannot listen. That means you cannot listen to dissenting opinion.
I can.
You see,
I
this
can, but
is a
sometimes when
man.
it gets so
He
repetitive,
cannot handle to listen to
I get
yes.
uncomfortable and I can snap. If it's
You
repetitive.
can snap, and you are a man. I guess you have wife and kids. You can snap for opinion. Then you need to grow up.
I'm over here, you're over there. When I snap, it doesn't mean that I'm going to touch you. I mean, when I mean snap it, I'm just
No,
talking,
it
I'm
just
just
mean
saying
that you are a
verbally.
kid. You need to grow up when it comes to politics. If you cannot disagree with person, not allowing your emotion
Well,
that's on
no,
you.
no. See, politics too is about expression. So sometimes, as long as I don't engage in any physical abuse, I could have express my emotions in a way I feel that is right. As long as I don't encroach into other people's rights. So don't tell me how to
For you
act.
to engage in civility, you have to be able to disagree with people. For example, you have said things here that I disagree with today, but I'm not bothering you. I'm
just saying that sometimes you can be a pain in the ass. It's not
It
a wrong
doesn't
thing to
mean you
say.
date. You are
You
a
can.
man.
No. I am a man, but sometimes you just get tired of it because I mean you're not talking to boys. You're talking to a man too. So sometimes those men have to act like men. Because sometimes it gets us sickening how you guys defend Tinubu on this show.
This behavior
right?
is the
But I
reason why
listen and I listen to one man sometimes. It gets so tiring, it gets so depressing.
Then
don't expect them to be defending your own candidate now. What else do you
expect them? But the thing there is that I do not expect them.
But I just want to quickly say, boss, I beg no vex. Mr. Mori, well done. You know, we like what you're saying. We need people like you to question that, that thing, so that everyone is not moving the
Thank you,
same
sir. But
way.
most of them are not just comfortable.
You
Whenever you
understand?
say,
So
from the point of view,
you
Obi
need
mistake,
everybody
they feel
from
you are
all
against Obi.
angles to question.
They feel Obi can
That's
never
how
make
you
mistake.
can get the best. It's not good for one person to just have the same thing. Everybody just.
Let me add to what these guys are saying, right? So, Nazri, no matter how you're gonna say, I know I said this earlier. You said no, there is nothing like this. See, I'll be on different platforms. That is the trend. You need to. What we need to know here is, APC is a widespread party. Obedient movement is not that widespread. So they need more to be patient, to work with people, to convince people. The way Peter Obi is doing it, Peter Obi will convince you to support him. It's not gonna. It's Peter Obi will ask you question. If you are an Hausa man, will you buy bread different? Will you buy this different from an Igbo person, from Yoruba person? So Peter Obi is a Nigeria project. We need to look for a way. Anybody supporting Peter Obi, how to convince Nigeria. See, there is no tribe. Forget even when people say, oh, if they don't support you, you will not win. No tribe in Nigeria that can make their son president. It's not done. If you understand the history, is Buhari contested 3 times. Buhari was getting average 10 million votes in the north. When he got tired, he said he's not contesting. That was when Tinubu come in. Tinubu said, hey, go and contest. I'm going to give you support in the south. So we need each other to win election in Nigeria. I have always said it. When Obasanjo won his first election, he did not win in the Southwest. It was after that election he destroyed AD in Southwest and tried to grab power by force. So we need to understand the history. If you want to win election in Nigeria, no one tribe, no one religion, whatever you think you do, that can do it. You got to walk across board. People that are different from you, you got to be able to convince them. That's a project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this is I think for me, the conversation I've been hearing for a very long time was about P2B heading a group of politicians that is going to run against Tinubu. One, because the Northerners, which was a problem, the Northerners are not likely to support another Southern candidate. So I said the only way you can do that is to say it's not going to run for a second time. And it turns out that that one has come out now. As a matter of fact, both of them from the South have said they are not going to run for a second time because they know that will make them very attractive to Northern candidates. And because of that, why do you think now that this in ADC now will now go and start fielding Northern candidates anymore? Because if you bring a Northern candidate in, it means that the Southerners have just run for one term. Then you have another potentially 8 years of a Northern leader. That is not going to fly. And
But
I don't think
let me ask you: these South Northern this thing, is it in our constitution?
It is regrettably not in the constitution. They should have made it inside the constitution.
Mr. Simba, it doesn't matter, even this constitution.
Ask him. Why are you asking that question? Why are you asking that question?
It was a gentlemanly agreement. I was in Nigeria when that thing was made.
Why? Let me ask you this.
Simba,
every time the Northerner, wait, let me say it now. Let me talk. Don't shout on me. The Northerner has not been respecting this agreement, even right from Obasanjo time. You remember what happened in 2003 when Obasanjo asked to allegedly, I was not there, that has to be begging Atiku not to contest against him. Because it was PDP that actually started this agreement. So if that one happened in 2003, 2007, they were the one that contested. And we knew what happened in 2011 before they could even allow Goodluck to even run for that 2011 election. And some Northerners ran against him. Look at what happened in 2015. What happened in 20? Then the same thing when it's supposed to come to the time of the South in 2023. Atiku ran again, and look at him. He came second. If he won that election, nothing will happen, and he will be our president. Look at what is happening again. So why?
But he cannot win now.
He didn't win.
He didn't win now.
Can I come in? I've not spoken in a while, please.
How do you think if they lost to Tinubu before, why would they lose to Tinubu now?
Showore has been running. Did he win? Even when he was in the
Can I come in, gentlemen? Let me say this: the two major parties then, APC, when Buhari was contesting, no Southern candidate contested against Buhari in the same party. So why are they not respecting it now?
But we are the ones structuring how it's going to be. So at least let's give ourselves I understand what you're saying. It's good.
Well, it's just a gentleman agreement. It's not sacrosanct, and I don't know why people are just making it to look as if it must be, like that.
But that's what it is right now. Now, do you want us to change it?
It's not. It is not.
Can I interject?
Somebody just said
let me finish. Let me just say this before to talk. I will allow you to talk. If you look at this, let me say this. If you look at this dispensation, this Fourth Republic, how many years has the Southerner ruled? If Tinubu completed these 4 years, it would be like 18 years to 10 years of the Northerner. So they have all reason to say, okay, no, it's a turn. So I don't even know where people are coming.
Mr. Timber, so do you want the Northerners to get involved right now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not. It's not my wish. Election is not by wish. Politics is not by wish.
When it was the Tinubu's time, you didn't say anything. Now is this other guy's time? You want to say something?
If we have to be realistic, if a Northerner comes now and win that election, nothing will happen, and he will be our president.
He will not win. Nobody will vote him. The South will not vote him.
I beg you.
He will cut their. We will cut.
That was the major mistake of Atiku with the last dispensation. That was the mistake on Atiku's part. So they should not repeat that mistake.
No, this is missing the point. The point is, if you have this so-called agreement, then they should not be running in the first place at all. If that's what the so-called agreement is.
It's not written anywhere, but it's
not written in the constitution now. Anybody can go and vote.
I agree with that.
I think he should
There
not
is-
run because it was a kind of. I think it is written in the parties themselves. Within the
No,
party,
in PDP has it. PDP has it.
It's not in
But
any party
whether it or
constitution.
not,
No
it's
party
a
has
strong
it. No
political
party
factor.
has it in their constitution. People should get it.
It's a
No party
factor.
has
It's
it
a
in their
strong factor.
constitution.
You
It's
cannot.
just,
You
it's
cannot.
just a, it's just a verbal. It's a gentleman agreement. No party.
But it's a strong
It's not
factor.
in
You
any
cannot shy
party
away from it.
constitution. You go and check.
Do Naija, I needed to comment earlier about what we are talking about. Please give me a space for 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah, I wanted to comment about about what we were talking about, the OB and obedience, before we pivot to where we are right now. That was where I've been lobbying to come in. In my own opinion, whether it's obedience, whether they are plus or negative, so I can say they are both, but maybe the plus outweigh the negative, because the person we know as OB is known as being calm, respectful, and they are driven. And in my opinion, to a certain extent, I think the supporters, I'm a supporter, but I'm talking about the core obedience. They should emulate the same value, especially online. So the point I'm trying to make, if I, there's some positive aspect of disobedience, if I may call it so. I mean, for one, they have a very massive youth mobilization. I mean, energized political movement since after the end start. There has not been a mobilization as compared to what they are. You know, I mean, they are non-traditional power. We know that, and they tend to shift the narrative. So if they can focus on that, being what obedience in that regard, but there's some negative that come with the obedience. They are very intolerant. I mean, sometimes I come here and do some, banter people, but when I'm speaking and when I'm on my calm mode, I need to express exactly how I feel. Because sometimes when I come here, I play some culture and cancel culture because of the narrative some people put here. So I have tendency to do that. So you shouldn't take when I come there in
Now,
that
man of
mood.
prestige,
That's
you
the
shouldn't
difference.
say that
Hold on. That's a different
their
mood from when I'm
embodiment.
calm, I'm talking. That's when I'm realistic. So I need to banter, I think you need to give it to them when people are so on culture. But having said that, this is the area I find I find their negative part. They are very intolerant when it comes to criticism. So let's call it what it is. I mean, anybody that attack Obi, I mean, they don't just constructively disagree with the person. They
Not even
attack the
attack.
person.
Even when you try to correct him
Hold on, now it's
objectively.
my turn. I
Man
mean,
of Prestige, thank you,
because
Joe.
a lot of them are
That's
not
great to
mature,
hear from you.
so they have tendency. Hold on, they have tendency of cancel culture. There's no doubt, and there's an echo. I'm not saying they're the only party that do that, and and they have risk of echo chamber. There's no doubt about it. So there's a plus and negative, but that's where we are. It's in every party, but just because of the obedience, they are more youth, they are more they pivot to more utancy, so that's where you
Well,
see some of the
let me
negative.
ask
They have
everybody
not
on the
matured
panel.
politically.
Yeah, let me ask everybody on the panel on a totally different note because this issue towards the election is going to be a big problem because we're already touching on it. Do you think Nigeria will benefit from making it a north-south rotational system of a presidency whereby any party they have to choose somebody from the north or from the south based on who is president at the time, or you do it, or we do it based on different zones. Do you think it should be put inside the constitution? Because that will take care of most of all this nonsense that we keep
It's not
arguing
the best. It's not the best thing. But where we find ourselves right now, we cannot just see that fact. It's not the best. It works against the credibility and the meritocracy. But then,
what if we do it for 50 years and then we can look at it again?
So let me say something.
I think that will stabilize the system, don't you think?
To Niger, let me say, I think that
we cannot do away with it. We cannot do away with it right now.
We can't do away with it. In
I-
fact,
I-
we need to expand it to region.
I need to.
It's the strongest federal character we have at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with
So you
100%.
want us to? Are you saying that we should put in the constitution to?
Yeah, I think it should be in the constitution.
It should be in the constitution.
Father, you need to ask everybody to make a statement on that. One minute each.
Let's start with AY. 1 minute. AY.
So right now, Nigeria is too divided. The honest truth of the matter is we have qualified people in every state, in every region. I think the least we can do to keep that country united is to have a north-south ticket, just the way we have it right now. That's the list. We can expand on it in doing it zone 110. Each of the zone, northeast, northwest, north central, southeast, southwest, south. We can make it one term of 5 years each. That's the other thing we can do. So in doing that, we need to give more power in such a way that governors are able to do more. In fact, down to local government. So that's a form of what's it called? There's a word I try to restructuring we can use, but the least we can do to keep that country united is what we are having now, the North and South presidency. Thank you. Yeah, rotation.
Yeah, man of prestige. 1 minute.
In my own opinion, this is what what we have been doing for 60 something years, or I don't know when they started this nonsense. In my opinion, it's less of a democracy. Okay, in my opinion. So when it comes to this northern south zoning, um, I don't know where to begin. I mean, is that what we need? If you look at it, realistically, what has that done? Regardless, I mean, zoning something north and south where we are right now, you can say it promotes national unity, because we are really, ethnic divided, religious, and other lines. So zoning in that context may alleviate that national divide that we have. I mean, maybe reduce tension for agitation. I mean, like the Southeast feel like they haven't, they haven't got in the position. Maybe other people too, even the small tribe, may come in, they haven't got in the position. Maybe that's where the zoning will come in. Does it create, sense of fairness? Yeah, with a multi-ethnic country like Nigeria, zoning, is a very good thing in that regard. But you may have an argument, against it because, in my own opinion, it undermines competency because you're just going to zone it to somebody in the south, somebody in the north, regardless of their competency. And we know what has been happening. There has been a lot of incompetent, you know, I hate to say that, particularly from the north. So I'm gonna call it whatever. They have ruled about two-third of the time, in this country we have. And there has been a lot of incompetent. An example, example to be laid is the recent one, the default before Tinubu come in. I'm not saying Tinubu is doing well, but in terms of competency, education, sensibility, anything you can talk about, Buhari is the worst president ever in that regard. I'm not talking about performance. So he's just incompetent man, okay, in that regard. Just because we want to zone it to the south. He's not supposed to, they have other, people with a better pedigree that should have occupied that position. So that's why it's very judgmental to actually say what is good for the country because of where we are right now. We are not really. We're a very ethnic country. If we are
Thank
just
you.
say we don't have
Thank
that
you. You
ethnicity
have gone
among
over
us,
1 minute.
let
Thank you. Thank you.
let the better candidate, win. That's the way I see it. That's what democracy, is. It's not
Yeah.
about particular tribe,
Beware
you
of
know.
spinners.
Okay,
Beware of
this is my
And
spinners.
view.
Ghana example.
Hold
Hold
on. Now,
on.
man
Ghana
of
You
prestige,
don't
you
need
come past 1 minute. It's a long
and
time
Ga-
ago.
no,
nah,
hold
none of
on.
What is
I
prestige.
don't
this?
speak a
Stop.
lot.
1 minute,
Oh.
don't reach 5 minutes. What's the
I
problem?
don't speak a lot, but
Allow
let me
You
not
are
moderator,
the
allow
one.
now
moderator
that
to
I
do
can
his job.
Stop.
speak. Give
You are
me
the
my
one that
time.
Just
spoke.
so
I'm
you
Somebody
not
don't
even
you don't
moderate.
You
speak
finished.
a
had
lot.
1
So
minute,
what?
man of prestige.
Okay,
You had
let,
1
let me
minute.
let me stop.
He
Typical
gave you one
Thank
Nigerian,
minute
you.
and
can't
you
follow
continue to talk for
he
one
can't
minute and
follow rule.
35
It's when I see
seconds.
that come for it's when I came, they came up with it. He can't even follow
Man
his
of
own rules.
prestige, you're not
He
making
can't follow
obedient.
his own rules.
I don't stop now. I don't
He
stop.
don't
Why are
do
you talking? I don't stop.
Okay, so
Beware of
let me.
spinners.
This
I
is
think
my view.
no, sorry. Beware of
No,
spinners
no,
is next. We have to go
no. Wait.
Allow moderator to moderate, please.
beware of spinners next. We will have to go sequentially, please. Beware of spinners. Where are you? What do you make of
I'm
rotational
here. I'm here.
presidency?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So
1 minute.
you see, for me, rotational presidency, by virtue of how that country is constituted by different multi ethnic groups, it's I think it should be a necessary thing. Some of us would propose the Swiss system, where we just go regional and we can like the Swiss, they have Italians, Germans, English, French, and Flemish, and all of that. So they rotate that presidency. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: is that the 1962 Constitution that bettered what we had back then, the regional system would have been the best. whereby we just make the center not that too powerful. Maybe we have a prime minister. Every region would develop at their own pace. Like we have 6 geopolitical zone right now, right? So they can any party that comes to power, they can always switch presidency or prime ministership among themselves that way. That way, just so as everybody have equal share. That's the only way I think we can go about it, because if we as long as we go continue with this presidential system that we run right now, it's going to be very, very difficult for us to be able to balance that aspect. I leave it at that, but something that more I want to say on that. But since we're all limited to 1 minute, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Joel, okay, let me go Jojo. Jojo, welcome.
No,
Simba.
I'm here. What are you doing?
No, I was just trying to rotate it the other way, but okay, go ahead. Since you are already
All right.
there. Joel.
I think there's no problem with. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do the north-south. It creates for balance, and if we allow that to be, if we make that open, it means that the majority of the tribe, the tribe with the majority of the population, we keep getting this thing and disregarding the minority. I think what we should be doing is we should raise up the standard of governance. Right? To be the president of Nigeria, you just have to attend 1 or 2 conferences for you to be, the president of Nigeria. Can we just raise it up? Yeah, we've seen with the governor of Anambra State that some professors cannot make good governors or good leaders. However, it is still better than having an illiterate like Buhari, leading over our country. So I believe that what we should be doing, and this is something that we can see in every tribe. Every tribe has a graduate, they have people with PhD and all that. Let us just raise up the standard, the process of recruitment. Very important. And that's the reason why I am looking at how the ADC is going to carry out their primaries. Because the process that brings you into power is very, very, very important. As important as the process, that or whatever thing you're going to see when you get into power. So for me, I believe that North and South should be there, but the standard of governance should be raised up. Thank you.
So you believe that there should still be rotation, North and South rotation?
Yes, but we should raise up the standard.
Okay. Comrade, welcome. What do you make of it? 1 minute.
All right. Thank you, Tunaja. So some people, there's a school of thought that believes it's not necessary because it's against meritocracy. But no matter how we try to pretend, there's also another school of thought who believes it's not actually a unifying factor. It divides us further. If we say we are one, why are we saying this? Why are we saying that? Why can't you just allow the best to come from anywhere? I think we'll be joking. We'll be deceiving ourselves if we continue to toe that line. We know we are not one. We know we are forced to be together. Not that we have no option yet. Those that are speaking against separation, they have been locked up somewhere. And we feel the easiest way is to be together while we negotiate our better condition for existence. We cannot do away with rotation. If it's even possible to take it beyond North and South rotation, we can take it to zone, from zone to state. But that does not mean it is the best thing to do. Like I said, it's like preaching. I'm not trying to preach rotation at the altar of meritocracy. No, it has its own advantage, it has its own disadvantages. But considering the kind of people with the structure we have today, the strongest federal character we have, even if it's not in the constitution, is this rotational presidency. It's a very strong weapon. No matter how you try to do away with it, you're always deceiving yourself. You cannot do it. Those that have tried it in the past, they have always failed. Ask the likes of Atiku, they will explain to you further. So, other than preaching rotation, no matter where the person is from, he is not helping us. How has the Buhari presidency better the loss of average man from Daura? How has the average presidency of Obasanjo better the presidency of Obasanjo between 99 to 2007, better the loss of average man from Egba. And how do you think
You
the
know, this is what you're
presidency?
asking question. You know, you have 1 minute. You're asking question when you should make
Yeah.
a point.
I'm trying to summarize, but I have a lot of things to say, but time will not permit me. And how do you think the presidency of Agbado is going to change the life of average Yoruba man? So we should be talking of stronger institutions. Whoever that is there, we should build stronger institutions so that instead of preaching a tribe, a religion, or building strong men. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody seems to be for it. Nigerian first. Are you against or for rotational presidency?
No, I'm not against it
Wow.
because
Everybody's
based
in
on
support.
Nigeria
Then why haven't we
popularity
done
and
it now? If everybody's in support,
yeah,
we'll hear from Jojo soon. Go ahead.
I think it is good as I think it should be in the constitution whereby it is rotated between the south and the north. Do you understand me? I think they should put in the constitution because if not, when it comes to politics in Nigeria, the north are more united when it comes to politics. That's why they always defeat the what do you call it, the southern side of Nigeria because we have too much greedy people who rather put interests first, their personal interests first, than the interests of the whole region. So I think them, for example, let me put the next election. Let's be honest. If let me tell you, if Atiku decides maybe win the ticket, I'm sorry, he's not going to win any certain state because right now I don't think Nigerians, in all honesty, they are ready for another northern presidency. They are not. You understand me? Buhari just did
And
8 years
definitely
already.
not Atiku.
Yes,
Definitely
no,
not
but
Atiku.
yeah, it's not going to. I think his time is up. You need to retire and support another person. So,
Thank you.
let's just put it that Obi and Tinubu will be the contestants in the next election.
Yeah, that'll be
Good submission, Naja first, because North can never rule. They can never rule the next 4 years.
Okay. Jojo, are you there? So, yeah, what do you make of rotational presidency? Do you think it's north south or we should just go geopolitical zones, rotating the geopolitical zone? Because some people say that's a good one, but the problem is that the people that are going to come last, they will be proper last because it's going to take almost 30 years to get to them. So, so what do you make of it, Jojo? Rotational president, north south or geopolitical zones?
I'm against it. Because I think the leadership should be by ability and competence. So it's not by rotation. Rotational presidency in a country like Nigeria risks sidelining the most qualified candidates. That is it. The most qualified candidate will be sidelined. And then if you say you want to rotate between south and north, or you want to rotate based on the on regions, on zones. So this actually is what one of the problems that we have. It will weaken governance. That is what we see. And in a country where we have these multi-ethnic nationalities, it's not going to work. It's going to promote division among us more. So
No, it's
to me,
working in Edo State. It's working in Edo State.
I
Just
don't.
that
I'm not talking about
that's what we do in Edo.
Nigeria. So I don't know what you guys.
Yeah, but I'm using Edo as an example.
I wanted to ask him, why do you think he's going to give us more? It's a very interesting point he's making. Why do
Every
you think
region has a competent and a competent person. Every region, there is no region without competency.
I want to understand, and I'm sure a lot of people want to understand why he thinks it will divide more, because that's a fair point. If he has a valid reason, why do you think it will divide more?
By institutionalizing ethnic or regional rotation, it reinforces ethnic identities and over national identity. That is what you get. That's what you get. So if you believe Nigeria is one, unless you want us to everybody should just go on their way. But if you want to remain and want to maintain our national identity, rotational presidency is not the way. It's not the way.
Okay, so I think that's a fair
Thank you,
point to make.
That's a very solid point.
It's a fair point to make, but because the problem with that, inshallah, I will let others speak. Let me go to the next person. Mr. D, please, what do you make of a rotational presidency? Do you think
I think
have it,
rotational presidency for our lifetime now is the best. that will keep us as one. Yeah, there's an advantage in us being Nigeria because we have different tribes. We compete among each other, and that's an advantage. Do you understand? So if you put that, it's just that the government, if you put that in the government, it will make them compete. I think even right now, I prefer the rotational presidency. I prefer this South and North style competition among different states. You understand? Better than a like the one they're saying, oh, zone, 6 zone, that type. That's not good because you can have someone like Wiki that will lock up his people for a long time, and the other 2 or the other 6 people can't get him off. This is the best. I think it should be in the what's it called? Constitution. If it's the time of the North, it's your time to do it. You do it. But remember, who chooses the leaders is not just yourself, it's the whole Nigeria that chooses the leader among the 3, maybe 3 or 2, candidates from the North, or 3 or 2 candidates from the South. I think that's the best. It will make everybody be happy. It will make us compete. If you see any, for example, if it was very clear that it was a rotational presidency, Tinubu can win. You know that because of his style of ruling Lagos for a long time and doing the kind of politics that he's been doing. If it's very clear, someone like that won't win. Someone like Wike, if you've seen the way he's done to his people, he will never win because the rest people will not want him to be for Nigeria. Then when it's the time for the North, we too will look at them, oh, if you support Boko Haram, we're not going to let you win. If you support this kind of style, or if your policy or your mindset is bringing us back, you give us a chance to interview them, to know, okay, Galuku, if like this, what would you do? What would you do? We need to place them. This normal, what Mr. Simba is saying, or saying that, oh, it should just be the best, is a lie. That can never work. You will see done that already. And what will happen is one tribe criminal and another tribe criminal, they will gang up together and destabilize everything and they will take it. Do you understand? So these kind of ones, they know that, okay, even if you do your tribe and you turn your side anyhow, by the time it comes to presidency, no one's going to vote you because everybody's seen how you've ruled. If someone's seeing someone like Peter Obi, they say he keep money instead of him to go and invest in in infrastructure. And people will look, do you want a president? You have the chance to choose who you want to choose. I think it will be good. And again, let's respect the Northerners. They have people in the North. At the end of the day, look, I think sometimes we'll be crying. Northern has the way they want to live. So if they say, okay, that people shouldn't go to school, they want to live normal life. I mean, Northern people's life is just simple, easy. They don't want too much. We leave them. If they say, oh, no alcohol in the North and it has to be alcohol in the South, we put alcohol in the South. Northerners, if you want to drink, come to South. There's no issue with that. You understand? We respect them. We're not going to force our this thing on them so that they too don't force their own culture on top of us. Everybody respect themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well
So we should allow them to have a Sharia, right?
I mean, I think it's fair, boss. If they want to have Sharia, let them have Sharia. If you're a business person in Nigeria,
it's okay. You don't have to.
No, boss. Let me just say one.
You've already said if they want to have Sharia, they can have Sharia. There's no need.
If they want to have Sharia, let me just say, boss. 1 second.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. It's 1 minute for everybody. Everybody has to be fair.
He's preaching unity, diversity.
B-Bone, what do you make now? A rotational presidency or no rotational presidency? Meritocracy and all the rest. What do you think?
B-Bone call is B1. Jesus Christ, wear your glasses. No, okay. So let me take our minds back to May 5, 2010. Okay. What happened? Yaradua dies, right? So there's a little flaw with our arrangement here. Because what happens when the president from one region that has been waiting for years to become president and die? What happens? Then the VP takes over. So unless you're going to have 2 vice presidents, where one of them also comes from the same region as the president, in case he dies, he can continue. Then, unless you make that arrangement, I'm not for this proposal because we've seen that. You know what happened to Good Luck and the whole So that's a little flaw in that. But my own ideal arrangement will be have a president, have 6 prime ministers. Why is that? Those prime ministers acting as a VP can then implement any policy from the center as it best fits their region. So, for example,
we are going to ask other questions regarding that, but
sure,
let's just
sure.
deal with rotational presidency
Yeah,
first.
yeah. So yeah, just give me so for example, if you have a policy on energy, if you are an East and you want to implement that policy based because you have coal, so you will do it based on what you have in your own region. So I agree that we should have a potential presidency if we can fix that little flaw of where, in case somebody dies in office, that if you can fix that little problem, we can have 2 vice presidents and 1 VP will come from that same region in case he dies. That we can continue. If not, let everybody have their own prime minister and implement the policies the best way to fit their own region. That will work. That will kind of diffuse the tension a little bit.
Okay, Tina, let me take my 1 minute then. So
I thought you've already spoken 1 minute.
No,
You're not the first.
I just wanted.
I thought you were the first.
Hold on, I'm the first, but let me add to what is that BT. Let me add to what he said. BT is making a very strong point. I love Nigeria that think like this.
AY wants to ring this election. AY wants to ring this election.
has already spoken. What AY has already spoken. He is already trying to rig it again.
You want to rig it the way they did it, though. The way they did it, though.
Hold on, Moruji, hold on. That's a very important point. You see, when we are discussing this kind of issue, we have to look at our situation. We have to look at precedent. So I support what BT said right now. Like, if we are not having 6 prime minister, have 6 vice president, we have to touch our constitution in such a way that, okay, if the president is no more, the vice president from the other region will take over power. The region that's supposed to have the power.
I don't support that.
No, hold on. Don't worry, you will make your own.
So how many regions do you have in Nigeria when you are talking about
6 prime minister, right?
No, before you progress, how many regions do we have?
We have 6 regions. They're gonna remain 6 regions. 6 regions.
Easily
6 regions. It's automatic.
We don't have 6 regions in Nigeria.
What
The
do
one
you
that
mean
we are
don't
doing
have 6 regions?
Saturn
We have 6 geopolitical zones.
Geopolitical zone. That's what I call region, right? You know, Jojo.
Yeah, you should know that.
Yeah, that's what you mean. So when we say geopolitical zone,
the current one that we are practicing, although not on
He's making a proposal now. Jojo is making a proposal. Don't try to ambush him now. You know what he's saying.
So what we are saying, right? If we cannot have 6 prime ministers,
no. The question I'm asking, just wait, because we have to look at something that can work. Now we have an election. Wait. Let me ask you this. We have an election. Somebody from the north is ruling. Probably the person dies. Now you have prime minister. You have a vice president from the south and from the northwest, north central, and north. So who among the 3 will take over?
From his own region now. He came from one region without north, right?
You people from let's determine who will be the president.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry. This is
no. Wait. You wait. Simba, hold on. Let me clarify. So if he came from northwest, that prime will take over from him. He has to be his own zone. That would be
our rotation is not. It's not zonal. Our protocol is between north and south. So what are we doing?
No, listen, because that is where the late president came from, that area. So just to continue their own time.
No, we don't want that.
Simba, let me say one thing that is very important. See, a lot of people here, if not all of us, said they want that rotation. It's almost all of us. That is actually the thinking of Nigeria. This is just the honest truth. That's the thinking of the general Nigeria. That is the least we can do to keep the country.
Let me have my own this thing. I think you are right, because the Nigerian psyche already has been infused with the idea of rotational presidency, because that was in Nigeria when the transition to civilian regime, at least when the process was being finalized, and this rotational presidency was one of the key things that they were talking about. I was surprised that they didn't even include it in the constitution, because they were talking about it a lot, and it turns out that they didn't put it in the constitution. So they should do it. Personally, I think that if you wanted to rotate presidency, it should rotate within the geopolitical zones. Maybe the 2 major regions like North and South can decide how they divide it among themselves, so it rotates within the zones. Otherwise, you could have a situation by one region, like in the north, where it's the northwest, we just dominate the entire appointment of presidents continuously. Then you still have similar situation. Some regions will be complaining because Nigeria is let me just say my point. Nigeria is a nation of nations, and I hear the point Jojo made, that in terms of freezing our position as nation of nations instead of looking for a way to become more closer together. I think before you become closer together, you have to reduce the kind of toxic tensions between the groups. Because right now, when some people feel marginalized and all those things, you have to tamp that down for a few generations at least.
Let me ask you this question. If of course we have, let's say we are not zoning it to geopolitical zone, we have 6. How many years is each geopolitical zone going to spend there? That is question.
No, it doesn't matter.
That's a good question.
Okay. I want to see. I want to oppose what BT said.
I'm not finished. Who's talking? I'm not finished.
Let me respond to that because I hold on. Let me respond because I brought the 16 up earlier. What I'm saying is, it's still not on South. I'm saying for governing. Okay, that way nobody feels left out. Now, if somebody dies in office, it's still going to be, let's say, northwest or northeast, is the person came from. They continue. Now, if it comes back to them again, obviously they already have somebody that came from that part of the north. So it goes to the next. The other two then battle it out and see who will get it, and then that's the way it will work. But mine was actually for governance, where people are not looking towards the center that much, because the VP can implement policies based on their own need in their own region. It takes the pressure off the guy in the middle.
That could lead to a bit of a let me just finish my own
Listen,
submission.
this is my idea. Let me see.
I don't even know the context. Okay,
mine is supposed to be 1 minute. I'm not even supposed to 30 seconds.
What role will the BP be playing? What role are they going to be playing?
The BP, you think you are medical practice right now? Is
it BP? Roles of spare tires the way they are today.
I don't even know. So they will just be there waiting for the president.
No, it's not for that now, please. But it's not for waiting for someone to die. It's not that. It's beyond that.
And so because that is the only reason why you say we should have 6 vice presidents.
No.
So because the president is going to die, so we should have vice presidents that will just be there taking salary, doing nothing. What will be their role? They are in the constitution.
Simba, listen now. What's going on with you today? I get to scenario. I said the first one is I said Yaradua at the beginning. I said there's a little flaw. To fix that, I said you should have 2 vice presidents in case one dies and it can continue from the same region. Then I made a broader point about what about governance, about people feeling like they're part of the country. So nice for governance, you can then have 6 that will fix that, where you will govern better, plus bring somebody from there in case the guy in the middle dies. So I gave 2 different scenarios. I think you just listened to one half of it.
Okay, nice one. Let me just add to my own finish my thing regarding the point Jojo made about national identity. If you had a rotational system, you could have said, okay, let's not even have states. Let's just have one nation, and there's no states. There is a reason why we have states, because there are different groups, and you're not going to argue that because the states are individual, then it still makes us not a nation. If you have different this rotational system, what is going to happen is that the tension between the groups is going to go down, because now they know the presidency is not about people that have the numbers anymore, and they are feeling marginalized when they get into office, because democracy tends to make the president choose people that are like him when they get into office. Buhari did it, and Tinubu is doing it. Maybe Jonathan didn't do it as much. After all, there are not that many people take from the south side. Anyway, there are not he didn't do it as much, but what's his name? Obasanjo, he's a true nationalist, so you can't accuse him of doing that. But democracy tends to encourage presidents to choose people like them into office. You can see that with Trump right now. So that is that point. And I think the argument that, we are not going to be a nation, I don't think it's going to hold, because I think for stability's sake, it's good to have a rotational system.
The only reason we are talking like this, we are promoting, we want to have this rotational presidency is just to manage our diversity and promote inclusivity. Is that right? Is that not the only
Yes,
reason?
yes,
But
and it reduces
in
our
the long
divisions.
time, let me tell you, in the long time, what you are trying to manage is actually going to weaken it. It's actually going to
Not
No,
exactly.
it's not.
It's not. It's going to even
No,
make them
it's not
together
gonna
because all
weaken
the
it.
poisons between them will be taken, thrown out.
Let me ask you,
There's too much poison right
if the
now.
presidency is actually zoned to the northwest, what motivation do I have as the southwesterner to say I want to vote?
Because of the policy, maybe that should be the right incentives in the first
Policy
place.
of what? It doesn't. You don't have choice.
No, you
Anybody
have a
that they
choice
bring,
because
you have choice.
because then you have to focus on
choice
the
among
policy instead
who?
of
You
where the
have a
person is
lot of
from.
choice. You have a lot of
See,
choice.
You're
to
supposed to focus
Nigeria,
on policy.
I got this idea. Yeah, if the president dies in 1 month, they will host an emergency election to re-elect from the third. You know the way they do in the UK.
And
Anytime.
the VP in court. So what happens to the VP? Just be
No,
there.
so the VP self is gone. If you're this thing, you're gone. The next
Oga
people.
don't die. You are dead.
Oga don't die. Don't go. Why you let Oga die?
System.
Exactly. You
Choose
followed
among the
yourself.
Because why
party
you go use
members.
Oga?
It's not
Oga will
like a
know well.
presidential system. Don't bring
It's a
UK
joint. It's a
example.
joint. It's a joint ticket.
No,
Don't
that's what I'm
forget, it's a
saying.
joint
So
ticket.
remember, the VP is from the south. The VP is not from the north. And there's a party, for example, APC. Example. I'm
That
just
is
saying.
why we are
I don't say
saying we
make it
should have
die.
at least
Okay,
VP. That's why we
let's put it
suggest
this way.
Where are you doing good luck?
Let's put it this
Where
way.
are you?
No, but because it's not in the. So when
Let
you
me
want
make
to
one
put in the
final suggestion,
constitution,
Ahmad. Let me make a
We have
suggestion,
a
Ahmad.
constitution
I think
that
this one will
says,
take care of
wait
it.
now, wait. You people don't want to jettison the constitution. We have a constitution that says, okay, if president dies, the vice president took over. If that one dies, the
they will
senior
scrap
president take
that.
over.
Okay,
So
okay.
you want to
Let me
jettison
add
that?
the caveat.
We'll jettison that, yes.
Let me add the caveat. The
Eh?
caveat is that if a
Yeah.
president dies, let's say the vice president takes over, but he's not allowed to run for the next time. You see what I mean? So he's not going to be allowed to run because it's not in the turn of his
tribes will not be happy. For example, if he goes dies in the first year, 3 years, they're not gonna like him now because
Who
you've
sent them
shut
to
them
go
off.
die now? Is it by force?
No, but you've shut them off. So because when you're saying it has to be in the north.
Or you could have a
Were you
spare.
happy?
Were you
Okay,
happy?
you can
One
have a
term of
spare candidate. You can
one
have a
term of
spare
6 years
candidate
each.
from the same party.
If he dies in the first month.
Hold on. Let me suggest that. Calm down. Let's say from a party now. If you choose one candidate from a region, and then you have a spare candidate, like in the UK, they call them. You can have what they call like a shadow candidate or a mirror candidate, so that if that person falls, that second person will go and replace them.
No. It
From
doesn't
that
go like
same
that. That's not how it works in the UK. When you have a shadow
I know that.
government.
I know, but it's
So
similar. What I'm
when
saying is
the
that you have a
person falls,
second person shadowing the
no,
person
yeah,
that
shadow, yeah, but
who do
once
that.
it falls, yeah, immediately in 1 month you do a new election.
That's
Every party
wahala
come
now. Who
together
wants to
and
do
do new
election
election.
twice every time somebody dies?
In UK, what they do in UK is a parliamentary system.
Don't
They
do that in
choose prime
Nigeria.
minister
People be
from
dying
a
every month.
member of the
I'm
same
telling
party.
you.
No, we're gonna die be that. Somebody dies for
So
election. You want to carry out a
so it's not
presidential
a general
election again?
election. It's going to be election among the parliamentarians.
That
It's
is
not going to be
Nigeria.
No. It has to be the whole Nigeria. If you
Every
do,
month.
everybody will choose that
so that means you
person.
can't bring the UK example to Nigeria
No,
then,
but we have to
because we are
mix
not
it
practicing
together. We're
parliamentary
a
That's too
system.
much
different
now. That's too
democracy.
much. I think you can
That is why I said just do regional prime. Make your life easy, simple. Just regional prime minister and just govern that way.
the simplest way to do it is to elect two people. One is a kind of mirror candidate. When one
Reserve
reserve,
president.
yeah, you can exactly reserve. In
From
case
the
that
same
one
region,
falls,
from the same area.
yeah, from the same region. Yeah, it's going to be from the same region. Two people
Now.
from the same region. Okay,
Just
now
in case he
because of
dies.
that, let's go to the next question because I think
You people are not
he
even making
won.
sense. I can
That's
go
not
if
clear.
if
That's
I'm
not clear.
so I will be a
Hello,
waiting
guys.
president. I will
Hello,
be a
guys.
waiting president. Is that what people
Please,
are saying?
I want to ask
To
you.
can I get
Naija.
attention, please?
Let me say this.
Okay,
Sorry, Joel. So you have somebody waiting for the person to die to become president. Is that what you are saying? So I'm
he's
the
not
waiting
No, I don't
president.
waiting
support
in
that.
case he's not waiting. It's in
It
case he
doesn't make
dies.
sense. What people are talking about doesn't make sense because you choose
They
somebody
do
say,
that
okay, in
now.
case
They do that all
president
the
dies.
time. What do you think a vice president is?
Please,
What do you think a vice president
Tunaja,
is? He's waiting for the president to die.
Tunaja,
Good.
please, let me just say this because I'm about to leave. Just 2 minutes, no interruption, please.
2
It's
minutes,
just a
1
reach out.
minute.
Just 2 minutes, just a reach out to
all obedience out there listening, go out there, register with the ADC. Let's just make this count. It's another time. They underrated us the last time. This time around, we are going to be more prepared.
You don't register.
Can you just leave
have
me
1
alone?
minute. You have 1 minute. You don't have 2 minutes.
I'm in the process. I'm in the process. That's what I'm saying. So I'm encouraging everyone. Those of you that love us, that love the obedience, and love our cause. Our cause is simple: make Nigeria great again. We used to be good. We want to get back to where we used to be in the past. So to all obedience, to all of us of obedience, disregard all the little skirmishes you see online. Every tribe, every country have those kind of people. So please pay attention. Have your eyes on the goal. Peter Obi is the goal. We look at him, we look at his attitude, and that is what we are trying to model for the country Nigeria. Let's move forward. Let's do something different. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
You
Next
should be
question.
ashamed. You my friend, but you should be ashamed of yourself for that.
Next
You should be
question.
ashamed of yourself.
Next question. The one that was worried about.
You're a crazy man.
The one that was
Come
worried
on
about.
now. I believe in the green.
Hold on now. I'm going to start muting people. The one that was worried about spare presidents, as if he doesn't know that the vice president is waiting for the president to die. That's what the vice president does.
No,
So
but the vice president from the south.
Yeah,
This
but
issue is a
that's
big
different
issue.
altogether. That's it. Okay, now let me ask another question. The question is about the 6 geopolitical zones. What if we had a system whereby, like the Switzerland system, whereby you elect a presidential council, whereby all regions present their own presidential members, presidential candidates, then they go to a presidential council and govern from there.
That's my point now. They will become. I just use the word prime ministers.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You govern your own area based on what the center. So you have a policy in the center.
No, but they are not governing their own area, so they govern the entire country. The 6 of them. I don't think they govern.
No, that would be difficult in Nigeria to have. That would,
Oh yeah, because they make decisions together. The
entire
council make decisions together.
I'm saying, but when it comes to them implementing those policies, they will not do it in their own region the best way they see fit.
Who is they? It's all of them. Yeah, that's what. That's all of them will be exchanging horses. They will be deciding.
Exactly.
Okay, give me this one. You give me this one. But that is how it's supposed to be, isn't it? Everybody exchanging at the same time.
To Nigeria, we can't do that.
Why?
Anybody that wants to go for president has to be sure they want to go for president. If you're going for prime minister, maybe some people that just want to do their region, for example, Abga or Southeast. Do you understand? So they don't even have. If you know you want to go for the president of the country, you must be determined that yes, you want to go and you know what it takes, and you have to do what it takes to get there. Do you understand? So if you go and do general,
it's confusing, and that's why B1 you shouldn't have done that. It's just people that represent. They are members of a presidential council that decide on the fate of the nation together. They have to go agree unanimously to do stuff together. That's how they work, and it forces what I find good about that is that it forces the entire regions to work together.
Do they have ministers?
Exactly.
Do they have ministers or ministries or?
Oh yeah, they have ministries on the lower tier.
So you have ministries of this and that and everything.
The same thing. It's just the presidential council now. All the regions will be present all at the same time. And I think in the context of Nigeria, it will be beneficial.
So not the same party necessarily, but so where do they get the votes from? Like
the votes are from their regions.
Oh, so they get so each area will vote for their own guy.
Yes, for their own candidates. Yes.
You know what? I like that. I like that. That way nobody's clamoring for it's my turn. Because
it's always your turn. You see, it takes care of
that makes more sense. Actually. I like that.
Guys, I want to announce something. You guys are living diaspora now. You can withdraw foreign currency with your Naira account. So, yeah.
Well, look at
this. Let me pass that.
As if that's our biggest problem.
No, I'm just saying. If he was not, like, for example,
foreign currency with my Naira account.
No, that was that was designed for. Do you know what that was done? That was done for what happened.
Like that before. It was Buhari administration that canceled that.
No. That was done for all you Abroadian scammers that went to Nigeria to go and spend money and cancel cancel it when it comes to the UK. That was what it was for. So you went to Nigeria for
that's
it.
not.
You cancelled
No,
it and
my bank, two of my banks send me message now that you can spend your Naira card abroad for shopping and all that.
Oh, abroad.
Yeah.
But Kinimura,
Yeah.
Yeah. What am I buying abroad with? Well,
No. So that when they come from Nigeria, when they want to spend the money, it will go through now, right? That's what it means.
oh, makes it easier to spend to try. Okay.
The Nigerian card in
So but why is that not reflecting in the value of the naira to dollars? Because every major currencies, I mean, every other currencies in the world against the greenback is falling to. Compared to them, like the cedis is gaining much. Why is that naira is talking?
Do you know why?
Hold on, don't talk, because you always talk. You always like to do this or this interjection that doesn't make sense. Please, I beg you. So the point is, why is it not gaining? Why is the greenback? Why is the naira not doing well against the dollar?
You are asking the question, and you don't want somebody to answer your question.
Hold on. Let me finish before you can interject me. You're going to interject me. Just hold on. So my point is this: is that we see all this crap, because I remember way back then, even during the Yardwa time, during the Bubu time. I didn't say Bubu. Obasanjo's time, even up to Jonathan, you can do international transaction. You can swipe your debit card outside Nigeria, and you get dollars from it. And dollar was like around 190 something.
Can anyone hear me? Sorry.
So
just a quick one. It looks as though Natasha Akpoti has been found guilty. So we'll be discussing that later on tonight. But that's what's coming out of the news cycle. So make yourself available for the later session.
She's not been found guilty. That one man again. He started again.
No, it's true. They said this thing, but
Ulule.
One man has started again.
You see that country. You see when I say Tinubu,
this is the more reason APC must go. That's all.
You see, what has this lady? When we got to that time, we were talking about. I don't even know the talk, but I understand. All the game is just so that she no go back to that Senate, and they will declare her seat vacant. That's what they want to do, so that she no go pretend that whatever evidence she says she has against that Fabio. So you see, this is what we say. This is one of the reasons why we say Tinubu has to go, because we've never had it so low like this in that country, whereby one man
don't take us to all this complaint again. If you want to talk, let
what
us
has
talk.
Tinubu has to do with this?
Tinubu has a lot to do with this, because
you want to blame
Tinubu is biased.
Hold on, guys, don't give me this BS of what does Tinubu has to do. He has a lot to do with this. But what
it has to do with the case?
Yeah, it has something to
do
with
it. Now one person they rule country.
Naim Rulam.
No. If you understand your constitution, you read it well. Not one person.
What are you talking about?
Your country. These leaders are voted for. They are not elected leaders. They are not appointed leaders. They are elected leaders.
You people come here, you make
that have power to control everybody.
You are the promoter of morality now. You are the
morality,
morality
my foot. Morality, my foot. I mean, it's okay. When we get to that time, we'll talk about it. But let me just say about the Naira against the world. So now they now allow you, because this is the same people that say that the reason why the Naira against the greenback is that's high is because there's not much availability in the system. Now you can the little one that we're still managing within Nigeria, that our manufacturers are looking to be able to go and buy materials from abroad. They are buying the dollar at a higher. Can I talk? They're buying the Naira at a higher premium. Now you want people not to be able to withdraw it. All these people that are usually they do money laundering with those kind of things, they're able to withdraw. I don't know, maybe there's a limit to how much you can. But my point is this: we need that Naira within our own system so that our manufacturers can go and buy stuff cheap. But now you see what I say. This APC.
No, but this style is better because if the manufacturers want to go abroad,
consulting and self-sabotaging. They don't know what they are doing. These guys. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing if we can withdraw money outside Nigeria. But that means we have surplus of that dollar.
This is the thing. Know all the solution of Nigeria from your comfort of where you live abroad. If you know all the solution, why don't you come to Nigeria to implement all the solution you have in your farm? That everybody. If come and implement the
I can't implement waiting. You see yourself. So did you vote for me in there? Did you vote me inside there? Did you vote me? Am I the one you voted there?
Yeah.
You are not. You will vote you.
I have seen people that feel like they went into power. They were total failure. Whose speak like you who went into power now, they are now total failure.
Dude.
Because they think they have all the
If I run your
solution of
country,
the country.
if I were to run that Nigeria, people like you will not even be able to even stand to talk when you're talking. Not because I'm going to silence you, but I'll make sure that people like you don't even have to talk. Because when you don't have anything to say that contributes to the system, you don't have to talk. That's why I'm not
You
going to
don't
be a
need to
dictator.
talk because you haven't contributed nothing for the country either.
Nigeria, leave
Because
this
people like
guy.
you just corrupt the
If
system.
you were that smart, you would have stayed
You
behind.
make
If
people
you
lose
were that
brain
smart,
cells.
you would have stayed
Let us
behind
talk
and
about
contribute to the
let us
country.
talk about
I think I
let us
understand
talk
where
about
smart.
the
Bewell
card.
You
Spinach is
let people
coming
lose
from.
brain cells.
Exactly. All
If
opinions are not equal. Let's face it. Because I always say this: if somebody tells you that the sky is blue and some other person tells you the sky is green, your job is to go and make sure which one it is. And all opinions are not equal. And I feel sympathy for Bewell Spinach, because in Nigeria you hear a lot of people say so many things that are inaccurate that have nothing to do with anything. And like they will start making some kind of insults, like, why are you not in Nigeria? And all kinds. Why are you not dealing with the issue at hand? The issue is what matters the most, because if we get to a point, it might benefit you that
we
actually in
have
Nigeria.
3 tiers of government. If you are smart enough, you know the president cannot control everybody. But you are here arguing that you are smarter than
Why
everybody.
should
he never said
why
that.
should somebody even be against what Niger man is talking about?
No, because
Why
what
should
he's saying
somebody
is
be
that
against that?
he does that to me sometimes where he will insinuate something he didn't say. Like,
You know, let
saying
me
that
tell you.
the president
So when
controls
you know
everybody, he doesn't
somebody
control everybody,
to
obviously.
Niger,
Because
we
when
know
I tell
him.
you
He
that
will
before I
always.
told
He
you that
doesn't see
El-Rufai was
when
not
you
that bad, you
if
were
you're a
here saying,
human
"Oh,
being.
he's a this, he's a this." But now you are aligned with him because
Who
the
is that?
person you
Erufai,
support
you
now is
mean?
aligned with him.
You see,
That's how
Erufai?
you guys always speak from a place of bias. You don't put your
Hold
emotion
on, hold
aside
on,
or your
hold
bias
on.
aside and speak the
Even
fact and the real
the
stuff.
fact is
all
that
You
you
speak from a place of bias.
all
Erufai
you
for
Agbado
me
people, I think
doesn't
there's something
qualify
wrong
to
with some
be a
of you.
president
Your brain cells.
because he's religiously biased. He doesn't qualify to be a president. As a matter of fact, he doesn't even qualify to be a proper official. If it was left for me in my own ideal Nigeria, I wouldn't have somebody like Erufai hold any key institution because he believes in religious bias. It depends on how strongly he holds on to that. I don't know
That
how
means you don't
strongly,
I
want
beg,
but he
democracy.
boss, I
believes in
don't
that.
matter. That
Why
one
would
no
he
matter.
discuss?
Oh.
No, it
I
does
dem-
matter because they are going to
Let me
govern
tell
in
you,
such a
that's
way
for
that is
you.
biased.
If it's going to be Obi's VP and they help us win this thing that we want, we'll choose him. Please.
No, that
You
is true.
understand?
Because let's face it. No, you made a good point there. Nigerian man, hear this now.
I beg.
If
Me, I
you look
know
at Tinubu
these
now,
people,
no,
they
hold
use
on
them.
now,
Don't
hold
mind
on now.
them. Oh.
Nigerian man, you hear this first. Look at Tinubu that is in office right now. All the things Erufai said, now he did when he was the government. Has Tinubu not done them already? Being biased. Tinubu is already biased. Even beyond what so many people's wildest dream. He's already biased. So we cannot overemphasize, like Erufai, like he's the first person to do what he said he's going to do. The difference between him is that Tinubu is doing it along tribal and cronyism line, but while Erufai is doing it along religious line, and that's when I have a problem. I have a problem with both of them doing it, but it doesn't mean they are not officials of Nigeria. That I call him a terrorist. I don't know why you said I call him a terrorist. I will never call a Nigerian official a terrorist because they're not terrorists. So let's just keep things easy. So it looks like from the question I was asking about presidential council, B1 seems to be for it. And beware of spinners. The way the presidential council works is that you elect them from your own areas, and they go into the from a political party in your area. If they win, they go to the center. They govern together as as a body of presidents, and each year they elect one person to represent them as a presidential council. That person is just going to be a voice for them. But in terms of decision making, they all make decisions together. So what do you make of that? Do you think that is beneficial for Nigeria because everybody will be represented at the center all at the same time? Beware of sinners first.
Let me say something. You see, and I heard when you guys were talking about the whole thing about the governance system in Nigeria. I think I like to call them founding father, even though they're not. I won't say they're the founding father of Nigeria. I say it's the British, it's their project. But those people will refer to as the founding fathers, like likes of Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, and Azikiwe, and all of them. I think they understood the composition of that country, the way it's constituted. the best kind of governance that would be suitable for us would be the regional system. Which if you guys understand, even when the Western region was Western region as a full Western region, out of it they carved out Midwest, which was what I was expecting that maybe as time goes on, even within the North there, maybe North Central, or they'll call themselves Middle Belt, they'll just carve out from the core North, and like that, everybody will start splitting, start doing their own plebiscites, and start doing their own self-determination in the sense that they want to be their own region, to be self-governing, have their own prime or their own premier, like we called them back then. So I think that would have been the best for us. And in the sense whereby we have more like a president or a prime minister, maybe we want to call him president or prime minister, because if we want to use the prime minister system, then we have to go by the parliamentary system, which I think would have been the best that would work for Nigeria. And I can make case for that in this if I have enough time to do that. But if we want to go through the presidential system, fine and good. But my point is this: is that we should make that president or the prime minister a ceremonial head.
No, you're not understanding. It's not a presidential system. It's a kind of presidential council where 6 people are elected from the 6 geopolitical regions.
Hold on. I'll still flesh out because I'm just giving you my own how I see it. I know I listen to everybody whenever. I'm not going by exactly what you were probably the point you're putting across to me. But I'm just trying to make you understand my own view when I say we should use the Swiss system. The Swiss system, that's why they have a president. They have a vice president from each region. So if one president, like if anyone died, that vice president from that region where that person that the president dies is from, the vice president will take over from him. Then when is the other person's turn the next time when they do the next election or whatever, that one will take over. And if that person said died, the vice president of that region will take over. So every region has their own vice president. It's just like that's what we call the premiership, the premier system in Nigeria, whereby we have the premier for each region. So my point is this: the reason is this. Why is that? Every region will be self-governing. Nobody will be saying that, oh, you are lording it over us. We'll make the prime minister as just one that will be in charge of our foreign diplomacy.
No more Emilokon.
No more Emilokon. Whereby even
I want to say something now before I go, please, just 1 minute, please.
Dude, I was talking now. You said you want to say something before you go. Let him talk, please. Let him talk. Let him go. I'll just keep quiet. You just ruined my thoughts after that. Go on, please.
Yeah, just 1 minute, please. I did not vote for the president the last time.
Is that what you want to say? Okay. All right. So I continue.
So what? No, someone mutes me.
Yeah, I tried to keep it brief, Spinner, so that it can go round.
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
All right, Jojo.
No, I never finished now, but he's saying one talk. That was why I just kept quiet for him.
Just 1 minute. I want to talk my commode.
Okay.
I beg, make I continue then. This guy don't want to talk. Anyway, so my point is this: is that if we make the prime minister or the president just a ceremonial head, who will just be doing our foreign policy, will be representing the country when it comes to international discourse or international engagement, he will be the one. But the premiers, or whatever I want to call them, vice president from each region, would be the one in charge of their own region, their own development of their own region. We can do that. So what we just need, in conclusion, this is what I want to say, in conclusion, we should weaken whoever becomes the head of the government of Nigeria. We should weaken his position. The only thing is that he will just engage in foreign policy, foreign diplomacy, and maybe whatever, sign our treaties for us. And that's all he does. He could be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, but it has to have the consent of every premier or every vice president from every region. You have to come together to be able to. You see, one thing about we black men is that black people is that we don't follow rule of engagement. We don't follow through with agreements, and that is the problem we're having in that continent. I leave it at that.
Boss, Hausa man no go gree. So that one is another journey. You get me? The rest people, they're not going to agree. That's not going to work. They will make the presidency so light. Never. They will never agree.
Why will you not agree?
So is it more of them wanting to control everybody?
Exactly. So we just have to go our separate ways.
It makes more sense to control, to do if you want Sharia, whatever you want, to control your own space. So unless they want to just control everybody else, that would be the only reason not to support, because this makes sense to
But
me.
I get. You see, I want to say one thing.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Why do you think what do you think led to the collapse of that system?
Boss,
The
I
former
want to say something. Yeah.
that
What led to the collapse?
Make it
We
conversation now. Don't just okay. Do you need to engage? Make it conversation, and not like you just do
okay,
off.
because let me say this. Let me say this. The former regional system that we practice, which is a parliamentary system, is actually different from what the even British parliamentary system that they are practicing. Because then we have prime minister, and then we have president, which is ceremonial. Is the prime minister was actually very powerful. The reason why all of them are adjusting to go to the federal level that time, because the federal was still very powerful that time. And that was why Awolowo wanted to go to federal, because they want to control things from the top. So if you don't change that system, like the way the British are doing their own now, it will not work. If you go back to that system, it will not
Is
work.
that what I'm saying to you? That we should weaken it. We should weaken that prime minister. Just make him like a ceremonial.
Yeah, we all agree on that. I think we all agree on that. We should make it regions more powerful, where you can control the destiny of your own people in your own area. You can collaborate with other regions on security and all the other things, but you should be able to determine what you want for your own people and how you want it done.
So what about the
sometimes
tax?
when you are in a nation, you can't always want to operate in a kind of just regional basis, because the nations are like a body. You have to operate the most efficient way possible, as efficiently as possible. Otherwise, you are going to compromise yourself for other nations that are actually operating.
That makes it for
No, our friend.
Why? Why is it no?
No. So you see, this is the thing we're saying. We do not understand. Well, let me say we do not. We need to understand that that system that I'm proposing is what is done in Switzerland. Switzerland. I mean, I don't want to use this. Or what about? I don't like it. But my point is this: what I'm trying to make here is this: is that we're not going to be weakened. We're not going to be weakened because we'll have a standby.
Where did you get that Swedish leaders are weak?
I'm not saying they are weak, but I thought that's what you said. Is that not what you said, that our armed forces is going to be weak? Is that not what you said?
No, the armed forces is very, very strong, and also the center is very strong, because they are all the regions are making decisions together, so it allows them to make strong decisions.
The strong man, there is that strong man personality that we have in the person of the head of state, or whoever becomes the head of state.
Okay.
Sorry, Spinner.
Yeah, you can dilute it.
Hold on, please, just to clarify, because Simba brought up a point, excellent point. Maybe you can answer the question. What's the difference between the kind of regional government we practiced in Nigeria, the First Republic, and the one that they operate in the UK?
Well, I think
the one in the UK doesn't have a president. We have, although the one in the UK is quite unique amongst the world by and large.
Do they have regions? Did they have premier in UK?
They have prime minister.
No, they don't have premier.
No, premier, not prime minister.
Prime minister is what is this called? So it's no premier.
They don't premier.
I'm asking the bigger.
Can I answer that question?
Yes, because you said it collapsed, so there are some faults to it. Go ahead, Spinner. I just wanted to. Yeah.
Okay. So you see, the thing is this: you see, parliamentary system differs from place to place. There's no one size fit all, or some kind of straitjacket kind of a parliamentary system. I remember I was having a conversation with Ola a few months or like a year or two ago, and we bought into that. I never knew that Canada had a federal, even though he's my neighbor here, just next door by me here. I never knew that they had a parliamentary system. I mean, a federal, call it a federal. I knew that it was a parliamentary system because you have a prime minister, but it was a federal parliamentary system. Just like one. I mean, well, as you see, again, Germany has a different one. It's a federal state, but they have a parliament and they have a president and they have a what they call him chancellor. So there are different types. So we need to sit down and figure out how we want to go about it. But my point is this: whoever becomes the head of government, we'll call him the ceremonial head of government, because he will be in charge of our foreign policy, our international whatever engagement and whatever. He will be in charge of it. But when it comes to certain aspect of the the social contract within Nigeria, it should be given to each region. That way, he will not be able to campaign with it, and it's going to be elected if it's going to be a parliamentary system, which is going to be a parliamentary system, obviously, then they would have to be some kind of like they forming some kind of a government, a negotiated government. Whoever has the majority in parliament, they would have to seek. They have to work among themselves. Who's going to be the head of the government that will be doing our foreign policy, international engagement? That's what we should be doing. But maybe when it comes to armed forces, each region would have some measure of maybe their own national guard to some extent, and we'll have a standby armed forces that will not be deployed within the states. It's only for international engagement. If maybe you have a foreign aggressor, now we'll start deploying them, and then other region will contribute. So this is something we can work out. That's how, I've studied many parliamentary systems in the world, and I've seen that we have to just figure out which one works for us best.
Yeah, RM, because there was a weakness in the system that made it fall in the First Republic, right? So obviously, if you're going to go back
because
to that,
like Simba said, because the prime minister was very powerful. That is why people like Awolowo and all of them, they were all striving to become head of that god. They want to become prime minister because they want to control power. But if we weaken it, that's what I'm saying. Again, I want to emphasize that point. Weaken it does not mean you're just going to be a tiger and a pepper tiger. No, but we'll make him look like you're only responsible for our foreign engagements. You will parley with other international governments, make treaties for us, sign international whatever for us, negotiate talks or whatever for. But when it comes to the running of the government within the states, every region should have it.
This parliamentary system, a question: is it going to be with governors? Is it going to work with the present state governors as well?
The governors can remain as they are, where you have governors that may actually be rotational in nature because these different states sometimes have different groups too. So the idea is to stabilize the system, the political power rotation system. You have to stabilize in such a way that it doesn't.
Can you be more specific when it comes to the governor thing that you brought up?
Yeah, like the governor one, you can be rotating it between the different groups in
that
the
was
state.
already done now.
Exactly. If it's already done, you see, maybe some states are not doing it, where sometimes it leads to frictions. But in terms of the center, that's where I differ a little bit from Rational Mind, where he says it should weaken the center. I think the center can be very, very functional if you have a strong center and you have them in such a way that the power is distributed among.
So Nigeria, is the center weakened in UK? Is the center weakened in UK?
The UK center is not weakened though. It's very
extremely strong in the UK.
Okay, so why should we not have a weakened center in Nigeria?
No, I'm not. That's why I disagree with it. I said I don't agree with the idea of the center being weakened, but I'm saying. Can I just get my point through? I'm just saying that the center should not be weakened, but the power should be split among 6 in the center. They should have a lot of power so that the 6 regions are making decisions at the same time, but they should still have that power that they need to actually govern
the presidency, right? So the 6 presidents kind of, yeah. So that means
BT. During the one that we practiced before, the 3 regions before they now created the Midwest were actually independent of the federal. You understand? But what happened was this: the federal was still having influence on certain things that the people, especially when Zeke formed an alliance with the NPC then with Ahmed Bello. So they were what is actually available at the center. They were now marginalizing the Southwest from that. So because of that, people are looking the premier of the Southwest also looking up to go and actually get some things at the federal also to get to the Southwest. And so it's somehow they still have influence on the regions, and that was why the whole thing collapsed. They still have. So I don't know if we want to weaken it. If we weaken it to the extent that they don't even have any form of things that they can do to
weaken it. We know what a weak center looks like. We have already gone through it, and it didn't end well. Every nation needs a strong center, especially a nation like Nigeria. Nigeria is a very important nation, strategic and all. So it needs a strong center to be able to function. I'm just saying that it should be split among 6 instead of one individual.
Who will be in control of the military?
The 6, you have to have. I believe in the presidential council system, whereby the 6 regions elect the presidential council, and they decide on everything. So, and they will be smarter because it's not only one person now
You
deciding
know
on
what I'm
everything.
saying? The question I asked that okay, Nigerian military will be controlled by who? Is it the prime minister that will control, or each region will have
The
their
presidential
own
council.
military?
No, the presidential council controls the military. Like instead of one person, just imagine the president being split into 6. That is what the presidential council represents. They will control the military.
Okay, so they will vote.
Yes, amongst themselves, and they have to agree on any decision they make. It has to be unanimous every
So
time.
in the situation like what happened then, that the northeast, I mean the north and the south and the eastern region actually were against the western region. What happened?
What do you mean against the western region? When did that happen? What are you talking about? Sorry.
No, that was what happened. Now they formed a coalition, and they were the one taking decision.
Oh no, you can't form. It's not possible to form a coalition among 6 regions, because then the other regions will gang up against one region or 2 regions. You can't do that. It's based on a collegiate approach, whereby if one of them vote
That's
against
like what is happening now.
Yeah, if one of them votes against, it stops the decision. So you have to come to an agreement because one person has the power to torpedo it. You are forced to talk to them. You see what I mean? And that's
So
how you.
I think that's too complex. Let's just continue our 8 years for the top,
Yeah.
8 years for the bottom style.
No, that's too much wahala. After
But
look at what's going to happen with election now.
If you want us to continue this thing you're talking about, this 8 years, whatever crap that we do in Nigeria, I mean, how has that fared? How has that fared well with us in that country?
No, we're just starting it now.
Hold on. Nigeria never saw development like when we experienced when we had the regional system, and ever since then, that feat has never been repeated. I'm not saying it was an Eldorado then, but at least if you read books from that time, or if you read journals, newspapers from that time, there's been like, it was heralded as one of the most the golden years of Nigeria, when Nigeria was fast developing, because every region was everybody was trying to competing with each other. We want to overcome and supersede the other one, because they felt like, oh, we have what it takes, Western region. So that is it. It breeds competition.
Yeah, but what you fail to
that is what
remember,
we need.
what you want, see, hold on. What
We
you fail
don't
to
need
notice was that
Hold on. If we continue this we go and get from national cake, go and get from the center. All this what's it called? This their so-called tax system. I mean, this is a system whereby everybody go and collect money from Astro every month. It's not going to work with us.
See,
rational
mind, hold on now. Let somebody get the word in. See,
but
what you are saying
now, but you the talk.
Yeah, but there's no need to finish. We have to exchange it on this one, because we don't want to go too far. So if you say there is news coming out saying everything was going very, very hunky-dory, the reason why things were going hunky-dory was just the afterglow of the British leaving, and secondly, the fact that the regions, the time hasn't come for it to manifest the problems within the system. Clearly, the states were not happy. The states that you have now, those people that were in those states were not happy because they had major groups dominating them. So that is part of the reason why you got a situation whereby you have a civil war on your hand within how many years. So you have to also look at the end result of that system, not just how it started. If somebody is driving a car down a hill, if the person hasn't hit a tree or tumble into a ravine or something, the person is coasting down the hill. But until that person tumbles, that's when you know
right,
it was a bad idea.
That time it was full of crises, full of crisis. That period was full of crisis.
Yeah, there was a lot of
why was it full of crisis?
Because people were divided.
Let me tell you, the Middle Beltans, if you remember that time, that was when they called the Thief massacre. You understand? There was a lot of agitations from minority. Yes, Adakaburu in the eastern regions and all those things.
Hold on. You see, yeah, I agree with you that there were challenges then, and those challenges were very humongous. I understand. But over the years that we've seen, we've evolved in that country with this dispensation that we've been practicing since 1999, has really kind of getting certain things taken care of. I believe this is the time for us to restructure the whole thing. We can build on what
I can assure you that no state will accept another region dominating them. That's the problem.
Hold on. That's why I said we can go the way of the Swiss system, in the sense that those premier, we don't call them premier, we call them vice president from each region. I give you an example. Southwest.
So are we going to
Hold
cancel
on.
states?
Let
Are we going to cancel states?
me land. We keep the what's it called? We keep the governors, managing their each respective states, but they all be answerable to the vice president of that region. How about that?
So
how
would
that work?
Just confusing
How would that
things.
work?
I think you can't have regions that are functioning as regions.
This is the problem
because
with
the states are already functioning as states. The
this is the problem with we black people. We can't follow. Yeah, we cannot follow simple things that are. We make it so complex.
It's not simple.
What you are doing now
is not simple. What you describe is not
what
simple.
you are creating a situation whereby the regions, the governors will be reporting to a vice president.
It is a matter of constitution.
When the vice president should be governing the country.
It is a matter of constitution, my friend. It's a matter of constitution.
Okay, so you want to elect the vice president?
So what will be the role of the vice president in each region?
Yes, it will
and
be
6 vice president. Oh,
yeah, it's possible. Yeah,
what will be the role? Which role are they going to be playing?
What role are they
going to play? They will be helping develop the area.
They go thief tire.
They are supposed to be governing the country. That's a very good question.
What are they going to? No, let's
ask him. What is the role? What is the role of the? That's a very good question. What's the role of the vice president?
What's the role of vice president in the present dispensation that we have? What's the role?
It's to look good. That's all.
It's to look good.
That's all. They don't have any role, or they have zero role.
They help to build up election.
Let me tell you.
So assist the president. Okay, they are assisting the president.
There you go.
Loosely assist the president.
Can I land?
We are asking you the role in their region because they are vice
that's what I'm trying
president
to
for
tell
their
you.
region.
Don't repeat yourself. I don't hear you. I'll answer your question. The role of the current vice president that we have is usually, from what we know from right from 1999 when this guy Baba Yabo did his own. His vice president Atiku was usually responsible for anything that has to do with economy and how to coordinate the ministers within its region. Within the cabinet, but it's answerable to the president. So we can do that in each region, so that every region will not say, "Oh, you put an Hausa man in my own region, and then it's a Yoruba region." Every region we have people from their own region. You will go and negotiate with the president. My region needs this, so my governors are asking me for this, so this is the problem.
What will be the role of
I don't want that.
What will be the role of the senators and the reps?
That's what I'm saying to you. What would determine what we're going to do is going to be the parliamentary system we have to go with. A unicameral.
That's not possible.
Oh, no. We're going to have one national house assembly. And every region will have their own local assembly. Every state is going to scrap. We are going to scrap.
When you are saying something, let
me learn. When you target me, like, we're going to scrap every state having their own their own assembly, state assembly. Every region will have one assembly of their own, and then we have national assembly. So those assembly for each region, they will be making laws for each region. That is how we should run it.
So how will you choose the governors? How will you choose the governors? How will you choose the governors?
Is that what?
How do you choose the governor?
How do you choose the governor? Every state will every state will vote for their governors, and they will have maybe at least from each state.
Do you know that if you wait now, I don't even. Why are you so snobbish?
It's because sometimes your question is your question. I know where you go with your question sometimes. That's why
it's asking valid questions now.
Go on.
Let me take
I don't even know why are you so irritable and so snobbish. And you are not.
Yeah, I'm snobbish. I'm snobbish because I know you very well. I know you are our friend.
You guys.
Let me ask the question, please. Ask the question, please.
You guys, hold on. I actually agree with National Mind on this one, because as we're currently right now, your House of Assembly in those state level are controlled by your government, because anyways, they don't do anything. So regional would be a better approach. I agree with RM on this one, man. Good point.
I think the regional approach
if you know where you are saying regional approach, and you still have state governors, and the question I'm asking, because when you talk, because in regional approach, you are talking about parliamentary system. In parliamentary system, even the people that the minister and everything has to be elected. They are not people that you choose.
So now, in our own parliamentary system, we have state governors that people will vote for, and in
And
what
we can solve problem when you that give us
Yeah,
solution.
but let me okay. Let me add this. Where the real issue is. Hold on, Jojo, please. Where the real issue that we've drifted away from slightly is that people generally feel frustrated that they are not represented in the center. Having a vice president that deals with regions is not going to solve that. You have to have people that make decisions at the highest level. And if they feel they need that is the real problem, then you deal with it head on. And we have examples where nations do that already. So why are we just shying away from it? You have six presidential members, and they all make decisions together. They share power together. They reach, they carry out their own research and analysis together. All of them come with different ideas. They make. How can we even be against that? It's more like it's like a council of elders making decisions on behalf
Speaking
of
of Council of Elders, Council of Elders, should we evolve? What would be the role of our traditional rulers in this new system that you guys are proposing? I'm only asking. Stop laughing. I'm only asking the question now.
It's a valid point. Now they can just build them nice palaces and give them. It's not. No, they can make them cultural guardians. I like the term where they protect the historical culture of the various regions and promote tourism. I think tourism is one big area because culture is tied to tourism too. It's one big area.
They can do us a favor. Take them off away from the control of local government. That's an insult to a king.
Are they controlling local government now?
No. Your king is under local government control now. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
By our law, actually, by our law, before a king actually leaves his throne for medical leave, he needs to write a letter to the local government chairman for approval.
I can understand that. I can understand why, because sometimes all these kings they have power. So if
Exactly. These kings said they need to reduce
just
their
run away
power.
and go and do something,
Go and meet the gods. Go and meet the gods.
Which gods, boss? There's no gods, George. They're just enjoying. You know what's up. But see, I think it's very complex.
Guardians of culture and tourism. I think they
Because
can
changing the system is not possible. Let's be real.
But
People will not agree. This way that we're doing it,
most people will agree to a centrally.
bro, only the South will agree. The North will not agree to regional government. Let's be real.
Okay, not regional, not rotational government. I'm talking about where
no regional.
If everybody, no,
Northerners will not agree because they'll think.
Nobody, in short, most
listen,
states will not agree to it.
The Northerners will think you want to run away from Nigeria. Let's be real. They will never agree for regional
South will
government.
not agree to it.
What is all this argument about that you people say they will not agree? I mean, recently, when the whole thing about Niger came up, were they not threatening that they want to leave Nigeria?
They don't say so. Like which
what are you talking about?
To go and eat granuts when oil money is there that they're getting. Boss, they will never leave it. Let's be real.
Okay, my friend, you see, we can always do this. What about? It's okay, but
no. We have to be realistic. I understand. We have what we are dreaming of. See, but I understand. We have things that we're dreaming of, like you wish, but it's not possible. Let's be realistic. It's not going to work.
My brother, in my own dictionary, there's no such thing as impossibility. It's just because it's our myopic attitude as Africans that we always look at things like, as a black man, you know what I mean? Let me say black people, you like to do this. I don't want to die, I get family, those kind of things. When you don't want to sacrifice, you don't want to try things out. How do you expect to?
But they had the chance to break up. The Nigerian didn't break up. Nigeria will never break up.
Well, that's your own opinion. I mean, I
won't not.
Well, you can say that. I'm not going to argue with you that. But
you understand, Nigeria will not, because
I hope it does someday. But then, if it's not going to do, maybe
because it's only going to.
Let me say this. Why when people were talking about the parliamentary system, and I mean, how we're going to organize the parliament? Listen to me, my friends. If we want to make it more leaner, whereby some people have proposed, why don't we make this our current National Assembly? Like they do it part-time. They don't have to go and sit down and do all getting all this money. Per sitting, this is how much you get. How about that? How about if we go with the system I propose, that the same people that are also for the regional parliament, they're the same people that will go and argue cases or go and make laws in the federal. How about we make the vice president for each region to be the one that will be the head of the leader of the house from that region. He also will be a parliamentarian himself, so that he's doing the same double work. Not like he's just being we have to hire somebody who's a vice president separately, hire somebody who's another parliament member from that place. So we use the same members. That way we can streamline them to one amount of money that are sitting. If you are sitting in the Federal House of Assembly doing doing the country's business, this is how much you're going to get. If you're doing the states, or I will put them on the salary. But whatever I want to do, we'll do that way. That way nobody wants to go. We need to discourage these people from going to National Assembly or governance thinking that they want to go there and make money for themselves. If we need to just restructure the whole thing, make it uninteresting to them, make the center so weak. When I mean weak doesn't mean whoever's going to be the head of the government cannot have charge of over the what's it called, the army. It would have it, but the point is every region will have their own national guard or whatever you want to call it, or their own police system, whereby they can use that for the protection of their own area. And they can also use and deploy that for national assignments.
So,
you see,
let's do that in 50 years.
You say what?
In 50 years' time.
Sorry, question.
Okay. Well, continue saying 50 years time then. No problem.
No, I said let's do that in 50 years' time. Right now.
So, you and I will be here 50 years time. I don't know how old you are.
Our children will have
even
that.
Even in 50 years time, am I sure am I going to be here?
Quick question. So that means you need to pass a bill that goes across the country and is certified by everyone. So do you think we have the numbers to push this?
I know that's what the problem is, my brother. That's what the problem is. I know some people have said some people from some certain region would not allow it. I know. I'm not oblivious to that fact that some of our northern brothers, especially those of them who have this born to rule mentality among them, they might not want to see that because they believe that yes, they want to be, because the thing is this, they know how powerful the Nigerian head of state is. Whoever becomes the head of state of Nigeria, they know how powerful it is. It makes them be like winner take it all kind of governance style. That's how it is for them. And we cannot continue like this. One region cannot hold the rest. That's why if we have to cut these people loose, let us cut them loose, let them go.
But let me talk the way APC people talk. How would you do it?
Yeah, well, my brother, I know I'm just saying this because I know so that this record will be on record on one man's archive. In the future, somebody comes here and they look at what we're talking about and what we're talking about elsewhere. They can learn from all of this. But my point is that I know we can just be saying it. It might not happen because people are not ready. The people are not ready themselves. So,
I think people are not ready. Are not necessarily ready for.
People are not ready. Nigerians are not ready, my brother. Nigerians are not ready.
But
Nigerians like Simba. Our friend Simba here. Simba was just saying.
Rational mind. Hold on now. Let me speak my own. See, I will always default to stabilizing the system. And if you want to do away with people complaining about not being represented in the center, and you still don't want to weaken the center, then you have to split the power. And the reason why I prefer that approach is because it doesn't change a lot of things on the ground right now. All you have to do is change the center. If you keep saying, oh, you want to change to parliamentary system, you want to change to too many changes, and people don't like too many changes, and they will feel like, okay, yeah, we don't know. Because if you change something too much, this is the longest period of continuous government in Nigeria we've ever had. And if you change it too radically, you don't know what could happen in the next 10 years or so. So you want to incrementally change it. If you want to change anything, I would say either start with rotational system, which is a little bit timid to me. I would just say make everywhere, all the 6 regions go to the center and they make decisions together in a collegiate manner.
So what's the point? What's the point of the rotational system if we have to maintain the status quo of a president that is very powerful, that he gets in there and he can make his own people just occupy the whole key spot, key position in Nigeria, like this one that is there currently is doing, like the one that was there before him, So what's the point?
No, they will decide together. Sorry. I think you are mistaking my point. I'm not saying we should have a center that is one person. I'm saying there are 6 people. Do you understand what I'm saying? 6 people, not one person. It has that power anymore. Now they can behave like one person, but it's 6 people behaving like one person. And the 6 people represent the 6 regions, which means it takes away all these nonsense argument about North Central not being in government, northeast, southeast, all that goes away. And those regions, I don't think they produced a president since this democratic dispensation.
You're
So
right. You're right. And for campaigns, then the focus then becomes policy now, not where you're from.
exactly. That's what we want to focus on, and I think it's going to help stabilize the center significantly. And now, because it makes them smarter too. If you have 6 heads are better than just one, and it means that we can't just start making radical decisions because where's one crazy guy just wake up for money because he's friend to one big billionaire, he just makes a decision for everybody. That's not good. But if you have 6 people, they have 6 friends, they have 6 billionaires. So their thinking has to come to the best conclusion for it to actually go through. They all have to agree with each other for it to go through, to get any of the agenda through. While the other parts of the government will just be functional, and it's the least disruptive. I don't want the situation whereby you start naming them, you have a premiership. It's just going to confuse you. Then it means that people have to relearn the entire process again. I think we should just introduce these type of changes gradually. And that's
Okay,
my
sorry, come on, sorry to just let me ask a question. This just came to my mind. So we're here discussing Obi and Atiku getting the ticket, but we never talked about what if Obi gets a ticket. No, who he picks for VP from the north is very important because that person is pretty much auditioning to be president in 31, right? Whoever he picks is pretty much going to be the president for 12 years because Obi's going to be a lame dog. They're going to pretty much run the show if he's going to be there for 4 years. But nobody ever came up with any names that I've heard of. I'm El-Rufai, maybe.
I don't like El-Rufai, but he's the only one that is hawkish in terms of national security in the entire country.
Would you be comfortable with? Because El-Rufai, to me, will be another Atiku VP. Powerful. It will not be like it will be a very powerful VP.
Yes, and it's not always a bad thing. If you have a VP that wants to do the right thing. El-Rufai, I don't know whether he's corrupt, really. I really don't know how corrupt he is, but I know he's very hawkish about security, and he seems to be very competent too in terms of the way they said he governed in Abuja.
Hawkish. So sharing money to bandits is
I don't think he was just sharing money to bandits now. He's done work before, and I've had his pronouncements on national security. He's not the kind of person that just likes to convert, repentant Boko Haram or being slow about. He is the one that advocated recruiting significant amount of recruits into the Nigerian security force at Chatham House with Tinubu. So that could be the reason why he didn't even make it into the government, because they never like to change anything about our national security. So if somebody like him is there, I might choose to forgive his religious bias, because I think our national security is far more precious than religious bias for me, because that's survival. You have to be alive to be able to be biased.
And the guy said he's learned his lesson, and now he wants to correct the past what he's learned. So to be honest, maybe in the future he will change.
I don't believe people until I see
in one of the interviews that he's learned his lesson. He supported Tinubu, and now he wants to have a chance to change and remove Tinubu.
We're talking about his bigotry and his extremist view, because we had him. Hold on, we had him when he was caught on tape, when he was talking about we subjugated the Christians. They'll never rise against us again. This was the same idiot.
That is a bad statement.
He changed his deputy that was a Christian. He changed it to a Muslim. He tried a Muslim in Kaduna State. Which if a Christian has ever done that, they have burned down the other place.
Don't forget people from the south of Kaduna too. How they've been treated under his administration. All the killings and all the stuff.
I think clearly he has questions to answer on that front.
Listen. If they had like state police, would they be able to do that?
Under his control?
Yeah.
Woo, that would have been worse.
Don't be too sure. This guy governed. He was basically the minister of Abuja too. He didn't do any of all these things we are accusing him of.
Do you understand?
That's the difference. You see, come on, that guy. That's not doing this. He cannot do that in Abuja because he's not the head of Abuja. Even though he's just standing there, like we say, for this one that is there right now, he's there in the pleasure.
Are you seeing what Wike is doing?
Hold on, because if Tinubu does not sanction it, he will not do it. It's because he's a body with Tinubu. That's why when I say
but the same thing goes as governors.
It's different from where you're from. If you are governor your own, it's different from both.
It's different. So you see that of you see. Let's not do this if we allow every state to have their the police,
The security
their own
system.
security, that they will. Yes, I understand. There's everything that there's the possible potential for that. But the point is this: we're seeing here, like I don't like using what I like I said, I don't like doing what's about. The reason why I want to bring a parallel with what is here is that if a police department goes rogue here in America, the FBI will come into it. They will take over. So we can do that. We can have some other institution that would regulate these institutions. Not that they will be
but in Nigeria, the problem with Nigeria is that the center is not strong enough.
If a governor goes rogue, then whatever we call it, whether that DSS we call at that time, whatever we call them, they will have to take over from that police and then fire all the head of that police department.
Rational mind. You see, one of the things I discovered in Nigeria and I thought made sense to an extent is when I had one small drone that I was bringing to Nigeria, and people were complaining like, "Oh, the customs were concerned about it, that this stuff was banned." I was like, "Why are you banning drones?" He said, "I said, but they allowed me to bring it in from the UK, and they don't have any issue with it. Why are you having any issue with it in Nigeria?" He said, "Because the UK, they can manage it. Nigeria is not that sophisticated to be able to manage people that have drones. That there's a kind of this thing, the power differential or technology differential between the state and the people that have drones is too wide. So they don't have a way of controlling those people. Hence why they banned it." So what I'm trying to illustrate there is that the dynamics between the state police and the center doesn't have enough strength to control this state police as it stands. That is the problem. If the center was strong like American center, of course, you can do it as you please.
Even though if you want to do it very well, every local government should have their own police. You see, this is what I'm talking about. It's all about going back and redesigning that constitution.
That's even worse. You're arming people to local government. Nigerians can be crazy.
No. Hold on. Even campuses have their own police here. Campuses have their own police. What do you?
I don't know what this guy is.
The reason why I'm saying it is because of where we are right now. Our people don't seem to know where to draw the line.
Once upon a time, we have LA police, local authority police in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
We need to have them. The British has their own. The British has their own police, and then we have the local authority police. Once upon a time in Nigeria. So why was it ever abused at that time?
Because at that time the situation was different.
We live at a different time because the politics has become so toxic in that country now. I understand that. But the point is this: if a local government if their police department goes rogue, they can bring in the states. You get it? Okay. And if the state goes rogue, then you bring in the federal police.
Now, let me add something that may shed some light on what we are talking about here. One, it's not necessarily true that just because you have state police is going to help solve the problem, because the critical problem is the numbers. They don't have enough numbers. There is an element of local awareness that may benefit it. We'll get the benefit if you transfer police to state police because they are aware of their locality. It will help. But if the numbers issue is still a problem, and the federal government could decide to hands off and leave the states with that trouble, and then when the states handle it, given how the states behave when it comes to paying their staff, if they don't pay their police, and the police are all different from state to state, God knows what could happen.
To Nigeria. I needless to say, I've said this many times here. I've been in this system here to understand how their system works here. That I see that it's something we can do in Nigeria, if only those leaders will allow it for us to do it, and it would unleash so many potentials for us. Here, because if you want to go to British style, which I don't think it will work for us, which is the parliamentary system of the British style, I think it's not going to work for us because it's a different monster they have there. Nigeria has a different monster that is dealing with. And I think the only system that will fit that of Nigeria will be the US system. Yeah, but we only need strong institutions.
Can I clarify something?
I think the Swiss system will suit Nigeria the most because Nigeria is so diverse.
Let me clarify something real quick.
Okay, go on, please.
AB, I didn't say the campuses have security. They have their own police. not security.
Don't die alone. Don't die alone.
So I think you kind of confused. They have their own police.
I heard you now. We all heard you that we're talking about police.
Security. Sorry, I don't know what you mean by it.
Well, you know, like what's the name? LAG, University of Lagos has their own campus security. I've been there one time and I saw them.
We have a police force.
So we need police. That's what we're saying. Police. Every campus you have, even some schools, even some what's it called? Some elementary school here. Some what's it called? Some middle school and high school here. They have their own police. Even though I know it's the city police that does that doubles.
Are you talking about the US?
Yeah, in the US, yeah.
US security method is not something you want to copy. A country that loses 40-something thousand into gun violence every year is not. You look at the European countries, I think would be more ideal.
Well, you see, like I said, there's a reason. There's a whole reason why why people like me, I would say the US system would have been the best for us.
US, they are losing 40-something thousand people. You want Nigeria to be losing 40-something thousand. Even as it is right now, we don't lose 40-something thousand.
We don't have the kind of listen. We don't have the kind of problem that you United States have, in the sense that nobody has the right to guns in Nigeria. Not everybody has the right to guns.
No, go and tell Hertzman that now. Maybe you should let Hertzman know about it.
Well, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. We're not talking about as in citizens here in their constitution. It's enshrined in their constitution that it's your right to have a gun.
Yes.
So, but we don't have that in Nigeria. So we don't have that problem of maybe a kid will just go and carry papa Luga, clock, and then go enter school and so. Let me not. I don't want to go gory here with that. So my point is that we don't have that problem as such. So, but the only problem is we have those petty criminals like herdsmen and maybe some wannabe idiots who just want to come and just But we don't have that in our. We're not talking about even our primary school or our secondary school. Even though I know some of them they don't go route to becoming cultists. But let's leave that. But my point is we're talking about the local security of the people, the dwellers, the city dwellers, the town dwellers, people that dwell within a space. That people should be secure to live in their space. That's what we're saying. So if we can make every local government function and have their own police departments, that would go a long way.
I agree with that. I think it's not impossible to do if the federal government wants to do it, but they have to stipulate the requirements for all the states to be able to meet the standards that they have to meet. If you don't stipulate it and it becomes fragmented, you're going to have basically militias calling themselves police in the country.
There you go. So you would do away with those militias. Now these are state-recognized institutions that is enshrined in that constitution.
Yeah, it has to be well defined, and the requirements has to be well known.
It has to be well defined. I understand. I agree with you, but I'm saying that will be a route to go in tackling. Look, are you telling me if that's what's it called, that Benue they had a massacre? Are they have a police department that are well equipped, that has gone, they have their own storage, armory in their own storage, and that kind of thing, and this rescue came to them? They will not go and they will go and defend their own people. Even before that thing won't happen, they would have done that. They would have had what maybe. But when DSS was saying that they already passed, why would DSS be passing intelligence to what's it called to Ebetokun? Ebetokun that is in Abuja. Before he will pass the message to his own commissioner of police in his state, before that one now will now pass it to the DPO of that area. You see that chain of command is just too redundant. If DSS has such an information, if an FBI has an information about a particular person in a particular area, they will reach out to the PD of that area. They'll do if it's necessary, they have to do that. So that they don't do that, they'll just come. They'll let them know that we're coming to your jurisdiction. We're coming to make this arrest or whatever, so that there will be no altercation.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Communicate directly. DSS will communicate directly with the PD of that area of Benue State where they said they had that information that they were coming to do that thing. I don't have to go to chief of defense staff, chief of army staff, chief of Egbetokun, and all those. You don't need all of that.
Then if you need,
so that's what I'm saying. They would have even averted that disaster before it happened.
If you need reinforcement, then you call the other ones around you, then you mobilize. That's how it works.
Exactly.
But again, AB, they carry weapons. They are called police, not security. I don't know. Stop posting stuff. AB, with my friend now. They carry weapons.
They just talk. They don't even know what they're talking about. If let them come and talk here on the platform. Come to the room and come and talk. Let us hear your own idea. People just they just start talking crap and then they don't even know what they're talking about. If you know that, yes, you know what you're talking. Come to the room and come and debate with us.
Rational man, you are really a troublemaker.
No,
Rational man can't help himself.
no, because I said police. That means they're like a actual police force, police service. Yes, they carry weapons, assault weapons. They arrest, they lock people up like a real police force will do, and they are owned by campuses.
Babati, you know, don't engage these kind of people in their discussion. Maybe the person has never come here to understand how. Maybe I've no disrespect to that person, but if you know the perspective from which we were talking here, you understand what we're saying.
BT, I think the reason why I was saying that a rational mind say even secondary school, primary school have their own. Maybe that was why I was saying that maybe they are just security.
No, not security. They are PDs. They are police.
So primary schools have police.
Well, maybe hold on. Let me explain. Let me explain. It is the what's it called? The local police. For example, now my own city here, they have a police guy that is stationed in their elementary school there. Stationed there.
But it's not the school that has it now. What? The way you said it, as if the school also have their own separate police.
Here you go. See, you like a man nitpick lori thing about so. Yes, some institutions, some higher institution of learning here, like especially colleges and universities, they have their own police. It is written on their SUV or whatever motor they drive. You will hear, the Santa Maria, sorry. I don't want to mention the place. So that city of Seattle.
We know.
I don't know. So my point I'm trying to say is that every colleges and universities, they have their own police department, and it's written on their SUV or whatever they drive, with their name of the college or they just put it there. But as far as high school, elementary school is concerned, or middle school, it is the PD of that local government that they will station their men there. Especially if they have that there's a trouble coming, or they're having a game, the kids are having games, they will go there and stand there, or they're having some kind of parade there, they will go there and stand, they'll station there. Not even with all this issue of shooting we've been seeing in recent times. They'll be in the SUV, or they will be patrolling around there. You will say, the city of Santa Maria, PD, you see it there. You will say it on the SUV. So they protect the kids. So, let me not go into all this detail with all these people that are always.
Can you bring Larry in? Can you send the link for Larry to come up? He wants to come up.
Okay, so my point is this. Point I'm trying to make here is this, my friend, is that we need to redefine security in that country, and before we can even redefine that country, we need to redefine governance in that country. What is governance? How do we want to go about this? Because if we talk about all this thing we're talking about, if we do not get the governance right, it's all just crap. It's not going to work. Still work. People will find a way of abusing it. I agree that we need strong institution, and strong institution starts with your local political party. This one at Tinubu is almost destroying every political party, sending more everywhere, all because they just want him to come back in 2027. I don't get it. If you know you perform very well, you don't need all of these things. You don't need to be jittery. You don't need to be like, they're going to remove. The other day when he was talking, where was he talking? Say they want to unseat themselves. They go unseat.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he said that. I had him. He says they are all ganging up. They want to unseat themselves, and I just laugh at them. Yeah,
I thought he said he was not the one that said if he doesn't give us electricity, they should not vote him back in. I don't know how this people now he wants to go back in again.
The point I'm trying to make here, general point I'm trying to make here, is my friends, is that you see, if we don't get governance right, there's nothing that would any other social contract that Nigeria might have. When I mean social contract with the people, it's not gonna work. Look at this. They only pay lip service to everything they do. They are saying they go and self-sabotage themselves again. Is this guy serious? You ask the question, is this guy, you really, really wanted to solve the problem of that country?
I think we have flogged him enough. We have to round up, I don't know whether Larry wants to come in or one man wants to take over, because we have to round up. I have to go. It's 7:30. My God, we've been discussing all day about this, as productive as it is, everything that has a beginning has an end. So I don't know, Larry, if you are going to come in, you better come in. In short, you have the link anyway, or is he already?
Yeah. By the way, let me commend the guy. I know I get on him for being a horrible host sometimes, but today it was fantastic.
Oh, thank you. I accept your apology and surrender. It's all right.
To Nigeria is hot today.
Thank you.
But
All right.
it's actually great. It's great, and happy Independence Day to everybody in the US.
Same to you, bro.
BT, Rational Mind. Rational Mind, I joined late. Mo gbé máa ti sọ olóòbùkún ni olóòbùkún ni. Well, I think it's actually great. You know, I've just been look at things within the Atiku realm. Some of Atiku's boys, those guys are ready for 2027.
But Larry, but what is Obi's calculation joining? Because some people
No. Obi just, like I said, now Obi just tagged along. Obi was never part of the conversation.
Really? So this the one time that he's proposing, do you think he's just planning to be the VP or what is the game here?
I think the best Obi could get from those guys is VP. That's the best he could get from those guys. So because the whole coalition was not really an Obi thing, it was not the genesis of the coalition. They finished the whole thing and they just brought him in to tag him along. That's just it.
But
so if you want to really know what is really happening within that space, try and go on the internet, on Facebook, right? Look more towards the north and see what they are saying.
I know, but they need somebody that from down south, right?
See, let me not deceive you. I think the problem is the Obedience are really getting it wrong. Right? They are getting it wrong in the sense that you can't bully these guys. You understand? I'm saying, oh, if Obi does not get it, no, you can't.
Oh, it's Labour, so it's not Labour Party.
Yeah. They can't bully them. These are people that are in the game. They've been in the game before a lot of all these guys were even born. They know the game. So they are so powerful for you to come and bully them. No, you can beg them, right? And that's where they are really getting it wrong. Because Atiku, the whole thing was really engineered towards bringing Atiku in. And if you've been watching those guys, those Atiku guys, you know, if you see most of their comment section, it's been Obedient versus the Atiku guys. The Obedient are like, oh, and they're like, come. They are basically telling them they should forget about it, that they can move ahead even without Obi. And that's the reality so for me, I don't really know, because I expect Obi to be smart and have his plan B and plan C. So if Obi does not have plan B and plan C, then that means he's not smart. Because obviously, or probably Obi has agreed to be a VP, but he doesn't really know how to really bust it out to the Obedience.
But eventually they will find out. The question.
I think he might just be trying to manage them.
So how many Obedience will remain,
No, forget all those. How many those that will remain with him now.
The majority of them will still remain when they don't have choice.
So if Obi does not, they will still remain now.
They will remain.
Don't you see this girl on Twitter, Aisha?
Forget about Aisha.
She's already campaigning for women leader now. She's already campaigning for women leader.
Is making a statement. Kwankwaso is making a statement. There is a rally that was held, I think it was yesterday in Kano. I don't know if anybody has that followership, probably except Buhari, close to what Kwankwaso has. That guy is seriously making a statement. And all the things that is happening.
That's only in Kano now. Is it not only in Kano?
No.
Where else again?
Northwest.
I mean, these guys now. This is what they said during. I want you to continue your train of thought. I don't want you to lose your train of thought. But I'll come and. I will come and talk about some of the things.
Let's see. Everything that is happening in the north is not about 2025, 2027. It's all about 2031. And if you look at it very well, joining an Atiku coalition means that someone like Kwankwaso will have to wait for another 8 years after 2031, which in that 8 years will definitely go to the south. So it's not it's a loose end in that side. And there are a lot of young politicians in the north that are aspiring to lead. So invariably, Atiku is just a block that they are ready to get, even in the north, right? What is happening in the North now? They're looking for a way to take Atiku out of the race. Because Atiku is a problem for them in the North.
Even in the ADC?
Yes, it's a problem for them in the North. And if you watch politics in the North very well, what Atiku is basically doing, Atiku is basically sponsoring one person against each of the sitting governors in the North. And they're going to fight him. He's doing it in Adamawa, he's doing it in Bauchi, and he's doing it in every other spaces. So most of the people that are joining the coalition, go and look at it very well. There are other people that are aspiring to probably be governor, or probably look into that to get that ticket of ADC to challenge the sitting government. Presently in Adamawa, Atiku is sponsoring Binani. And Binani and the governor. So it's just Atiku camp versus the governor's camp. The same thing is happening in Bauchi. It is basically Atiku's camp versus the governor's camp. So, and that is exactly what is happening all through. If you look at that coalition, most of the people that you see in that coalition are basically people that have aspiration, right? They want to contest this in the North. Look at this guy, Malami. Basically because Malami wants to contest. That's why he's there. So it's not really, a lot of people don't really understand. They feel, oh, it's more of everything is for Atiku, North is for Atiku. No, it's not like that. What Tinubu is basically doing in the North is, I think it's basically raising some all those young guys, right? Because Atiku is not like Buhari, and people should just understand that. Buhari is just a figure in the North that has his own followership. But Atiku is not like that. So people used to think Atiku is so powerful and so powerful like that in the North. It's not as powerful as it is, as he used to, as we think it should be. Even look at Kaduna, for instance. Is Atiku that powerful in Kaduna? No, he's not. Even El-Rufai, the way El-Rufai, if you bring El-Rufai today, El-Rufai contesting against the governor, they will beat El-Rufai hands down. Is he in Kano? What's the influence of Atiku in Kano? What's the influence of Atiku in Jigawa? What's the influence of Atiku in Castina? So the whole thing, the whole coalition. So that's why for me personally, if you ask me, for Obi, I think Obi should have waited in Labour Party, still maintain his crowd in Labour Party. 2031, this arrangement of something North versus South. I think now this is it. If Obi had maintained that steez in 2031, Obi can still find his way to be president.
Even after Tinubu?
Yes, it is possible. It is possible.
Yeah, but now he's trapped now because he showed his hand.
That is why I said I don't know. Everybody have their own game plan now. I don't know Obi's game plan.
No, they said that according to some report that he's been promised the ticket, that he has it in the bag.
No. Nobody promised Obi.
I said the same way they promised Osibajo the ticket.
Nobody promised Obi tickets.
But that would be the only even close to logical reason to even jump the gun at this time.
Nobody promised Obi.
So why would he join if nobody told you anything?
No, I think what happened was, basically look at what Datti'S said, right? I think most of them, just Datti and some of Obi's camp, went there to go and look at what is happening there. It's not like they've been convinced, they are convinced that is the path they want to follow.
But the optics says different.
Yeah, that's why I said, I don't know his game. So I don't want to be that person that predicts politicians. I expect him to have his own game plan. You understand? So I expect him to have his own game plan. And I expect him to have at least two or three. If this one doesn't work, then this is the next thing. You understand what I'm saying? Because look at it very well. Even in that Labour Party, all of them are still staying put in Labour Party. Or Alex Oti, basically, right, which I think are in Labour Party today, kind of like the person after Obi that has another thing is Alex Oti. And those guys are basically staying. So I expect Obi to have his own game plan, right? Because if Obi is going to that coalition, because the problem with that coalition is if it is possible that Obi gets trapped. They will tell him, because if you are not having that discussion now, what they will tell him is, oh, don't worry, we are not talking about that now. We'll still keep talking. We'll still keep talking. It is better if you really want. If I were Obi, right, I want to have that conversation now.
Yes, because the Labour is already saying, dude, you need to choose one side. You
I
need to
want to
choose
have
where you
that
belong.
conversation now. But if Obi is not ready to have that conversation now and he's keep following them, don't worry, we'll talk about it later. That later might be too late.
Yeah, but it's my point, Larry. Labour is already asking him to pick a side. It can't be ADC and Labour. You have to pick where you belong.
Did you guys listen to the episode of this guy? What's his name? Minister of Aviation, not Bodukwe. Keyamo. Did you see what he wrote about the obedience movement and what the ADC is trying to do?
No,
and what they needed was
just give us a summary. Give us like a brief.
Well, the whole game plan is just so that they just want to our friend was talking about. Larry was saying that they just want to railroad him into it and bring his obedience, and then trap him, and then at the end of the day deny him of the ticket, and probably either not even give him the vice presidential slot, because I think the game plan is Atiku and what's his name, this guy Amechi. That's what people are saying. So by that time, he would have been trapped. If he say he want to back out at that time, and then it will make him look bad that you are the person who is just running this coalition. After you've agreed and you've been beating blue and black during the primaries or whatever, now you want to back out. Why would you do that? So he was as a traitor, and at that time,
by then it will have picked the ADC for membership and
it will.
Yeah, people like you that says he's going to register now, and then they already registered. So what are they going to do? Are they going to back out at that time and say, "I'm not registering anymore. They want to go to another party with Obi." So Obi needs to sit down. I agree with you that Obi needs to sit down. But although he has not moved his card yet, I mean, what's it called? He has not moved his what's it called? His membership yet. Because when Datti'S was interviewed, I think this guy Charles Anyangolo, what's his name? He was trying to tell him that. What's his name? Labour Party already gave him 48 hours to declare his stance or where he stands in this matter. If not, maybe they're going to I don't know, expel him from the party or something like that. And he said, "Oh, I yet to see that Twitter." He said, Charles now said that. Well, Obi said in a tweet that yes, that he's with ADC, so he has not transferred. He has not moved his membership yet.
I have not seen that tweet because
I saw the tweet this morning that he went to the ADC, the coalition thing.
Yeah, he said he went. Yeah, that said he went.
Twitter space, Twitter, whatever to do. I saw it this morning.
So for me, I think I expect him, because I believe every politician, they have 2, 3, 4 cards at the same time. So which is what I expect him to also do, right? Because I don't want him to. Because one thing is to really enter this coalition, they will say you are talking 1 year, we are talking, we are still talking.
Larry, I have a question I want to ask you, Larry. Yeah. How long can you be a member of a party before you can be a contestant?
I think it should be around. It should be
6 months. 6 months.
6 months. I've been 6 months.
So let's assume that he moves to ADC now, and if he now perceive what happened the last time, that he might be losing out, he want to move to another party, can he get the ticket from another party?
No, it's gonna still be normal court now.
Yeah, he can. Yes, he can.
He can still get it still.
But let me say this. You know Dumebi Chuku, or whatever they call themselves, Kachuku.
Yeah.
Though when this whole ADC started, and it was saying, no, those people are the wrong, they are factions of the ADC, that they're not the real people, they're tenure as a labs and things like that. I don't know if you listen to this Chela Sisi Ajibade, this guy from Kogi State, one House of Rep member from Kogi State.
No, I know him now. This guy wears something close to Tinubu's cap.
So he's a member of ADC. In fact, he's the only ADC, according to what I understand.
House of Rep member.
House of Rep member from ADC.
Financier of ADC now.
Yeah, he said all of that. But my point is, what he said is this. No, answering what the position that Simba brought up about people joining and getting position. Now, Kachiku was saying that these people, after all, they came through the back door, that they did not come through the normal channel, that those people that they were asking and giving them rights to the ADC, they're not they are turning out the labs. Is a court injunction, blah blah blah. Now that Ajibade was Ajibade or Ajibola, whatever his name was not saying that. Even him, the Kachiku that is talking, how long was he a member of the party before they gave him the presidential slot? That they brought him to his house, and he was like I begging him to support him. He said, "Look, so I'm with Asiwaju all the way, that kind of thing. I'm not with you. I'm not going to deceive you that I'm going to support you during the presidential election." But what he's saying is this: is that even Kachiku that he said that he's talking. How long was he a member of the ADC before they gave him the slot? If you want to go by that, what he said. But he said what he said is that there's a waiver. Like, this issue also was brought up with what's his name? This guy, Peter Obi. Look at me. Okay. Peter Obi. When people said, why would they just give him the presidential slot of Labour Party? And Abure said, we gave him a waiver. So there's always a waiver. Okay. They can waive it.
So, another thing I think people are not really saying, you see this ADC of a thing, there is one hand that is hiding. That is the owner of this ADC, which is Obasanjo.
Will be different.
Obasanjo is the owner of ADC. ADC has always been that party that Obasanjo has always been putting by his side. So, all these...
Didn't he have a Duke there last time that fell apart?
So it has always been Obasanjo's party. And do you know the problem? Another thing that people don't understand, why Atiku may not let Obi have the presidential ticket. Obasanjo is the major thing. Because people want Atiku to be that, take that godfather role. If Obi gets the Obasanjo will come back and show up. And now, even Atiku allowing Obi to be vice president is going to be a little bit difficult. It's more like you telling Asiwaju to have a El-Rufai as a vice president. So for me, I think Obi should have his game. I don't really see. I see him they just tagged him along. If we look at that room that day, it was basically Atiku's
boys now and friends.
Boys. They took over. Even Dino Melaye took his normal role as MC.
Larry, I have a question for you guys. So this just came to my mind. There's a party that actually I've zoned their own ticket to the south.
Which one?
PDP creates an opening here. Do you see perhaps maybe Obi going to the PDP?
No.
They don't have any spot for him.
No. Obi and PDP are two parallel lines.
Well, you can try it. Well,
no, what will happen in PDP? It's either this guy might get it in PDP, Bala Mohammed. Bala Mohammed might get it in PDP.
And who would the VP pick be then himself?
Probably Sheyi Makinde.
Oh God.
Or because I know some people are pushing Sheyi Makinde, but I know some people have been telling him not to waste his time. You understand? Because PDP now, what they are trying to do now in PDP is at least what they will just do is to sweep Atiku's leg out of PDP finally.
But they said that the reason that they didn't want Atiku is because he was zoned to the south, is what I heard. Reports I heard.
Atiku is already out of PDP. They just want to sweep his legs out.
Oh, okay.
Atiku is already out. They just want to.
But they said Makinde too is part of this coalition too.
No, which Makinde is?
That's what I heard. Even former Vice President Shibajo.
Nobody.
Hold on. I'm hearing rumors that they're trying to worm him into the whole thing. But they said, according to somebody, they said the only thing about him is just that is the Tinubu factor.
No, you see the problem.
No, what will be his motivation? What is he going to get?
Osibajo does not even have.
Do you know that he doesn't have to go do anything, but at least they need people with their presence like that in their party.
See,
just to give it that
rational mind. One thing you need to look at is this: when people want to drive you into something, you want to look at it. What exactly is there for me, right? And what will be the implication if I get into this place? The way Oshibajo is now, Oshibajo is just enjoying his life gradually, and nobody is against him. He's just doing his thing. It's just like you telling me that Jonathan wants to go and join them in that coalition. If you are hearing all those rumors, just forget about it. The only people that will join them in that coalition is probably after the APC primary. If some people do not get tickets, they want to run to that space. And there are some people in the north that probably look at it like, okay, fine. Probably that might actually be where the northern vote is going to. So they really want to queue into it. The same thing that happened during Buhari's period, right? You know, a lot of people in the north that do not merit it, they got that by the virtue of them following Buhari. That's how election in Nigeria has always been. The same thing happened in 2023. A lot of people, they tagged along with Obi, and by virtue of that, they got the tickets. So you will still see some of those.
But you saw the people like the likes of John Oyegun.
No.
You saw him there. So are you saying Oyegun has some kind of a political?
No, you know Oyegun's problem. See, this is Oyegun's problem. Oyegun has always been anti-Tinubu. And even in 2023, Oyegun worked against Tinubu. In 2023. And even in Edo State, Oyegun has always been pro-PDP. Oyegun has always been pro-Obaseki. So even in the last election they did, Oyegun worked for Obaseki, Iga Ogodalo, right? So it is just because most of the people you see there in ADC now, that people say, oh, they are from AP, they are basically people that worked against Tinubu in 2023. So the only thing they just do now is to at least let them go out
So can we now say that the former vice president we want to work against Tinubu? That's what they want him to do. They're trying to woo him.
No, nobody is talking about.
No, I'm saying. I'm hearing. I mean, listen. I'm hearing rumors from some quarters. That's why I'm giving you that.
No, rumor is different. Probably if I've been watching. What I do most times, right? I have people that I watch, right? I watch their activity. Osinbajo is one of them. At least I can tell you what Osinbajo did last week, right? Where he was last week. I can tell you. You understand what I'm saying? And those are spaces that it is easy for people to throw things around. Oh, this person might come. You know, it's normal thing now. People just generate things within their head and just throw it out there. You understand what I'm saying? But this, you want to look at, probably people, okay, I've seen people talk about, oh, probably Saraki wants to join. And Saraki basically said he prefers to stay in PDP. Because Saraki being in PDP is like a lord in PDP now. Because the problem of PDP are the Atiku and the likes of them. So if they're able to push Atiku out, Saraki will need to realign with the Wike group, and all of them will form together and own the party. So if anybody is going to that ADC now, it is basically you want to go and stay under Atiku'S umbrella, which politicians do not like. Even in the north, like I said, what they are looking for is to look for a way to take Atiku out so that all other ones can grow. Because they are still seeing Atiku as that person that is not allowing a lot of those guys to grow in the north. So it's still a long race. But I just think, for me personally, right, because I believe that it's more of the turn of the South. Now, Obi has to be strategic. He has to be strategic with this whole thing. And I expect him to be. I may not know, because everybody has their own game plan, which might not really be open to a lot of people. But the obedience too, you know, they should just take it easy. I've seen a lot of tantrum. They're always on the internet. Oh no, if ADC does not, I'm like, these Hausa people they don't understand their language. It is good for us, we can understand, but those guys do not understand that language. You can't threaten them, you can't bully them. Worst case scenario, they will just tell you they can do their thing on their own. And Amechi is really playing the game right now. Amechi is still playing the game right. So basically, Amechi knows that he can't get the presidential position. And what I even heard was basically Amechi has been promised VP before now. That was what I heard. Amechi has been promised VP.
But that ticket is not going to fly. If it's going to be like, see what he did. See what Atiku did when in 2023. He picked the sitting governor, which is Okowa. The governor of it. So how did he? Even Okowa lost his own states. So the point is this. See, what I'm trying to say is this: I won't mind a combo of Atiku and Obi running a joint ticket. That would be the most formidable ticket that would match. But I trust the Agbados to want to use it is the thought of the South. How can you allow another Malam, another Fulani to come again when it's our turn? I know it's going to be.
It's how Nigeria is. That is just it. It's not.
So what happened?
Let me learn this point.
What happened in 19? No, what happened in 19?
In 19 as well.
Didn't they run on the same ticket?
They did, yeah, they did. Okay. That's different because it was the turn of the North, at least. Bubu.
It's even worse now. It's turn of the South now. That's my point.
I get it. I know.
It's even worse. That is
going to be what the Agbado people will use in beating that ticket of Atiku and Obi. But what I'm saying is this: Obi and Atiku needs to go and look for better, good spinners, propagandists.
Like you now, spinner. Just spinning.
That will spin
like
the narrative.
I say, Olori Bruko.
Me was it's okay. But my point is this. So my point is they just need to go and look for the likes of what was this Obama's former strategies that they used in 2015 that time.
David
Azerod, people like that come and spin the narrative for them. You know, they need to go and hire them. I know Atiku can afford it. Maybe they're obedient. So they need to match APC with propaganda for propaganda. Because if they spin the narrative, oh yeah, it's going to do just only one time. How old is Atiku? Atiku is going to be in his 80s. So it's not just going to do one time, and then the next one like this, Obi will just take over from him, and then he will have another 8 years. That would be at least. Not did it not on time.
So you think Atiku will just spend 4 years and
no? Besides, you know the problem. You know the problem. You know the problem.
You know the
problem. Even if the problem in the north now, even if Atiku decides to okay, fine, they bully Atiku out. Atiku decides to give Obi that ticket. The problem is it will be difficult. It will be difficult. No. You know why I said that?
He said I want to do one time.
No, forget about those things. It will be difficult.
You are missing the point. Sorry, Larry. Just put yourself in the shoe of a northern politician that wants to become president. Which one is easier?
That's what I'm saying now. That is why
the only way if Atiku support Obi, or Obi win the ticket.
Obi cannot run for 4 years. Nobody goes there for 4 years.
The only way Obi will be able to convince them is if he has person like El-Rufai, but El-Rufai come with the baggage for me. If he use El-Rufai as his deputy, then he can sell the narrative that yes,
why we are carrying this El-Rufai. I don't know. Probably if you've been watching some things in the north, El-Rufai does not have that.
No, I used to believe. I used to believe like you that El-Rufai does not have any clout. El-Rufai, that guy can do some damage. He can do some damage. Don't underestimate him. I used to underestimate him too. I used to say he's a featherweight. Who is he without Bubu?
Do you know something? Do you know something? I prefer if Obi today, they want to give Obi that presidency, right? Give somebody like Kwankwaso, Obi and Kwankwaso, right?
But did you hear Shetima today? Shetima being a Sherima. What is that man's name? I think on Arise today. This
that Baba huh? That NMPP Baba
That Baba. Did you hear what he said?
Forget that Baba. Baba is a politician. Forget that Baba. Baba is a pro-Tinubu guy. Is it not that same Baba that said his children called Tinubu and Tinubu immediately listened to them, gave them job? I beg, forget
you're talking about my point is this, that from what we're seeing, we've not seen Kwankwaso join this coalition talk.
No, Kwankwaso cannot join coalition now. People said this. Kwankwaso cannot join coalition. Kwankwaso joining coalition.
Be president now.
Kwankwaso joining coalition is more like Kwankwaso is just finishing his own political career now. Kwankwaso is aiming 2031. Forget anything anybody is telling you. Kwankwaso is all Kwankwaso's eyes. All his eyes is on 2031. Kwankwaso is not even interested in 2027. Kwankwaso.
That's why I said.
That is why they did that match. I think they did that match in Kano. I saw it on the internet. They did that match in Kano yesterday or probably early today, just to show people that we are on ground. That was what they did. So Kwankwaso is not even interested.
The crowd is not gone. She want 100,000.
You don't know. You know the problem with the North. It's this. They are so fanatical. If they follow the same thing Buhari was doing that time. Some of them are ready to die because of Buhari that time. They were ready, even that time that Buhari won, even in Abuja, you could see it everywhere. They were ready to die. And that's exactly the thing. So even in 2030, that 2027. So that's why, for me, I think I still believe, right, the closest way for Obi presidency will have been Obi stay, continue with your followers. Even if you don't win in 2027, 2031, if Obi is able to, because this issue of is not that decides things, I don't really believe it's true. If anybody is able to take North Central along, Christian majority, do a little bit of all these things and some biases one way or the other, it is possible. It is possible than even all these Obi go and start, because at the end of the day, what these guys want to do, they want Obi to come down on his knees to even beg for VP at the end of the day. Because one time they will deceive him, don't worry, let's not talk about it now. Because everybody is asking that, okay, let's talk about it. And all of them, if you look at that space, all of them are saying, no, this is not what we want to talk about now. We are just now.
My brother, hold on. So how come I know that, you know that, we know that, but Obi doesn't know that?
Well, BT, me, I'm not Obi.
No, like, I'm saying, if it's that obvious that we can all see it, how come he, the guy, go Fred, doesn't know what is coming to, is about to hit him?
Me, I don't know.
Babati, you know here as Yoruba talk and pay Oloro Abeti Didi.
Okay.
You know?
So no, I'm not Obi, but I just believe Obi has his own plan. That is what I just believe. I don't expect Obi not to have his own plan. If Obi is putting all his 100% card on these guys, then Obi is not a politician. Because he can see now, even me that I'm outside, I can see what is happening in that room.
Yeah, that's my point. That's why I'm asking that. What do you think? You speculate. What do you think the plan is? Because it doesn't mean I don't see a way out.
What I think Obi is just always also tagging along. Obi is not there 100%. That's what I think. I think Obi is just tagging along. Okay, then
he has not registered yet. He has not, because he's not a member of ADC yet.
Yes, I think it's just, this is what I think. I think it's just also tagging along, like Aisha Yusufu and the likes of them. Like, let's tag along. Let's see what these guys want to do. But I think when they are in the room and they see that the room is getting hot, they will have to get out of that place. They will have to, except if Obi himself has agreed that maybe most people do not know. Probably he has agreed for a VP. Then he doesn't care. He will tag along, do whatsoever they want to do, and at the end of the day, we'll just tell the obedience, okay, sorry, there's nothing I can do. I just have to go for this VP. VP is better than not doing anything. That's what I think. But if it's all about president,
that's if they give it to him now.
No, now they will
with Amechi himself already saying that he has ambition now too.
At that point, they will make Obi kneel and beg for it. That is it. Because when they will waste his time, get to a point that it will not be Obi versus Amechi. The same thing Atiku did. Wike versus Daokowa. Right? At that point, he will not have any choice than to now start.
So the longer short of this whole thing is Atiku is the main issue here. If Atiku can just get out of the way, I think that probably would clear a path. And if he can get out of the way,
the same way he's not going to do that.
Well, that's why I doubt too. I doubt
it's more like you have to, even if Atiku wants to do that, his followers will not allow it. That is the problem. Because
I know it's okay. You see, I know Tinubu and his people, they will always spin narrative and make us believe that it can never work. Look at it this way, look at that way. These people, they're not serious. I get it.
It's not all politics.
It's all politics. I totally get it. But that's not the issue. The issue is, how do we move that country forward? This guy is doing a very bad job at being the head of government in that country. He's not doing a very good job. This guy is just devoid of anything empathy for the people he governs. He has no feeling for them. He has nothing. You can go and offer other people's scholarship, but your own people at home, they are all begging to get loans and all of that. You are impoverishing them. I mean, weighing them down with loans. That they will never.
Wait. Let's talk about this
So
scholarship.
this guy has
Because I
to
know
go.
you've been spinning this scholarship.
Come on. So yeah,
Scholarship. Me, I support scholarship for everybody. Let foreigners give them scholarship. Because personally, my own life, I've always lived on scholarship. Everything I read, I've not paid a penny. It's been scholarship. So if it's given, and scholarship is not even in Nigeria, even in the US. So some people gave me opportunities for scholarship here.
but who are you giving the scholarship to? That's the question I'm asking. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Equal, see, where rational mind.
Give scholarship to people who are non-Nigerians. Who should come first? Nigerians or non-Nigerians?
They are, as of today, there are still scholarships in Nigeria. I know of UI. UI have a lot of scholarships.
Oh, come on.
No.
I mean, come on. Yeah.
See, rational mind.
These people are very good at justifying crap.
Okay, wait, rational
Are you
mind.
telling me that there is no scholarship in Nigeria
No, I don't believe.
Let me understand.
Where is the federal government scholarship given to our people?
There is now.
Federal government scholarship.
Yes.
Guys, wait.
The point is,
let's talk about the scholarship very well, rational mind.
Wait.
So
there are a lot of federal government scholarship, even postgraduate scholarship. There are a lot. Do you know how many people that have gone to scholarship with PTDF, ETF, Education Trust Fund, all those things? Even in Nigerian schools, a lot of people are on scholarship in Nigerian schools. All you just need to do, if you get your admission today in Nigeria, 100 level, all you just need to do is to maintain 2-1. You can apply for all the scholarships. They are there now. I have people that are on scholarship in UI now. But what you need to be at least 3. Okay, UI GPA is 4.0. So at least you need to be at top of your class. And you pay nothing. Shell scholarship, a lot of people are on Shell scholarship. With Shell scholarship, you won't pay dime. Shell will pay everything. There are a lot of scholarships in Nigeria, but probably a lot of people do not have those information. And even students that have those information, probably you are not top of your class. I know a lot of people that are on Shell scholarship in Nigeria.
There are people from neighboring countries on scholarships now. From neighboring countries on scholarship. Yeah.
There are a lot of scholarships in Nigeria. A lot of scholarships. Even postgraduate, PTDF.
So I really want to ask a rational mind. Who are these foreigners getting scholarship, and do you really know the criteria behind all those scholarships? Because sometimes if we roll out information, we need to roll out the facts. So who are those foreigners getting those scholarships? Rational mind.
Did you know when Tinubu went to St. Lucia and then he was talking about giving them scholarship? Did you know about
scholarship to do or to study where?
In Nigeria now.
So now, if you are bringing foreigner to study in Nigeria, what does that tell you? So why will you bring a foreigner to come and study in your country?
Come on, dude. Don't ask me this kind of question.
No. Let's see. Let's just iron this thing out.
When you ask this kind of question, you're asking me.
No. Why
you see the point I'm trying to make here is that this guy, he acts like he doesn't care about the people whom he governs. This is the same guy whom the wife was telling us that, oh, we don't need Nigerian money, we have our own money. But when they got there, he made a supplementary budget. They were just no biapa, spending money, proliferating money in Nigerian money. And you are telling Nigerians to be walking baby step of pain. But you yourself, you're not living that pain. You go abroad and you'll be doing international travels like you do. And you go, like the first time when they came in, they went to America, they came to America here. They came here and they spent millions or billions of dollars on Olosho and all the crap that they were doing.
Hey,
hold on. I'm giving you guys an artistic.
UN meeting is now a Olosho meeting. United Nations meeting is now a Olosho meeting. Which one is Olosho?
No. I said they came here. Some of the people that you know how many people came in. You know how many people were part of his entourage that came the first. It's like some of us we have amnesia here. Have you forgotten what he did when he first came in? When they came to the US, the UN something they came to do here in America here. You know how many people that came with them? Came with him. He packed all his cabinets. When they went to Dubai, Emirati, what was it called? UAE. All the people and this what's his name? This idiot from MPF.
It's like we are allowing rational mind. No, rational mind. You are escaping with this narrative. I don't agree.
No, the narrative I'm trying to
me
give
the
you is
evidence that Nigerian government is giving Cambodians a scholarship, and I want to know why. One thing is for us to say something, and one thing is for us to understand the fundamental between, because this is a dangerous content to the
it's not
public.
dangerous. It's not dangerous.
It's dangerous.
Hold on. The president here in the country where I live here, he says American first. What did he do? When he came in, he brought in Doge, started cutting every money that goes to other foreign aid. I know what he's trying to do. We have technical aid corps. I mean, I used to want to join them way back when I was in Nigeria. It's an arm of the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs.
So way back, I think they said it started during is it Obasanjo beyond Babangida?
No, I think it was before, but foreign thing it was before Obasanjo.
So started around. I think that was when somebody was saying it's under Babangida.
I think Abacha.
Whatever. Anyway, so what they do is Nigeria will send teachers. They will send America has something equivalent to that.
Kind of like exchange program.
Exchange, whatever, they have something like that. So anyway, we used to do that. Over the years, Nigerian foreign policy has been towards Africa, but Africa has never recognized Nigeria. Rather, we'll be getting. I mean, let me not go into all this. I don't want to go this boy with all these stories. But my point is this: that your focus should be your own people first. That's my point. Take care of your own people first before you start acting like Father Christmas.
Okay.
America. When this guy came in, he gutted the international aid that goes to other many countries. That led to many people shouting. Many other countries were shouting, why will you do this to us? So that kind of a thing. That's how we survive. This is how we're able to take care of our poor people and hungry people. That kind of a crap. We know all the old corruption around it, probably, no doubt. But my point is that this guy, his focus has been America first. Why don't you adopt that mantra? Nigerians first. Let me solve my problem of my own people first before I can say I want to go out and watch other people's problem. That is the point I'm trying to give you.
You see why I said this type of narrative is dangerous, because there's nothing that Tinubu is doing that other governments is not doing. Okay, let me ask you a question. Why is Bill Gates spending several millions of dollars in Nigeria every year to fund education for underprivileged, and he's replicating that across Africa? So is Bill Gates in Nigeria?
Is Bill Gates a government? What are you talking about?
I'm asking you a question. Don't forget that. Wait. Now you are asking me whether Bill Gates is the government. Now, do you know the implication when the Bill Gates organization is filing tax return in United States of America? You know, that is going to be seen as some kind of charity.
Come on, dude. Let's stop.
Wait now.
This false parallel you are trying to use. We're talking about government. We're talking about government. We're not talking about individual.
Wait,
rational mind. Let me tell you something. You see, you said, Tinubu is giving people scholarship. And have you even asked the kind of scholarship?
Exactly. My friend.
Wait, now that's not why I can sorrow. Wait, let me say something. Merit-based scholarship. It's open. It's not today. If you go to, at least I know a lot about UI. Scholarship, foreigners have access to scholarship in UI today. And they are merit-based scholarships. So if you are giving people that opportunity, those are things that spawns growth.
What growth? Give me an example.
Now, if I'm telling you that I'm doing a merit-based scholarship, right? Basically, I'm telling you to bring your best. Bring your best. If I do a merit-based scholarship in science, and I see people bring your best from everywhere, bring them into my school, bring them into my country. That is the essence of merit-based scholarship.
Larry, before you even go far,
this US that we are talking about, All the scholarships that we're getting
You
in the
people are
US.
just arguing. You're arguing pointless. This is a pointless.
Larry, before you even go far.
Let me poke holes now. Let me poke holes into what
No,
you just said.
National mind. Let us talk too.
Okay, all right, God bless.
See, one thing is this: even if you are running a business, there are some money you spend on branding your products. You make people create awareness for people. Now, look, some of how Nigeria got to the US today, that you find among our finest, one of our best, which Babati is among them here. You understand, working as a surgeon in America today. You know, it was as a result of how they started initially. How did they start? They started attracting foreign interest. They were giving some form of scholarship. Later, such kind of scholarship now ventured into even what people even now spend the money. You know, they take the money from the economy, they go to America to go and study and become something big there. You're bigger there. So the same thing happened in the United Kingdom. Now,